All right, so Derval Green is getting some running repairs after being hit on the, looks to be on the fingers by that short rising delivery from Holder.
Indeed, which also brought some shrugs from Holder, who perhaps would have felt that he would have hoped his captain would have, stuck in there with a bat pad, because had a bat pad been there, a short leg, he would have comfortably taken the catch off Green.
Yeah. So Derval Green has gotten some attention from the physio. The Scorpions have added 15 runs this morning, 14 of them to Derval Green.
Yes, indeed. Looked quite positive so far. Dennis Smith, the wicketkeeper, has been also providing a decent anchor role. He hasn't added to his overnight 7, but for what it is worth, a repair job is clearly on the way. How long will it last is for us to see.
All right, so it's about to be Holder again. In his 10th over, figures an impressive 5 for 29 as he's over the wicket now. And that's down the leg side. Smith coming inside it. And is trying to work it through the fine leg region. Didn't get a touch. And through to the keeper. End of his 10th over, 5 for 29. And the Scorpions, after resuming this morning on 53 for 6, they have progressed, if you want to call it progression, to 68 for 6 with Derval Green chancing his arm somewhat. He's on 14. And Dennis Smith remains on 7.
Yes, indeed. An impressive has Holder been yesterday, bowling at good pace, good length and line, and getting all the top 5 Jamaican batsmen. John Campbell for 26, Orien Williams for 3, Brandon King for 3, Jermaine Blackwood for 1, and Nkrumah Bono without scoring, and Ravman Powell last wicket to fall late yesterday evening. Indeed, an impressive 21-year-old seems to be in the making.
All right, Harding will continue to Green, and he's punching that nicely off the back foot. Runs here for the Jamaican all-rounder. They take 2, and they'll settle on 2. Maybe I think that if they were hustling a little bit more, they could have thought about a 3rd. But that was an authentic back punch through the covers by Green. He takes, that takes him up to 16 now. And the total now 70 for 6. So it's Green again who will face up to Harding. And Harding running in and bowls, and that's worked away out towards backward square. And again, the man at forward short leg couldn't knock it down. Got a hand to it all along the ground, mind you. And Green getting some runs out towards backward square. He moves on now to 6-17. It's 71 now for 6.
Indeed, and 2 half-centuries so far in the bag for Derval Green, one of the more informed players in the Jamaica Scorpions squad. He did play repair work innings in the contest against Windward Islands and the Trinidad. So he's in clearly some bit of form, and the Jamaicans will also need him to come good today again.
Right, as Harding now bowls to Smith, and Smith is punching that out into the offside. Can't score. Short rising delivery. And he was on the back foot, and well, it's a no ball now being signaled. So 1 more to the Scorpions total. But Smith hasn't scored this morning, but has looked fairly solid.
Yes, indeed. The Windward Islands player that was drafted by the Scorpions earlier this season.
Harding bowls, and that's whipped away out towards the man at long leg. So that's his first run for the morning, just flicking it off the pad. And it went all along the ground to the man patrolling that long leg fence.
But as we highlighted before, I mean, he could turn out to be a good ally for Green, because he has 2 half centuries at this first class level, having played 18 games for the Windies Islands Volcano in previous seasons. So he's capable with the bat, and has demonstrated in Super 50 he can hang around. So perhaps, the last creditable partnership that Jamaica may have.
Yeah, Harding now to the more aggressive Green. And he's getting one down the leg side, was trying to hike it over backward square, doesn't get a touch. And through to the keeper. Green remains on 17. And the total now 73 for 6. And they started at 53 for 6, and they've added 20. And these could be valuable runs as the Scorpions try to stay behind or stay within the game. Green again faces as Harding from a fairly long runs up now, and Green is driving through the mid-wicket region. Was a little in ducker. He was hoping to hit a lot straighter, but the ball swung in through the air and taking the inside half, going out towards widest mid-on for a single.
What do you think about this decision from the skipper, Brathwaite, to have started the day with Kean Harding? Yesterday, Kemar Roach and Holder were the mainstays in causing the pressure on the Jamaican team, using the third seam bowlers. Was that the right choice?
I would have definitely started with Roach, but let's just watch Harding. And Smith is off the back foot. They take off for a quick single. They get it easily enough in the end. Nicely played by Smith on the back foot. Rode it well into the offside. Derval Green called him through for the single. And in the end, it was fairly easily taken. That's 75 for 6 with 9 to Dennis Smith. Derval Green on 18. And these two have added 22, what could prove to be vital runs this morning.
Yes, so I believe that is a trick missed, arguably, providing that Roach is fit and able to bowl. He should have started back at this Northern Courtney Walsh end, in my opinion. And the bat pad that was so evident and useful yesterday, he actually took a catch in terms of dismissing Jermaine Blackwood. He should have also started. So the backing off, if not defensive nature in which Brathwaite has started, I mean, for me, is not the wise thing to do.
Right, so the Scorpions now 75 for 6 as Holder runs in to start another over. That's down the leg side, and the keeper couldn't haul it in. And let's see what the signal will be from the umpire. I don't think he got any back to that. His leg by is signaled, and Dorich diving away to his left. Couldn't make the save. Total now 77 for 6. Dennis Smith, of course, stays on 9.
Yes, a difficult take there for Dorich. Not only the ball handling down the leg and going wider, but it also fell just in front of him. Eventually bounced, I believe, and hit him on his body. But 2 runs nonetheless to Jamaican total that they'll welcome.
And now they're going to be sticking a man in at short leg.
Indeed.
A position that you felt that Holder was a little disappointed wasn't there earlier, when there could have been a potential chance. So here is Holder to Smith. Bouncer. Smith, I think, just pulling out of the hook shot. Started with the intentions of playing, and then maybe just at the last minute pulling out of it, the ball ballooned over his head and down the leg side, taken by Dorich.
Yes, because interestingly, you have a backward square leg and a fine leg for that pull shot. So he would be wise to do that, but has demonstrated yesterday evening he's capable of playing the hook and pull shot. But as bowlers and as a captain believes, they'll want to take him on it.
All right, let's see if another short one is coming, or the double bluff. Here is a good delivery outside off stump. Oh, that was well bowled. Dennis Smith didn't know too much about that. He played at it, but the ball bounced and seamed away from a rather uncertain probing bat and through to the keeper.
Back of a length delivery there again. Excellent from Shamar Holder. Those were the deliveries that caused the problem yesterday. Oreen Williams hedging to the keeper. Brandon King playing on. The captain Campbell edging to slip.
Here's Holder again, and this time that also touchdown outside off stump. Genuine movement away, but I thought Dennis Smith kept his bat inside the line, didn't follow the ball as it was moving away from him.
And his other
Well
two
played.
wickets, other 2 of the 5 wickets was Jermaine Blackwood being caught at short leg and Ravman Powell in late evening, casually one would say pushing to the cover fielder. But those are the lines and the lengths that has been causing problems, and the Holder has been consistent with it.
Yeah, as Holder in his 11th over runs in and bowls, and Smith is getting an outside edge down towards third man. That goes into the boundary. Driving up towards extra cover, outside edge found. There's no third slip. And the ball went directly between that second slip and gully and down to the third man boundary for 4.
Fortuitously, some would say, for Dennis Smith, but it's all in the game. He did somewhat open, you'd say, the face of the bat, and it ran between the third slip and gully.
All right, so Smith now takes his tally to 13. And that's 81 now for 6. That's the total. And remember, they started this morning 53 for 6. So these two have added some 28 runs by my watch. This is worked out towards mid-wicket. That's the 29th run between these two. And ball pitched up towards the pad. Dennis Smith just works it into the mid-wicket region and gets himself a single and another single for the Scorpions, who are now 82 for 6. And after another Shamar Holder over.
Indeed, at least one telling delivery that could have gotten the wicket of Smith, opening up, spinning him around per se. But nonetheless, Smith survived that, and well done in terms of just dropping that one in the mid-wicket region for a single. So the Jamaican batsmen, for the most part, have looked okay. That is Derval Green, who has moved on to 18, and Dennis Smith, who is on 14. They look the part as if they are committed to work hard to get the Jamaicans close to the 219 made by the Pride.
All right, so Harding will continue. And Smith is a careless little cut shot. Ball was short and was wide, but really didn't go into that cut shot with too much conviction. Really just waved the bat at it.
It was almost like it was a afterthought. I mean, he didn't commit himself into the shot. Fortunately for him, he played under the delivery.
Went through to the keeper. He's on 14. Derval Green at the other end is on 18. And the total at the moment, 82 for 6. Here is Harding again. And this one is worked out towards the man at mid-on. Nicely played, good on drive. Ball fairly well pitched up, and Smith has worked it through the onside, but couldn't beat the man at mid-on, so he will have to try again.
Good Yorker delivery there, equally well played by Smith. Again, I would still like to know what would have happened, caused Kemar Roach not to have opened the bowling here on day 2 to try to, not allow a recovery from the Scorpions.
Yeah, I would have gone for the senior West Indies pace. Harding is in his 5th over, none for 17. And Smith is hit on the pad. A little stifled appeal. May have just gotten an inside edge there, Jermaine.
Are more than likely angling down.
Probably angling down. So Smith on 14, Green on 18, and the partnership is worth 39. I'll tell you what the official partnership is in just a little while. The scoreboard, the partnership is worth 29. Here is Harding in again, and that's wide of the off stump. Well, it goes through the slip cord and down to the boundary for 4 byes. It was so wide that poor Dowrich was diving away. The ball fell in front of him and eluded the slip fielders as well. And how often do you see a ball going between the keeper and the first and second slip and going down to the boundary for 4 byes?
Very poor delivery on the part of Harding there. Dorish, however, did dive full length to try and stop it. So you wonder.
So it goes up now to 86 for 6, and this partnership is now worth 33. And steadily trying to build something here. Harding bowls, and again wide off stump. Dennis Smith opted not to play. Good bounce through to the keeper, but didn't go for that slashing cut that we saw him earlier on. And no run to the Scorpion cause that time around. Much
more disciplined batting effort there on the part of Smith, recognizing that he was not close enough to that delivery and just shouldering arms.
Right, so 2 slips and a gully away. A point, Manatex recover, mid-on, forward, short leg, backward, square leg, all the way back. And a long leg as Harding bowls, and that's a good delivery. That's pitched up. Smith didn't play. Genuine movement after they passed the bat. But that's the end of another Harding over. Now 5 overs. None for 17. And 86 for 6 is the Scorpion total. And these two, Jermaine Lanneman, are showing that with a little bit more application. The top order didn't have to be as obliterated as it was yesterday evening.
Indeed, and must be feeling good, at least at a minimum, the coaching staff, to see the application being shown both by Smith and Green. Nonetheless, for me, as I said earlier, Barbados perhaps started a bit on the back foot, just waiting for something to happen. I've seen that the captain has since made effort in terms of bringing in the short leg to the bowling of Holder, but you have to go for the wickets, you have to go for the kill.
All right, looks like a bowling change at the far end. It looks to be Kemar Roach now, who will be coming in for his first spell from the George Headley stand end. And Derval Green taps away. Here's Roach. He drives up towards Medan. Full length delivery, rather gentle pace. You could see that was a warm-up delivery from Roach. Well played up towards Medan by Green, but couldn't score.
Indeed, and with this change of Roach bowling from the southern Michael Honing end, you know, wonder if Holder will be brought from the Courtney Walsh northern end, because Kian Harding has so far looked ineffective from a Barbados point of view.
All right, so Roach with 3 slips and a gully. Point cover on the offside. And Green is getting hit on the pad. The umpire says no. Roach is disappointed. He may have just been playing a shot and get hit outside off. That's your verdict, Jeremy?
Yes, just outside off. Very good call, though. That was a touch and go one, I would figure.
Yeah, I thought he was hit just outside playing a shot. And let's just look at it on the monitor as we speak. Looked a little bit closer on second. On second look. It looked fairly close.
If there's no bat in that would have been
Derval Green. Still would want to see the tram lines, but he was hit much closer to the off stump than certainly I first record. Here is Roach again though, and Green is forward, pushing it out into the cover. Gets his 19th run. And one more run to the Scorpion cause. It's now 87 for 6.
Kemar Roach has not moved from his follow through. I mean, Helbers dropped and everything. He almost can't believe that he didn't get the previous delivery, LPW, in his favor. Captain Brathwaite, 2 arms was up in the air.
It seems to me that he was a little bit upset that there wasn't somebody in that cover position. He was gesticulating, why am I not having a short cover? And the very next delivery, we are now seeing the man at bat pad, taking off the helmet and going towards cover. It appears that Roach has managed to convince his captain that he prefers to have a cover than a man at bat pad.
Maybe not a bad choice, because he doesn't necessarily get the bounce as Holder did from that end, but he'll definitely be probing at the stumps.
So Roach down to Dennis Smith, who is forward, and the ball coming off the outside half, peeling off towards gully. And no run resulting.
No ball it is.
It's a no ball as well. So 88 for 6. That's the latest score here. And this partnership continues to grow steadily. They started at 53. So they have added some 35 runs, these two. And Roach about to launch into his run-up. Dennis Smith says, wait on, I'm not ready. And then Roach with that outstretched arm as if to say, why aren't you ready?
I've walked 10, 15 meters.
Yes. So let's see. Roach now back to the top of his mark. Now Dennis Smith is ready, as here is Roach charge again from over the wicket. And Dennis Smith drives back at the West Indian fast bowler. A gentle push, really. Didn't try to overhit it, just coming forward and stroked it up towards mid-off. And no run resulting.
Presenting a full face, showing that he's not afraid to use that expression to get behind the line of these deliveries from Kemar Roach. Clearly not express face, and he's very comfortable in backing it up.
So Smith on 14. He was there from late yesterday afternoon, batted quite well, and he's continued to keep the pride at bay. That's outside off stump. He didn't play it. Pitched outside off, left him late, but he made an early decision that was too wide to influence a stroke through to Dowrich, the keeper. No run.
Yes, bat a bit hung in the air. I mean, however, he was always in control, and though pulling it away late, did do the right thing and leaving alone.
Kemar Roach will try again. And here's Roach from over the wicket now, and this is driven out towards mid-wicket. Nice little flick shot. They'll come back for two for sure. That one was too straight, and Dennis Smith just coming on the front foot and just working it, flicking it around out towards mid-wicket, and gets another 2 runs. And that brings the Scorpion total now to 90 for 6, and the scorecard looking a little bit better, Jeremy. Still a long way to go, but 53 for 6 and now 90 for 6. You'd have to say that these two have done a pretty good job.
Go all the way to say respectable, but no, a little bit.
not quite respectable, just a little bit better. 53 for 6 looks disastrous. 90 for 6 doesn't sound as horrible.
Right. So as perhaps thought, Holder is now being brought from the Courtney Walsh northern end, having been taken from the south. Kemar Roach apparently seemed to be more comfortable today coming up, some would say over the hill, and allowing Holder to go from the other head with his more fluent to run up. But Holder is at it again, so it's the not out of the woods would be the Scorpion batsman Green, and because Holder has been hitting the right areas as he did yesterday, he currently has figures of 5 for 34 from 11 overs. Kemar Roach has 1 for 25 from 8, and Harding none for 17 from 5.
So Holder now has switched ends, and he's now ready to bowl to Green. Down the leg side, poor delivery that, and Green was trying to whip it over the fine leg region, doesn't get a touch, through to the keeper, no run. Yeah,
still naturally just getting used to this end. His first delivery from here, we were down the leg, maybe his first bad delivery of the entire game, or so to speak, that he doesn't have full control over young Holder.
Green on 19. Has looked to be quite positive. Here is Holder again. He drives out towards mid-on, full delivery, almost Yorker length, and Green coming on the front foot and driving out towards mid-on, but doesn't score.
Yeah, not a full-fledged drive, but that's the shot that was required, that on drive. Didn't time it all that well, Green, but showing good eyesight in picking up that full-length delivery.
2 steps and a gully, point, cover. So they've managed at the very least to get the field a little less aggressive. There's a catching mid-wicket and a mid-on as well. Backward square long leg. Here is Holder. And that's a bouncer that nearly took Green's head off. Oh, that was short and rearing at Green. He pulled out at the very last minute. Ended up on his haunches. And maybe a word exchanged as well.
This is what I'm speaking about. Holder is bowling very good. He bowled a few short deliveries yesterday and they were always on target. The batsman had to play. Even the delivery that got rid of John Campbell, it ballooned on him, and it thumped it, as we would say, eventually to second slip. But he has pace. He has control over his bouncer, his yorkers, his length balls.
Now here's he again. What will this delivery be? He bowls and it's short and Green. Oh, maybe as a result of that, bouncer was trying to make that uppercut over third man. The ball was short, outside off stump, rising, and Green slashed at it, wanted to hit it on the up over third man, didn't make contact. And you get the feeling that that bouncer may have just discombobulated Green a little bit.
Indeed, and the mental game would have gone to Holder and that delivery. Short, but not wide enough for that shot that Green eventually attempted.
Here is Holder again, up and bowls to Green, and that's worked out into the onside for a single. And the throw to the other end could be overthrows, could be 4 more runs to Green. Indeed it is. So the man at that forward short leg, I thought that Green would have made it to the non-striker's end. So I'm not sure that it was the wisest thing to do to try to run him out. But in the end, didn't hit the stumps and went down to the boundary for 4 overthrows. Green says thank you very much. He has earned 4 extra run. He goes up with that to 24 now. And the total now, I'll tell you, the scoreboard is taking a little time. Total now 95 for 6.
Green was running teasily, to use that expression, to the non-striker at the end. But the bat pad should have been more conscious to know that he was still in control of that run. That attempted run out was not called for.
This time Holder now to Smith. Smith stands up straight, drops it on the offside. They take off for a quick single. Did it well in the end. Holder a little frustrated. They haven't been able to pick up a wicket this morning, but that was good running between the wickets. Dennis Smith just dropped it at his feet. Green called early. They took off. Another single. 9-6 now. For 6. Dennis Smith goes up to 17.
Indeed. Kemar Holder taking his cap from the umpire and, just observing, almost kicking in the air. He kind of just attempted as if he wanted the kick to suggest that that over did not favor him. Why? Runs were added to his figures that weren't necessary. Ball was dropped in front of point and getting a single. So he felt that the fielders didn't support him as much in that over, and understandably so.
Fast bowlers generally are very careful with their figures. When you throw away a ball that gives a batsman an extra 4 runs, he can't be too happy with that. And the total now 96 for 6. And Kemar Roach will start another over. And here's he now to bowl to Smith. Smith is forward, drops it out into the offside. Derval Green with a few exploratory steps at the non-striker's end. But that would have been a tight single and wisely sent back by Dennis Smith. 2
batsmen who are workman-like type of players are busy running between the wickets. So they are testing the Bajans in the field here today.
Dennis Smith on 17, Green on 24. And these two have gone about steadily this morning. Started at 53 for 6, so they have ensured no wickets up to this stage. And that's a classic delivery that from Roach. Pitched outside off stump. Didn't come back with the angle. Held its line. Smith played at it. Didn't get a touch through to the keeper. No run.
Yes, I believe he was beaten there. Smith eventually ended up, holding the bat as if he was playing inside the line. But maybe he was indeed playing for that ball to come in, but it held its own.
Didn't quite follow through. Renata Brown is standing by. Whole takeover after this over. As we watch Kemar Roach now to bowl to Smith again from over the wicket, and Smith gets a good delivery right up Yorker length. Did very well to come down on that, and pushed it out towards cover. Didn't get a run.
I tell you what, Dennis Smith is batting almost with everything he's got. He has gotten the opportunity. He wasn't picked for the first 2 games. The failure of Aldine Thomas with the batter, 1 double-figure score in 4 innings, have allowed Smith into this team. And so far, he's fighting tooth and nails to make the runs.
Indeed, here is Roach again to Smith, and Smith is getting one down the leg side, working it through backward square. That could run pretty close to the boundary. It in fact does, and that's 4 nice looking runs to the Jamaican wicket keeper. Badly bowled by Roach into the pads, and Smith says thank you very much, and whipping it past the square leg umpire out into the boundary for 4.
Certainly the shot of the morning so far. Elegantly played from Smith. that's the whip that batsmen around the game likes to see.
And that's the Scorpion 100. And a little flourish in the shot by Smith to say that he's very confident. He's hit that out towards backward square. The Jamaican 100 is up. These two now would have added 47. And they continue to frustrate this Barbados Pride bowling attack. Here is Smith playing and missing again. And Roger Stern going back to the mark as if to say, well, you're a very lucky man, but I'm not going to be staring. I'm just going to go back to my mark. And after that lovely shot through the onside,
certainly
Smith was beaten.
Showing his class there, Kamara Roach pulled the in-swinger, was whipped, and immediately come back with that ball that held its own. Beat Smith all ends up. Unfortunate for Roach not to have gotten him to edge that delivery.
Smith on 21. And Roach will continue from over the wicket. And Smith is playing it up towards Medan. Oh, this could be a run out. Oh, he's missed it. Derval Green was left in no man's land. Started off for the run. Smith sent him back late. And the man at Medan had all three stumps to aim at. He had forever. Derval Green had basically given up on coming back. And the shy was nowhere close to the stumps. Derval Green survives. And how much will the Barbadian Pride live to rue that decision is left to be seen. A few more words from Jermaine Lanneman. And then the man Renard Brown will take you through for the next
another lucky break there for Derval Green. This must be his morning. Having been dropped in the gully region in the first over of the day, he has now been not run out when he was halfway down and there for the taking.
They say fortune favors the brave, and Derval Green has certainly been brave for the Jamaica Scorpions here. So it's Ken Harding who will continue from the Courtney Walsh end. Derval Green gets this one on the line of the leg stump, works it behind square on the onside and goes through for the single. Three bowlers used by the Barbados Pride so far. Kemar Roach, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. Kian Harding now into this, his 7th over, 1 maiden, none for 24. And of course, Shamar Holder has taken 5 wickets so far. Harding once again at the top of his mark. There's a change in the fielding now. There's 2 slip, there's a gully backward point cover, mid off, mid on, there's a deep backward square, there's also a fine leg in place as Dennis Smith in this his first game, 4-day game for the Jamaica Scorpions team. As Harding comes in, he's behind this one, drops it into the onside and gets through for the single. Did say this yesterday from the moment he walked to the crease. Look, a busy player. Derval Green is also one of those players who can go through for quick runs, and it's just a communication just now. Derval Green trusting Dennis Smith, and Dennis Smith just pushed the ball, and as he always does, was halfway down the pitch and almost had a run out.
Yeah, what you very much find is that Derval has trusted and is trusting Smith, because what happened, they have been very busy between the wickets all morning.
49 the partnership between these two so far. As Harding comes in, this one is flicked to the man at mid-on and he's gone. So Derval Green's resistance comes to an end, and delivery on the line of Midland leg. He was looking to work it into the onside, got the probably leading edge, and the ball just looped to the man at mid-on and he's dismissed. So a 49-run partnership for the 7th wicket is broken by Kian Harding, and the Jamaica Scorpions now are 102 for the loss of 7.
Yes, held bow on the part of Green, because he knew that was an opportunity. 25 runs, a player that is in decent form, having scored 250 so far this season, and the team needing an all-rounder of his type to stick around with the wicketkeeper, as the case may be, and do a repair job. He has now opened the gates per se to the bowlers. Marquina Minley has walked out, and Nicole Gordon and Patrick Arty are still left in the pavilion, but it looks very unlikely now that Jamaica will get close to the 219 posted by Barbados with the bowlers and the wicketkeeper at the crease.
The most important thing for the Jamaica Scorpions now, psychologically, is to get another let's say 18 runs, which means that they bring the Barbados lead below 100. And psychologically, that would probably put them in better stead going out in the field to bowl on a second time. But Dennis Smith, no, it's important to see how he will go, because Marquina Minley can't stick around. And after that is Nicholas Gordon and Patrick Harty Jr. As Dennis Smith now walks down to Nicholas Gordon to have a word. To Minley rather, to have a word. So it will be important to see how he goes. One, Marquina Minley isn't as nimble as Derval Green is between the wickets, so they have to be mindful of that as well. He's not going to necessarily bash the ball to the boundary either. Two-slip gully, backward point, a man at covers. Harding comes in over the wicket to bowl to Minley, a short delivery, and Marquina Minley was trying to get bat onto it. I think it came off his shoulder and bounced in from the man at second slip, and there is no run.
Yes, a good short delivery there from Kian Harding, sticking up the batsman, as the case may be. Not expecting such a delivery, it appears, Marquina Minley, and the ball eventually hitting him on the shoulder.
Yeah, and him on the outer part of his arm. Kian Harding has a long run up, but right when he gets to roundabout where the umpire is, almost goes in towards the stump, as this is a good length delivery that's defended by Marquina Minley. As a bouncing run up, and pretty tall Kian Harding, but roundabout when he gets to where the umpire is standing, almost as if he jumps towards his right, so gets close to the stumps than where his original run would have taken him. Marquina Minley taps away at the crease now, waiting for Kian Harding, who is 3/4 ways to the boundary. Runs in now, has a very quick approach, and then goes in. This one down the leg side, goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Over comes to an end, and over that gave the wicket of Derval Green. A single coming off the first delivery, and the Jamaica Scorpions 102 for the loss of 7.
Indeed, first wicket as well for Kian Harding, who for the most part this morning didn't look as threatening as perhaps he can. But the pressure clearly got to Derval Green, one would argue, because that shot which he played was not called for, and he has now put the Scorpions in further debacle, 102 for 7, at least trying to get close to the 219 set in the first innings by Barbados Pride.
And had a rather strange interview with Shamar Holder yesterday, as Roach comes in once more to bowl to Smith, who is pushing this, beats the man at gully, goes through for the single. And again, even before the ball, wrong-footed Jamel Warrican, Dennis Smith was already halfway in the pitch. So whether or not there was a run on, he would have been halfway in the pitch either way. And that caused a mix-up between himself and Derval Green. And you talk about moments in cricket. Is that... Well, you can't even say that. Had they not had the mix-up, maybe Derval Green would have been dismissed. It's one of those things in sports you can't explain. Here's Akimar Roach, a lovely drive from Marquina Minley, but straight to the man at mid-on. It's when you're on top, it's one of those moments when you give an opportunity, it's almost as if it's on the back of your mind that I could have been out, I should have been out. And then if you don't get that out of your mind, you find that deliveries, and maybe a couple of deliveries after that, you're walking back to the pavilion and you're thinking, how did I just get out? 3 slip in place. That's a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, fine leg. As Kimar Roach comes in, a delivery seaming away from Marquina Minley, who hung his bat out there.
Yes, and Minley would perhaps want to go on to, maybe get his best first-class score if possible here, because his team here, the Scorpions, definitely need him to stick around. He looked okay in digging out the Yorker delivery that was bowled prior by Roach and just playing inside that line. So no mug with the bat, but a lot being asked of him with this bowling lineup at him.
Kimar Roach once again bounces in a lovely delivery that squared him up. It was back of a length. It was angled into the right hand and then pitched and just left him a touch. And Marquina Minley now just looking at the pitch, probably thinking, how did I survive that delivery?
Indeed, that should have all caused problems for top order batsmen in the team as well. A good delivery from Kemar Roach, but the highest score that Minley would have made would have been 43. So clearly, he's no mug.
Kemar Roach once again to bowl to Marquina Minley. This is going to be a real test for Marquina Minley. Defends this into the onside. He can look beyond the boundary now and see the men going into the drinks cart, which means that he's just another couple of deliveries, a delivery away from having a 5-minute break to maybe think about that delivery from Kemar Roach. Just wants to survive this one. 3 slip in place, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a man at mid-on that's short and wide-ish. He's short as in feeding position and short as in body as well. Here is Kemar Roach, a delivery that beats him. Again, that may have taken the outside edge. Bounced just in front of wicketkeeper Shane Dulwich. So I did say that he would want to survive this delivery. Has survived the delivery. Over comes to an end. A glorious over from Kemar Roach. 103 for the loss of 7. And Dennis Smith is there on 23. Marquina Minley, yet to get off the mark, has gotten 2 splendid deliveries from Kemar Roach and have survived them both. The second delivery didn't survive it by much, but he's still there. The Jamaica Scorpions now still behind by 116 runs. The good thing about it is that they've avoided the follow-on, the Jamaica Scorpions team, and the Barbados Pride will bat again. So Jerome Foster, who joins me now, is almost assured of a day 3.
Well, based on the projection of this game, it may even end today, based on how both teams have batted so far in this game. The Scorpions adding 50 runs so far this morning. I would be disappointed with the way Derval Green got out. He has been one of their better lower order batsmen so far this season. 103 for 7, 116 runs behind. As you rightly said earlier, getting the lead below 100 and then trying to tick it off by another 10 as the session goes by can give them that glimmer of hope, but I still believe the Barbados Pride are well and truly on their way to a dominant first innings lead here and can really put some pressure on the Scorpions' second innings batting, which has been very, very good in all honesty this season. They have done most of their damage this season with the bat in the second innings. But if the Pride can skittle them out for at least for another 15-20 runs, that would be 123, so they'll be leading by about 80-85 thereabouts.
My good friend Leon Levy, who is always at Sabina Park, even when cricket is not being played, is still here, and I must mention he's in his red top with Standard Chartered on it. It's so faded now. He probably got that shirt the last time his team won the Premier League, and he's still wearing it now because he's pretty much off. So his number 12, probably got that when he was 12 with Levy in the back of it. The number has just been printed, so he resurrected the jersey and has printed his number and his name in the back of it, Leon Levy. But I put this question to you, Jerome Foster, because I asked the question yesterday to the Jamaica Scorpions captain, and then to Shemar Holder, about whether or not they were surprised the way the Jamaica Scorpions batted yesterday and how some of the batsmen got out. Now, John Campbell said that he was disappointed with some of the batsmen because they were driving outside the line of off stump with their hands leaving their body, and on a pitch that's not coming through, you can't afford to do that. The response from Shemar Holder was absolutely hilarious but serious. He said the Jamaica Scorpions team, he wasn't surprised how they got dismissed, because the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen, they either come hard and he struggled to find a word, and then he just said they always come hard.
There's no in-between game. There's no balance in their approach. It's always trying to hit the ball hard, and he was proven right based on the dismissals outside of John Campbell, to be quite honest, who got a really good ball that lifted off a length from Shemar Holder. Everybody else was found wanting with the balls full. Nkrumah Bonner was beaten through the gate. Jermaine Blackwood poked at a delivery that he could have waited on and went to short leg. Orion Williams was fishing outside the off stump of a back of a line delivery. Brandon King swished outside the off stump. He was less than 10 balls into his innings. He didn't really develop an innings. He really didn't have a start. And to play a wild shot like that is disappointing. Rothman Powell in the last over before the close of play was trying to heave Shemar Holder over his head, over extra cover, and was caught in the circle. So those are disappointing dismissals, disappointing to the fact that these players are international players, quality players, players who have a lot at stake, a lot of eyes on them. They have been brought in to stabilize a team that has been struggling to get first innings runs. So it's disappointing to see how they fell. And I think Shemar Holder really hit the nail on the head with his comments. It's disappointing and it's embarrassing at the same time.
Yeah, Harding to both the first delivery after the drinks break to Dennis Smith, who this one goes into the onside behind square. I think it should be a leg by. It's leg by signal down by the umpire. And if you look into the 5 dismissals yesterday for the Jamaica Scorpions, that is, Orion Williams has played less than 10 games for the Jamaica Scorpions team. You might forgive him for a little bit of inexperience. John Campbell is currently in the West Indies test team. Rothman Powell has captained the West Indies in 3 limited overs game as Kian Harding comes in again to bowl to this time. Markina Miller was looking to pull that one behind square, missed it. So Rothman Powell, T20 50 over player for the West Indies, would have captained the West Indies in 3 50 over games. Jermaine Blackwood has a test century against England.
A numerous amount of half centuries.
Got a half century against a pretty decent or a very good Indian attack here at Sabina Park, coming in as a concussion substitute. And then Brandon King, who has just been called into the West Indies team and played a couple of limited overs game. Here's another short delivery that Markina Minley defends behind square on the offside this time, and there is no run. He rehearses a shot I can't even describe. But you look in that, and there's five players dismissed, and only 1 player has not played for the West Indies senior team.
And that is
Orion Williams.
Indeed.
Who is in his first game this season.
It's almost, after this delivery, I can bring up my point.
As comes in one more beaten. And I forgot another one. All those dismissals. Because it was 6 wickets that fell yesterday. And Nkrumah Bonner played for the West Indies as well. So you're looking at 5 of the 6 wickets dismissed for the Jamaica Scorpions are players that represented the West Indies at the international level in whatever format in senior cricket. And the way they got out is just absolutely disgraceful. Here is Harding once more to bowl to Markina Mindley. A full delivery. That's a lovely shot. It's aerial. Bounces a couple of times into the long on boundary now. And Markina Mindley is telling Kian Harding and the Barbados Pride, if you're going to bowl short at me, I'm going to try to get out of the way. But if you're going to go full, I'm going to go downtown.
Yeah, nice shot there from Mindley. Overpitch delivery from Harding. Wasn't really overpitch. It was foolish delivery. And Mindley just leaned in front of that delivery and stroked it beautifully over mid-on. Easy on the eyes with that shot is Markina Mindley, and he picks up 4 runs, his first run of the innings.
108 now for 7 as this delivery from Kian Harding goes down the leg side, has a kick at the turf as his over comes to an end, walked away from his cap and his glasses. The umpire had to call him back. The over comes to an end. 108 for the loss of 7. Dennis Smith on 23, Markina Mindley on 4. Derval Green was the last wicket, so the first wicket to go on the second morning. He was caught at mid-on of the bowling of Kian Harding as well. You were saying, Jerome?
Yeah, it's almost a synopsis or a summary of how West Indies cricket is now, based on our batsmanship and how our batters approach playing the longest version of the game. It's almost as if they're in a hurry. There's no set plan as to how they plan to get the runs. How are you going to negotiate good bowling? Because Shemar Holder was bowling very, very well. Kemar Roach, as you know, is going to bowl well. He generally bowls well. So it's about negotiating and surviving as well as finding ways to score runs.
Kimar Roach continues. Smith behind this one, eases it down to the man at mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, and the way to score runs doesn't mean you have to be ultra aggressive. Short, sharp singles is also a part of it, because the Bajans had 4 slips at gully. There was nobody at cover. There was a mid-off, and there was a mid-on and a man at square leg. Could easily tap some of those deliveries outside the off stump. Just drop it with soft hands in front, about 10-15 yards from the pitch, and you get an easy single. But everybody was looking for the big shot.
Here's Roach again. Dennis Smith driving this one. Comes off the outer part of the bat. Goes in front of square on the offside and gets only a single as Jamal Warken does the fielding. It continues to baffle me the way these Jamaica Scorpions batsmen get out, really and truly, because in situations where your team losing wickets at regular interval easily, and someone like Rothman Paul comes to the crease and then gets dismissed like that, as this one beats Marquina Minde outside the off stump, but not a delivery that seemed away from the right-hander going through to the wicket keeper. And I think Rothman Powell sums up how disappointing and disgraceful that Jamaica Scorpions top order was. Mind you, apart from the captain John Campbell, who I felt was actually trying to dig in on what was a difficult wicket and a difficult period in that session, as Kimar Roach comes in once more to bowl to Marquina Minde. Another shot looking to go over mid-on. This time went more aerial than anything else. Almost presented an opportunity. At the end of the day, it fell into no man's land, and they went through for the single.
Yeah, another foolish delivery from Roach. He has really had the better of Minley so far, beating him a couple of times outside the off stump with good length deliveries, moving away on and about off stump. That one, almost as if it was an in-swinger. Minley picked the length very, very early on the line and whipped it aerially. Luckily for him, because of the mistiming, he got it just to the right of the man at mid-on.
Roach once again comes in as this one beats Dennis Smith outside the line of the off stump. Just pulled his bat away at last minute. Good spell here from Kimar Roach as expected.
And to even add some more to the batting performance of the Scorpions, Holder and Roach, they both 7 overs together. No one had the chance to even take a breather, to show how easy it was for the bowling unit to cope with the batting approach of the Scorpions. Mind you, they did bowl well, but some wickets were gifted.
Another delivery beating Dennis Smith outside the line of the off stump, and Kimar Roach hangs his head in disappointment because he did not get the outside edge. His over comes to an end. He's completed his 11th over now, 2 maidens, 1 for 32. Kian Harding 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. And he will be replaced because Shamar Holder now will be coming from the Courtney Walsh end, the end that Kimar Roach bowled yesterday. He bowled at the Michael Holding end. Shamar Holder picked up 5 wickets there, coming now from the opposite end on the north stand end. So looking at it,
would be a little bit surprising if I took 5 wickets from another end and have to switch ends now.
When it is that you have the West Indies seaman in your lineup, you don't get that preference.
That is also true.
And give credit to the Barbados bowler, Shamar Holder in particular, because he said that persons think that because there's grass on the wicket, persons think that it's a quick wicket, but he said that the balls weren't coming through. And he picked that up, and it was about hitting your lengths and sticking with a certain principle. And the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen just didn't realize what was happening with the wicket, played wildly, and in the end put the team under immense pressure. So Shamar Holder to continue will be bowling to Marquina Minde. 2 slip gully backward point. There's a mid-off. There's a forward short leg mid-on, a deep backward square, and there is a fine leg. Here is Shamar Holder comes in, a full delivery that Marquina Mindi was looking to drive through the cover region, and the ball barely missed the outside edge.
And he picked that up pretty early, because his very, very first delivery of his spell disappeared into the car park for a 6, because he banged it into John Campbell, who smashed him in front of square for 6. A short ball, obviously. But since after that, he really went to a shortish back of a length mode of operandi and really caused trouble for the batsmen. Troubled them with bounce as well as movement off the pitch.
And here he is over the wicket once more to bowl to Mindley, and Mindley again going for that booming drive down the ground. It bounces and stops. It's almost as if it's a shot from the green, from the fairway onto the green, and just stopped and plugged. He got through for 2.
And interesting to note is that Holder has taken the man from deep square leg now, because Minley's scoring shots so far have been aerial, and he has taken the man from deep backward square to put him into cover. That is Jamel Warrican, and now Captain Craig Brathwaite is now being moved. Well, he's moving himself to mid-off a little bit deeper than usual, so now Minley has to be mindful of how he scores.
Here is Shamar Holder, and Mindley allows this one to go through to the wicket-keeper. There is no run. I'm just looking at the movements of Craig Brathwaite. Now, you talk about walking in with a bowler. Now, Craig Brathwaite at mid-off starts maybe just a little bit where the 30-yard circle would have been. But when the bowler is coming in, he doesn't necessarily walk in. He takes a couple of steps back. So here is Holder again, a full delivery, this time on the line of the leg stump. Marquina Mindi was looking to work it into the onside, comes off the outer part of his pan and goes behind square for a leg by. Jamaica Scorpions now 112 or 113 it should be, for the loss of 7. Mindy's there on 7 and Dennis Smith on 24. 11 run the partnership so far.
Yeah, and it's almost as if Brathwaite is giving himself a chance, because Minley, as we have noted already, is just thinking about scoring aerially. Once the balls have been pitched up, he hasn't wasted any time in showing his strengths in going over the top, which can be dangerous, but he's trusting his abilities and technique, and Craig Brathwaite is ensuring that he has second thoughts about that.
So here is Holder again, this one coming in towards Dennis Smith, who plays it down to mid-on, and there is no run. So after the Barbados brand got dismissed for 219, the Jamaica Scorpions batting yesterday lost 6 wickets for 53 runs. Orain Williams was caught Dulwich off the bowling of Shamar Holder, was pushing and a delivery, a back of a length delivery outside the line of the off stump, and just poked at it, and it went through to the wicket keeper. Brandon King, he was bowled by Shamar Holder. As Holder comes in, Smith defends this one into the cover region. There is no run. Over comes to an end, 113 for 7. So Brandon King was trying to drive on the up through the cover region, got an inside edge, and the ball uprooted middle stump. He went for just 3. Jermaine Blackwood was caught Shane Mosley off the bowling of Holder for 1. A delivery again shortish in length, or maybe back of a length, and rather than waiting on the delivery and stopping it with a vertical bat, angled his bat and got it straight into the midriff of the man at forward short leg. He was dismissed for 1. The captain, John Campbell, was caught Jonathan Carter, the bowling of Shamar Holder, lifting delivery, couldn't do much about, couldn't get out of the way of it, took the upper portion of the bat and went to Jonathan Carter at third slip. As Kemar Roach continues, and again Marquina Mindi looking to hit down the road, missed it all, wins up. Now John Campbell made 26. And Nkrumah Bonner was bowled by Kemar Roach, didn't go forward, didn't play back, and the ball nipped back. Kemar Roach from over the wicket to the right-hander, nipped back and went through the gate and bowled him. And then Rothman Powell, probably the biggest disappointment out of all the dismissals, with the final over as Roach comes in once more to bowl to Minley on the line of the leg stump. That's picked off, should be stopped by the man at fine leg. It is. They go through for 1. They're looking for the second. Minley comes back as the throw comes in now, and they were able to get a second. Justin Greaves it was. So Rovman Powell, in the final over of the day, the third ball, a delivery outside the line of the off-stump. It was back of a length and looking to drive on the up, trying to clear the one man in the cover region, and hit it straight to Shamar Brooks. As Marquina Miller defends this one back to the bowler, he went for 6. Derval Green, he was the dismissal this morning, was caught Craig Brathwaite of the bowling of Harding for 25. Was looking to flit the ball into the onside, got the outer portion of the bat, a leading edge, and looped to the man at mid-on. He made 25. So the Jamaica Scorpions lost a wicket at 26, 30, 32, 39, 39, and 53, and then 102. As this one is edged and straight to second slip. So Marquina Minley played the shot of the previous delivery, missed the outside edge. This time, Kemar Roach, closer to Marquina Minley, got the outside edge, and it's taken by Ashley Nurse at second slip. So the second wicket on the second morning goes down for the Jamaica Scorpions. They lose their 8th. It's 115 for the loss of 8.
And I wonder how Dennis Smith is feeling at the moment, because he's the more established batsman at the crease. He's the one trying to rotate and get the bowlers annoyed with getting singles and scoring at a nice tempo. The other batsmen at the crease are trying to hike deliveries which are not there. That was a length delivery from Kemar Roach, moving away slightly, and there was Minley trying to hammer the delivery over his head. Only succeeded in edging the ball. It flew to second slip. A very, very good catch from Ashley Nurse. He has been guilty of dropping a few in his career in recent
more
times.
Than a few.
But that was a very, very good catch from Ashley Nurse, taken above his head, actually. But a disappointing shot from Marquina Minley, who has some talent with the bat. He has some quality. He has shown some quality this season already by staying around and sticking around with his more established and more accomplished batsman. But he tried to play the hero there, and all he did was play 0 because he didn't get a run, but he's back in the pavilion now, and the Scorpions have now slumped to 115 for 8 and looks more than likely to be dismissed before lunch here at Sabina Park on day 2 of this third round regional game against the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, so the new batsman is Nicholas Gordon. And Kemar Roach with his second wicket. Nicholas Gordon just telling him to hold on. 3 slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. The mid-wicket as well on the fine leg as Kemar Roach bowls this one down the line, down the leg side. Shane Dorwich wasn't able to gather. And there is no run. Just looking at this.
And Roach was a little bit disappointed with himself there. Was trying to get that big booming in swinger there, targeting middle and leg stump. Got the line wrong, and he sent some frustration there because he thought that was a poor delivery by his standards. And to be quite honest, it was a bad delivery because
by
it's
any
a number.
standard?
Yeah, it's a number 10. You want him to be facing up a good delivery early on.
Here's Kemar Roach. That was a good delivery. And Nicholas Gordon. I don't know if he was trying to leave the ball alone. He was trying to play the ball. I'm really not sure. And he goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Over comes to an end, and the score remains 115 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, 2 for 34 now for Kemar Roach from 12 overs. Decent outing. He's probably a little bit disappointed he hasn't gotten some more wickets because he has really, really troubled the batsmen so far, beaten the edge a couple of times. Not much success, but the handle of Nicholas Gordon's bat is almost longer than the bat itself. It's almost, just look at the handle, it's almost catching him at his waist at the moment. Whoa, modern day bats, I tell you.
Yeah, I'm just looking towards the far side as Shamar Holder continues, as this one gets the glove of Dennis Smith and looped but bounced just in front of Ashton Nurse. Just looking to the far side, and it looks to be Sheldon Cottrell coming out of his car, going back into his car, and had a few shouts to Kemar Roach. Sheldon Cottrell, who is back in Jamaica.
Well, he hasn't played for the Scorpions for a while. I don't think he has ever played for the Scorpions. He has played for the Red Force in recent seasons.
Yeah, here is Shamar Holder once more. This delivery again, back of a length, bouncing high. Shamar Holder, whenever he hits that back of a length, he just has his knack of the ball just rising. And Dennis Smith is probably hurt here. He's slumped over his bat.
And I can tell you that Shamar Holder, he has gotten a lot of praise from former Leeward Islands coach Winston Benjamin, because he believes with Holder's height, he can really cause damage in the future for the West Indies. And you can see the prospect that he has here. Remember, he was one of the opening bowlers at the successful under-19 campaign in 2016, and he has really transformed.
Here is again, this one is an in-swinger as Smith works this one into the onside. Let's see if it's leg by. It's leg by signaled.
That was a streaky single again from Dennis Smith. It was so close to the man at mid-wicket. I almost worried about him giving Nicholson Gordon 3 deliveries to face here from Shamar Holder, but it's almost as if he wants to get away from Holder as well, because he has been hit a couple of times in this over. One, the ball fell to second before second slip, and the second one hitting him in a very uncomfortable position.
So Shamar Holder to bowl to Nicholson Gordon. Nicholson Gordon trying to heave this one, makes connection, bounces at one time before getting into the deep square leg boundary. He gave it his all, almost fell on his back, Nicholson Gordon, but got 4 runs.
And that wasn't the best of cricket strokes, but it got the intended results, a boundary. It was more agricultural than anything else. A wild swing from Nicholson Gordon. Ball went to the deep backward square position, and now you see the man from cover being taken away. Well, he was at point. He has been taken away and gone to the deep backward square boundary. And there's a 5-4 field with the man at long leg, deep backward square mid-on, and a short leg on the leg side. 3 steps a gully, and the man at mid-off. Straightish cover, sorry.
Here's Shamar Holder. This one into the body of Nicholson Gordon, takes the hit, and there is no run. Now Derval Green has many names, and one of the names is Washi. And Steely. While you can call Derval Green Steely because of the kind of toughness he's shown so far this season in 3 games or 2.5 games, you probably tempted to call Nicholson Gordon Washi based on that shot.
Indeed.
Here's Shamar Holder over the wicket again to bowl to Nicholson Gordon, was backing away, a short delivery goes through to wicket keeper. Shamar Holder walks down to Nicholson Gordon, has a word. It's a fast bowler bowling to a fast bowler.
And that is what happens when a fast bowler is swashed away behind square from a good length. He doesn't want to see the ball going over his head for sure, so he's going to push back the length a lot more to try and tempt the batsman to go for a big pull shot or a hook shot, or hit him in and around the head or chest region to get him timid. But Gordon answered to those calls comfortably and negotiated the rest of the over fairly decently. Took a hit, but he left the last one, which was a sharp bouncer, quite comfortably. And the Scorpions now are 120 for 8, and the lead is already 99.
So
deficit, sorry.
As Smith gets behind this one, really like Shamar Holder, not just because of his pace, not just because of his pace, not just because of his accuracy, but also his aggression, or the aggression shown so far.
And it has been measured bowling. He hasn't really tried to over bowl or try to be express. He has really tried to use the conditions and the surface to his advantage.
Yeah, Kemar Roach again as this one. Dennis Smith gets behind it, defends it, and there is no run.
And Smith looks a very, very compact player. He looks technically gifted. When the balls have been full and asked of him to be on the front foot, he has done that quite nicely. When they have been pushed back off a length, he jumps into position quite comfortably as well. Doesn't look as if he's planning to give away his wicket here. Almost as if he's batting under pressure.
Kemar Roach once again this one. Dennis Smith looks so composed onto his front foot defending this one. And Again, there is no run. Straight to the man at cover.
And Roach really hitting his strides here, building up some pace. He has gotten quicker and quicker as the spells, or as this spell has gone so far. He's doing what Kemar Roach normally does, bowl on that good length area, nipping the ball away as well as into the stumps.
Here's Kemar Roach again. This time it's dropped into the onside by Dennis Smith, and they go through for the single. The score now goes to 121 for the loss of 8. So they're chipping away at the deficit now, or the Barbados Pride lead, because it's below 100, which is always good. Psychologically, it should help the Jamaica Scorpions team. And these two adding just 6 runs so far, but it feels like they've been there a long time. They've only been there 8 minutes, by the way. As Kemar Roach comes in to bowl again to Nicholson Gordon, is backing away, hits this one very hard with a stiff bottom hand, and straight to the man at mid-on, coming around to his left. Well, not straight to him. And Jonathan Carter was coming around to his left and had to dive to stop it, but that was hit very firm.
Yeah, and it's almost as if Roach was saying, "What are you doing, Nicholson Gordon? Remember, I am the test bowler here. Show me some respect." But there was no respect on that shot from Gordon. Really backed away, trying to hit that over Alpha Academy.
And here's Kemar Roach once again to bowl to Nicholson Gordon. Hits this one very high. The man at mid-off giving chase at Shamar Holder, bounces just in front of the boundary, a couple of bounces, gets through for 2. Nicholson Gordon looks as if he wants to play a cameo here. Score goes up now to 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. And Nicholson Gordon is there on 6 and Dennis Smith on 25.
It's almost as if the tail enders or the lower order batsmen are thinking about Dennis Smith as a night watchman here, because everyone that has come out this morning, they're looking to play shots. No one is looking to hang around and allow Dennis Smith to do the scoring. Everybody else, Derville Green, Marquino Minley or Nicholson Gordon, they're playing the big shots. They're trying to get on top of the Barbados bowling, which is going to be a very, very difficult task because these bowlers have been bowling very, very well. Even though they've only used 3 bowlers so far, no Jamel Warrican, no Ashley Nurse, no Kyle Mayer so far, but Kean Harding, Kemar Roach, and Shamar Holder, who's going to bowl his 14th over now, have done the damage so far, taking all 8 wickets to fall.
Yeah, so Holder, man they call Massacre, over the wicket now to bowl to Dennis Smith, who's driving this, a lovely drive through the cover region for 4. This guy can bat. It was a shot almost on the up from Dennis Smith through the vacant cover region, and it raced away to the boundary, and it has prompted a change in the field for the Barbados Pride. They're going to try and plug that gap. But what a shot that was.
Beautiful shot there from Dennis Smith. Overpitch delivery from Shamar Holder. It's the very first time he has really gotten full in this innings, and he's strayed from his normal length. Overpitch delivery, and Smith eased in that one through the offside. It was nicely driven on the up as well. Pleasant looking drive, pleasant looking runs. 29 runs to Dennis Smith.
Here is Holder once again to bowl to Dennis Smith, who's getting this one. It's high, hitting him above the pads, and that hurt. Was looking to play it into the onside. No, I'm going to say that Andre Coley, one of the areas, or the area that he identified would have been a big problem for him, would have been the wicket-keeper batsman position. Because the moment he came to the Jamaica Scorpions team, or even before that, Dennis Smith was drafted into the team. Here is Holder, another full delivery. Smith is onto the front foot and defends it. There is no run, which suggests to me that he knew he had trust in Dennis Smith because he was with the Windwards while he was there. And it tells you even more when he selected the squad for the game to go to Trinidad and Tobago to face the Red Force, that it must have been because of some indecision on who to go with in the wicket-keeping position, why he went with 2 wicket-keeper batsmen. I'm just saying that now as Dennis Smith is onto the front foot and defends this one, because what Dennis Smith has shown is quality in batting.
Definitely, he has, because he came with a team. He came out to bat with the team in a spot of bother, and at no point he has looked flustered or phased. He has just gone about his business, his natural game, played the balls on its merit, and wait on opportunities to score. And you can see the amount of comfort he takes, or the amount of joy he puts into his batting. He enjoys batting, and he puts a lot of value on his wicket.
Here is Shamar Holder again. This one short, just hooked it down to the man at fine leg, Dennis Smith. Kemar Roach it was, and tracks through for a single that takes him to 30. And Smith now into the 30s. And the score 127 for the loss of 8. And 128 now for the loss of 8.
And that gives confidence to a coaching staff as well, because now you can think about the balance of a team. If you can move your specialist wicketkeeper batsman to a higher position, say a number 6, then gives you the option of playing an extra bowler, especially on surfaces that are more friendly to bowlers. Maybe even in Boucher in St. Lucia, where you know that the balls normally bounce and seam around for a longer period, you can trust him to bat at number 6 and give you that extra bowling option. But it's good to see that the trust that Andre Coley has put in him so far is paying off in this inning so far, based on the approach he has taken.
Yeah, here is Shamar Holder as this one beats Nicholas Gordon outside the off-stump. Then he rehearses a cover drive that I think is absolutely beyond. It over comes to an end, and the score 128 for the loss of 8. Now, I'm just looking back at the Aldane Thomas situation. Aldane Thomas played the Super 50 tournament, and I believe one of the reasons why he held his place, one, he did get some runs. 2, he was able to open the batting, which allowed them, if it is that you can open the batting and wicket keep, it gives you an additional space
in the middle order.
Mm-hmm. But I just get the feeling that Andre Coley and the coaching staff for the Scorpions just wasn't 100% sure as to who they will start with behind the stumps in the opening game. Now, having gone to Trinidad and Tobago, having played the Red Force, he made 35 and not, I believe, in that game against the TNT Red Force. After making 35, you can't go and drop him. But with 4 and not, or not and 4, in the Windward Islands game, I think that was the time that...
So you'd have 39 runs in 4 innings.
Yeah, so I think that was the time that they felt that they had to make the decision now. And so far, Dennis Smith has looked decent behind the stumps, or even more than decent. And so far, in front of the stumps, has really looked good.
Indeed. He has really looked a notch above everybody else, maybe outside of John Campbell, who have batted so far for the Scorpions in this innings. With Jonathan Carter, another bowler he's going to face this morning.
And Jonathan Carter, the new bowler, his second delivery worked this one into the onside as Dennis Smith. And there is no run. 128 for the loss of 8. Now they're chipping away.
And it would do so much for his confidence as well if he gets to a half century. If he gets the time to get to a half century, especially with the approach Gordon has taken so far this morning, it's difficult to see him surviving another 20 deliveries for Simit to really progress.
So this one again, this one hitting Shane Dorwich on the hand, and I remember Shane Dorwich was out because of a similar situation, similar injury would have picked up playing for the West Indies. Good to see that he's okay.
Has some niggles, has been out for a couple of test matches with injuries that are muscular. He suffered a knee injury one at a time.
Yeah, and Smith driving this one comes off the outside part of the bat, goes to that deep backward point position. Jamel Warkan does the fielding.
And especially with the West Indies not playing another test series until England next year, I think, before South Africa gets here. He needs to put in some more work because there isn't a lot of cricket after the 4-day competition. There's not a domestic list day competition after that. So it's about what you produced in the 4-day competition that you're going to be selected on. But I think Shane Dorich at this stage is the West Indies' best wicketkeeper batsman. May not be the best glove man because many would still have Dennis Ramdin as the best wicketkeeper in the Caribbean based on his qualities shown in recent times. But Dorich has really done well in front of the stumps of the West Indies.
Has indeed done well. Couple of centuries as well. Made some runs here at Sabina Park for the West Indies. They'd save a test match against India. Along with Roach and Holder
and Roston Chase
made 130 odd in that game as the over comes to an end. And the Jamaica Scorpions 129 for the loss of 8, and they're now maybe about 20 minutes away from the scheduled lunchtime break. You get the feeling if the Jamaica Scorpions lose another wicket here that the end would not be far from now. But if these two bat until lunch, and the Jamaica Scorpions would feel much more confident as they try to reduce the Barbados Pride's lead to a manageable total.
And I think the Pride will be a little bit disappointed if they don't get all 10 wickets before the luncheon interval because Holder will continue here.
Yeah, this delivery to Dennis Smith just had a wild go at and then was very disappointed in himself. Saying that he should have left that delivery alone, and I thought that he certainly should have. If anything, Dennis Smith has entrusted his batting partners, Marquina Mindley and Nicholson Gordon, to survive against this Barbados Pride bowling. He hasn't been forming the strike. And you haven't seen him go into that gear where he's looking to get quick runs. Here's Holder bowls to Smith, who is behind it, defends it very well into the offside. There is no run.
Indeed, and he looks very, very comfortable against the Pacers so far. Maybe a change of spin would see something different, but at the moment he's coping quite nicely with what Shamar Holder has to offer. Kemar Roach beat him a couple of times outside the off stump, but other than that, he has been very, very solid. As I was saying about the Pride not dismissing the Scorpions before lunch, I think they will be a little bit disappointed because they took 6 wickets in less than a session yesterday, and they'll be hoping that this morning would have been done already to probably have Craig Brathwaite and Shane Mosley at the crease.
Yeah, but so far the Jamaica Scorpions, and you think for every over that the Jamaica Scorpions bat, there's another 69 left after this in the day's play. For every over that the Jamaica Scorpions bat, you get the feeling that the Barbados Pride, their kind of enthusiasm that they brought into the second day is dipping ever so slightly. Here's Shamar Holder once again to bowl to Dennis Smith, another in-swinger. And Dennis Smith keeps it out on the front foot. And the bowler does his own fielding.
You could see that in-swinger coming from a very, very long way. It came from way down because Holder is so tall. He's almost 6 feet 3 inches tall. From where I'm sitting here, the ball is coming from a very long distance to a short Dennis Smith and was tailing back into the middle and leg stumps, but well dealt with by the wicketkeeper batsman.
Shamar Holder again. Number 14 is back. And another one that cuts Dennis Smith in half. That one nipped back a whole lot. And Dennis Smith didn't get back to it. Lucky enough for him. That was a good delivery. Indeed,
and you can see that Holder really understands the 4-day game and is understanding how to bowl at this level. You beat a batsman with a good delivery. You don't stand and dwell on it. You just get back to your mark and think about how you're going to get him out, and that is what he just did. And as he's into bowl again.
There is once more this one again, but back of a length delivery that Dennis Smith keeps, so over comes to an end. And it's 129 for 8, which means it's a maiden over from Shamar Holder. Smith is there on 31, Nichols Gordon on 6. The partnership is worth 14 and 129 on the board, which means the Jamaica Scorpions, they've taken the Barbados Pride lead down to 90 runs now.
They trail by 90, and thinking if they could get to lunch with about 80, 85, 80 thereabouts, you think about getting to closer to 70, and then you get to 60, and then probably a 50 run really. You're still going to be disappointed because 219 is not a very imposing.
Yeah, you should have a lead. Having bowled out a side for 290. Jonathan Carter continues. This one, full delivery outside the line of the off-stump. Nichols Gordon allows it to go through. There is no run. Now, Nichols Gordon has to be wise, has to be smart here, because this is another moment where the Jamaica Scorpions morally has taken another point from the Barbados Pride, because there's long on, long off. There's a deep backward square, fine leg, 2 slip. There's a short, almost a short third man. There's a backward point and a man at cover, which means there's ton loads of space down the ground and on the onside that he can get off the strike.
But why would you have such a field for a pacer and not use one of your specialist spinners? You have Jamel Warrican, who is a West Indies spinner, and Ashley Nurse has some experience at the highest level.
And this one beats Nichols Gordon outside the off stump. His front foot went nowhere. I reckon that the Barbados Pride feel that the pitch is still kind of tacky underneath and the ball isn't coming through.
But that would still help the spinners.
I think that would help the spinners
because
as
it's
well.
still going to grip some more, especially with the sun coming onto it now. It'll dry a little bit more and the surface would almost be eroded.
This one is short and it's hooked. There's a man at fine leg. Kian Harding does the fielding. As well controlled by Nichols Gordon, kept it down.
Nicely played. That looked more of a batsman or something that a batsman would do. Ball outside the line of leg stump. It wasn't well directed by Carter, but Nichols Gordon got his body out of the way and rolled his wrist over that short delivery and played the ball down to fine leg for a comfortable single.
Here is Jonathan Carter again. This one a lifting delivery to Smith. Beats him outside the line of the off stump. There is no run. The field is much more condensed to Dennis Smith. 3 slip, backward point cover, mid off, mid on. And Kian Harding is again at... I'm just looking at Kian Harding at fine leg.
Looks to be struggling.
Yeah, his hands on his knees. He's bent over. A couple overs ago when he was at mid-on, it was a similar sight as another delivery, short, allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper. Now his left hand is rubbing his tummy, so I'm not sure if it's a situation where he's not feeling well. And now he's walking towards his dressing room, just having a word. I'm not seeing that he's going on.
He's speaking to the physiotherapist. He does if he has some stomach ailment at the moment, but he's going to carry on. He's moving to long on at the moment. He was off the field for a couple of minutes because Justin Graves came on. So hope everything is all right with the young man, a prospect. Strong action, quick bowler, hits the pitch very, very hard. Another good production from Barbados. Shamar Holder is a good prospect as well. I see him playing for the West Indies in the next 2-3 years if he continues on this trajectory, especially with the consistency he's had in regional cricket for the last 2 years.
Here's Holder, this one going through to the wicketkeeper at a nice height. There is no run. And then you have Shamar Springer, who would have played for the Jamaica Talawas in the CPL, who again is one of those players that, if from that under-19 team that won the World Cup in 2016.
Everybody had him as the next flashpoint.
Yeah, he was to be the one to matriculate into the West Indies senior team.
Indeed.
As Shamar Holder comes in once more. This one, another in-swinging delivery to Nichols Gordon, got to the inside edge. Onto his pads, and there is no run. But Shamar Springer has seen Alzari Joseph, Shimron Hetmeyer, Kemo Paul, all making the transition into the West Indies senior team. But he hasn't so far, and has had an injury and was out for a while. coming back. I think if anything, his bowling has gone off the boil. His batting is kind of suspect as well. Well, he was definitely one that a lot of persons felt would have gone on. Here's Shamar Holder. This one, another in-swinger, was back of a length. Nicholas Gordon was backing away, the ball followed him.
I'll be surprised if he survives this over, because he's opening up himself to carve the ball through the offside. And the balls from Holder, from the previous over to now, he has bowled 9 consecutive in-swingers, or the ball is just coming back off the surface. So Gordon has to be very, very much wary of what Holder is trying to do, or what is happening out there now. Probably needs to be a lot more compact in defense and try to come forward to deal with the swing of the ball rather than playing it from the crease off a length. Just get it a little bit fuller hold and you'll be in business here.
Here is, see if he listens to you. Shamar Holder over the wicket to bowl to Nicholas Gordon, who is, I want to say, on the front foot, but I'm not sure how he kept that out. But you have your own strategy as long as it's effective. Defends it into the onside and there is no run.
And as you even mentioned the Shamar Springer situation, Barbados just seem to turn out good quality all-rounders in all formats and all age groups, because now you have Naeem Young, who's been touted at the moment. He's performing well at the Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah.
Justin Greaves has some qualities as well. Raymond Reefer is another one. He has already gone over to the Guyana Jaguars now for their 4-day competition as their franchise player. So they have this knack of turning out quality all-rounders.
Yeah. And while they do, they've had some decent seam bowlers, some very good seam bowlers as well. With the Barbados pride, it's almost some of these players are surface to requirement, because you look at someone like Raymond Reefer, who has always been at the Guyana Jaguars, opens the bowling, left arm seam, bats well. But just probably can't seem to get into this team. You look at Stout, who was captain of the limited overs team.
Seeing him carrying the drinks
a couple seasons ago. So many players from this Barbados team. As this one goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. But then you look in this team, and you look at players like Ashley Nurse, who was recently got dropped from the central contracts on the West Indies. Jonathan Carter would have even played in a World Cup with the West Indies, limited overs cricket. So much. And it's always good to see, always very good to see.
And that still shows that there is still amount of I would say pride based on players coming through the ranks. There's still a lot of players coming through the Barbadian system, because they have produced most of the West Indies players in recent times.
Yeah,
the system is very, very good.
Here's Jonathan Carter. This one worked off the hips from Dennis Smith down to Kian Harding, and there is no run. If you look at other territories, and you see not a lot of persons coming forward, developing. Jerome Foster probably I need another eye. I was looking to see whether or not I was right. If it was indeed Sheldon Cottrell, as this one is defended into the offside and there is no run.
As lunch approaches, I think Dennis Smith has to be a little bit more mindful of the situation, probably take some more of the strike. Not saying hide or shield Nicholas Gordon, but you'd prefer to see the Scorpions 135 for 8 rather than 149 for 9 coming out after lunch. So maybe just take some more of the strike and see if you can wither away at this total.
Here's this one down the leg side. The Barbados pride, I believe the Jonathan Carter trial is probably an error. He can go on now and pick up 2 wickets and end this innings, but I'm not seeing any sort of threat from Jonathan Carter by either of these batsmen. Here he is once more to bowl to Nicholas Gordon. Another delivery that's short. Gordon allows it to go through. It passed maybe about chest high, just took his bat away. And if it is that you've brought on a bowler where you have to have mid-on, that's fairly deep. Mid-off, that's fairly deep. You had a short third man, a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. It means then that you probably shouldn't be having that bowler on when you have the likes of Jamel Warkan in your lineup, Ashley Nurse in your lineup.
Especially with Nicholas Gordon looking to swing to leg. Jamel Warkan is carrying the ball away from middle and off stump, or taking it towards the offside. So you'd want him to go against the natural angle of the ball, the natural spin and turn of the ball.
Here's Jonathan Carter, this one. Probably just seaming away from Nicholas Gordon. Allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and again, there is no run. So these overs that Jonathan Carter is bowling, 3 overs so far, no maidens, 3 runs, no wickets, which means he has conceded a run off each of his overs so far. Haven't been threatening overs by any stretch of the imagination.
They haven't been bad overs. They haven't been bad overs, but I just think to be more aggressive, or to be more having more of a killer instinct, I will be going. If I'm not bowling my premier fast bowler from that end, go to my premier spinner. They're also a part of the game. They can play a part, and especially with number 10 and 11, you can't have a medium pacer bowling with Shamar Holder, who hasn't really gotten the success this morning. I'm bowling in tandem.
Kian Harding has replaced Shamar Holder, and there's a half-hearted appeal as this one comes off the pads of Dennis Smith, leg by signal by the umpire now. The score goes up by 132 for 8. Smith on 32 and Nicholas Gordon on 7. And Kian Harding, I guarantee it will be some short stuff to Nicholas Gordon.
That's one of his trademarks. He hits the pitch he bowls a very, very heavy ball, as they would say. The ball hits the bat very hard. Normally hits the neck of the bat. Tell you his length. He's not really into pitching it up and seeing the balls pass his ankles. Nice talent, Kian Harding.
And there's long on in place in case Nicholas Gordon wants to go down the road. This one a short delivery that Nicholas Gordon ducks under and then bounced just in front of Shane Dowrich, who took that one on the body. So he's not just roughing up Nicholas Gordon here, he's also roughing up his wicket keeper.
Indeed, nasty bounce there for Shane Dowrich. He did well. Did what the textbook told him to do, get his body behind it. If the gloves aren't good enough, the body will stop it. Did enough not to concede a bye. One of the worst things to do as a wicket keeper. Annoying at times.
You
well
sound
done.
as if you're a wicket keeper. Here is Kian Harding to bowl to Nicholas Gordon again, another short delivery, and Nicholas Gordon ducks under. Nicholas Gordon is actually a coach. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. He coaches, I think the kid attends St. Peter and Paul, if I'm not mistaken. Saw him in the nets a couple of times. But surprisingly, he wasn't teaching him how to bowl. He was teaching him how to bat, which is very, very strange based on how he sets up at the crease at the moment. But he's doing well. He has now changed his approach. He has been a lot more circumspect. He's being more watchful, leaving alone the deliveries that are not in his scoring areas.
Here's another one. He takes this one on the body. No run taken as the ball goes down to fine leg, because he wasn't trying to get out of the way of the ball. He wasn't trying to play the ball, just took it on the body.
Indeed. That
There
would
is
signal a dead ball.
no run. Now, explain to me, Jerome Foster. If it is that you don't play a shot, you're not trying to get out of the way of the ball, and the ball hits your body, and it goes anywhere on the field. If you don't run, it's a legal delivery, but if you take a run, it's a dead ball. Here is Kian Harding to bowl. This one a full delivery, almost Yorker length, when in the end it was a low full toss that Nicholas Gordon keeps out into the cover region, and there is no run.
Because the batsman will be benefiting from not doing anything. There was no intention to score a run, then you can't be given a run.
So
you're almost taking away bowlers
what
out of the game.
happens to the dead ball? Do you have to re-bowl that?
No, you don't. No, you don't. It's just dead because the batsman is not supposed to take a run, or not supposed to be guaranteed a run.
Kian Harding to bowl to Nicholas Gordon was having a big wipe at the delivery outside the off stump, and there is no run. The over comes to an end, because what the umpire is basically saying to you is that if you try to take a single then because you're almost penalizing the bowler. You're the batsman, you didn't take a run. You didn't try to play a shot. You didn't try to evade the ball. And then you want to take a single. So I understand. But it has always been strange. If you don't take a run, it's a legal delivery. But if you take a run, it's a dead ball. I don't think it's a dead ball. It's a signal. I just think that the umpire is saying no run.
Well, maybe they should just change the name of that signal. But now we see Jamel Warkan coming into bowl. 3 overs late, in my view.
With 2 minutes to the lunchtime interval, of course, if he picks up a wicket here, they will extend the time by 30 minutes. But even with 2 wickets down here,
and the 87-run lead for the Pride. I think he's under no pressure. He's bowling to numbers 7 and 10 at the moment. But Dennis Smith has looked really, really good. 32 from 85. Let's see how he shapes up against the spin.
Jamel Warkan now as this one. Dennis Smith onto the front foot and defends it. The number 7 batsman, Dennis Smith, just looks like the number 1 player in the Jamaica Scorpions team in this innings.
And he's really conscious about getting runs, because even that delivery. Yes.
It was onto the front foot again, a full delivery onto the front foot, defense into the cover region, and again there is no run. There's long on, long off in place. There's a deep backward square. There's a man at cover that's deepish, and then there's extra cover as this one is worked down to a fine leg region. They go through for 1. They should turn for the second. They do. Kian Harding does the fielding. It was a wayward throw, to say the least, over the head of the wicket keeper.
Yeah, poor return there from Harding, but that was an arm ball from Warkan, almost sneaked between bat and pad. Luckily for Smith, he got this bat down in time. What I was saying was, even the first delivery of the over, Smith was still inclined to take a single, knowing it was the last over to lunch.
Here's Dennis Smith. Swish hits that one straight to Jonathan Carter in the cover region, and there is no run, and at extra cover.
And Warkan is almost as if he has changed his action, coming a lot lower, almost a round arm action at the moment.
This one worked down to long on. They go through for 1. Interesting no, because I definitely wouldn't give Nicholas O'Gordon a deliberate to face from Jamel Warkan, knowing that the lunchtime interval is right around the corner. They're going to get another player under the bat of Nicholas O'Gordon. And what they have done is that they've kept long on and long off in place, which means that if it is that he's going to try and go over the top, and they do have protection on the boundary.
Well, Warkan has called up the man at long off.
Yeah, so long off comes into a mid-off position. The man at fine leg comes into a mid-wicket position. There is a silly point. There's also a forward short leg, as this one back of a length, and negotiated well by Nicholas O'Gordon. The bails are taken off, which means it's lunch here on day number 2 of this third round fixture between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. Now, the Barbados Pride, being asked to bat on day 1, would have made 219. That's what they made for being dismissed. And the Jamaica Scorpions, in response, came into the second day at 53 for the loss of 6 wickets. They lost John Campbell for 26, Orain Williams for 3, Brandon King for 3, Jermaine Blackwood for 1, and Kumabona Knott, Rothman Powell for 6 in the final session of the opening day. And then Derval Green, 25, was the first wicket to go, being caught off the bowling of Kian Harding by Craig Brathwaite, making 25. 49 he had to put on with Dennis Smith. Then Markina Minde was caught Asheners off the bowling of Kemar Roach. He was caught at slip. He made 9. And Nicholas O'Gordon is there, not out, and 7. and Dennis Smith on 32. The Jamaica Scorpions losing 2 wickets this morning. Derval Green went with a score 102. It was 102 for 7, and then it became 115 for 8 when Markina Minder was dismissed. The bowling for the Barbados Pride so far: Kemar Roach 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37. Shamar Holder 16 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 45. All 5 wickets coming on the opening day. Kian Harding 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. He got the wicket of Derval Green this morning. Jonathan Carter 3 overs, no maidens, none for 3. And Jamel Warkan has bowled his first over, 1 maiden, 1 over, no maidens, none for 3. So the Jamaica Scorpions, they go into the lunchtime interval at 1:35 for the loss of 8. Dennis Smith is there on 35. Nicholas Gordon on 7. That's the latest here at Sabina Park. So they break for lunch. So in another 40 or 38 minutes or so, we will rejoin you with action from the second session on day number 2 between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride here, beautiful sunshine in Kingston, Jamaica at Sabina Park.
Very good afternoon and welcome to the post-lunch session, day 2 of what could still turn out to be an enthralling game between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. The Scorpions at the moment 135 for 8, with Nicholson Gordon and Dennis Smith to continue to soldier the fight. These two have added 20. Smith has batted very resolutely, very stubborn, and has so far scored an unbeaten 35. Nicholson Gordon has stuck around. He's on 7 at the moment. 135 for 8 represents a much better position than the Scorpions were overnight. 53 for 6. And my maths tells me that 53 from 100 is 47 plus 35. Can you help me out there, Renato? 47 plus 35 is 82. So the Scorpions would have added 82 runs this morning or over the morning session for the loss of only 2 wickets. And you feel that they certainly would have taken that morning session. But the Barbados Pride will want to feel that they can do something about it, and Harding will start this afternoon's proceedings. A wide ball, beat the keeper, beat the slips, and they've taken 1. That should be signaled a wide, I think. I think the umpire will signal byes, which is what he does now. But surely that should have been a wide. It pitched, I would think, somewhere close to the return crease. And Renata Brown will just sit in for a while. But Renata, that was wide. I mean, they got the extra, which was a wide, but surely that, which was a bye, but surely that should have been a wide.
Yeah, it should have been a wide. Wasn't called by the umpire, but a poor start from Kian Harding. And we definitely said that Kian Harding has looked to struggle this morning, was crouching, hands on knees at one occasion or a couple of occasions. So we know what he can do. I'm
going to ask you something about the tactic of the Jamaican batsman after a while. Ducking away is Nicholson Gordon. Dennis Smith is on 35 not out. Nicholson Gordon has shown that he can hang around, but he has no pretensions to being a batsman. Would you take a single off the first ball at this stage?
Well,
were you Dennis Smith?
As Jerome Foster gets set to take my place, what Nicholson Gordon has shown since this morning is that he's not going to get out. Whether it's his doing or it's the gods of cricket that's doing it, he's not going to get out. So right. Dennis Smith trusts him.
All right, so here is Harding to bowl to Gordon, and Gordon he was trying to undrive, and then at the last minute decided that the undrive wasn't on, coming off the inside edge and onto the pads, and he survived, as Renata Brown says, somehow he survives a delivery there, Jerome Foster.
Other than his first 5 deliveries this morning, Nicholson Gordon has really changed his approach, has been a different way about surviving. He was trying to bludgeon every single delivery that was bowled to him earlier this morning. But since he was spoken to by Dennis Smith, he has really tried to occupy time and space at the wicket.
Harding to bowl to Nicholson Gordon. Down the leg side, he manages to get bat on that, out towards fine leg, and in swinging Yorker. He dropped the bat down, came off the inside edge and down to fine leg. So no, it's a leg by. I thought that there was some bat on that. I would have been fooled, but leg by signaled. Now 136 for 8. Gordon doesn't add to his 7 before lunch.
Yes, sharp in-swinging delivery there from Kian Harding. I'm impressed by his pace. He keeps bowling at around 85, 86 miles per hour consistently. Action, not one of the most smooths of action or the smoothest of actions, but he just ambles in and then generates pace from his run-up into the stumps. Dangerous delivery there. Luckily for Gordon, he survives.
Here is Harding bowls, and that's driven by Dennis Smith, but straight to that man at that short cover. Are you surprised that they haven't used Jamel Warwick a little bit more?
Yeah, I was disappointed that Jonathan Carter actually bowled ahead of him, because I think that he's one of your main weapons in this team, and he would have been bowling more overs to the tail ender in Nicholson Gordon. I wouldn't classify him as a lower order batsman based on how he sets up, but he's doing the job at the moment, and I think Warwick would have got more confidence bowling 4 overs before lunch rather than just 1.
All right, so here is Harding again to bowl to Smith, and he's driving and missing. not coming down with a vertical bat. Was trying to maybe just a square drive through cover point, missed it entirely. End of the first over after lunch. Harding completing his 10th over. Was taken 1 for 29, and Gordon will face. He's on 7. Dennis Smith at the other end is on 35. It's 137 for 8.
And Warwick will continue from the Michael holding in. Just bowled that 1 over before lunch. But that delivery from Harding just now was almost a surprise element for Dennis Smith, because most of Harding's deliveries to him prior to that, they were short back of a length deliveries, forcing him back on the stumps. But then that one was floated up outside the off stump, inviting the drive, and he missed out on the opportunity. Wasn't the greatest of deliveries, but good tactic from Harding to change the course of delivery there.
All right, so it's going to be Warwick again, and this one is punched. Hit the man at Silimidaf in his back as he turned around. You wouldn't call that a chance, would you? It went in the air, hit him on the full, but by then his back was turned, and the ball dropped down in front of him, no run.
And he's disappointed with Warwick because that was a long hop. It was a bad delivery. Shamar Brooks is still remonstrating with Warwick that you can't allow him to kill me here.
Right. He turned his back as Gordon went into the drive. Gordon is forward, pushing out towards extra cover. Looked fairly solid behind that.
Indeed. Nice on forward there. Good length delivery from Warwick. Not a lot of flight on his deliveries.
Around the wicket he comes to Gordon, and Gordon leaves alone outside the off stump. This was fairly close, but we are working with Jerome Foster's philosophy that once it doesn't hit timber, it was a good leave.
Indeed.
Here is Warwick, and forward comes Gordon. Squeezes it out, square on the offside, can't score. And there.
A no ball there.
No ball signals as well.
Well, that's really shocking, especially for a spinner.
Was it a no ball, or was he saying to the square leg that there's 5 to go? Here is Gordon, plays forward. Their appealing is given him. Nicholson Gordon stands looking at the umpire in disbelief. It won't help you, Nicholson Gordon. The umpire has raised the dreaded finger. And yeah, it was a no ball that was signaled. Gordon goes. We're just going to have a look here, Jerome, at the replay, and
it's almost as if there was an inside edge, because let
me just have a look at this.
No, that's dead.
That's dead.
That's a very good decision from umpire Christopher Taylor. Plumb in front from Nicholas Gordon. His bat didn't come down in time with the movement of his front foot. The ball cannon into his front pad, adjacent with the stumps. And especially with modern day cricket, the umpires are inclined to give that out, despite the lunge forward. He might have felt that the long push forward would have saved him, but no, that was straight, headed towards.
He pushed down the pitch as opposed to across. And
exactly.
he was, I think, playing for the ball to spin across him, which it didn't do.
That was almost an arm ball from Jamel at work.
On second thoughts, it may have very well have been a good decision.
So good decision there from Christopher Taylor. And now that comes back to my point about the captaincy and the decision of Craig Brathwaite. Maybe he would have been the man batting at this moment had he given Jamel Warwick the ball earlier.
I just didn't see why Jamel Warwick had to wait 40 odd overs before he got a chance to trundle.
Exactly, and with 2 right-handers batting, it's not as if he's bowling to a left-hander with 2 left-handers, which would make it a lot easier for the batsman to play.
Patrick Harty, the last man for the Scorpions, steps out. His first delivery, he's forward, looking very competent. And there are 2 slips, and there's a man at Silimidaf, forward short leg. They are hemming him in. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. They are all fairly close in as well as Warwick on bowls, and the batsman is forward, but this time gets no touch. They're appealing for a stumping, but the umpire says not out.
Good over here from Jamel Warwick. A little bit disappointed with the pace of his deliveries. We wanted to see it a lot slower in the air, a lot more loop, but he seems to bowl at a lower trajectory, almost darting the balls in and getting it to slide on with the arm. He has already gotten a wicket in his second over, 1 for 4, and the Scorpions now are 138 for 9 and a long way back, 81 runs behind. the Barbados Pride 200 paltry, 219 to be exact.
What does Dennis Smith do now? He's on 35 not out.
Surely he can't run off the first run now.
Right.
First ball now.
You could have trusted Nicholson Gordon to face a few deliveries, but it's unlikely that he'll take a single of the first part of the over. Here's Harding now bowls to Smith. Smith is playing and missing. The ball coming back into him. He was aiming for a drive towards mid-off, but that genuinely came back through the gate, almost knocked the off-stump out. That was a good delivery that from Harding.
Indeed, late movement again from Harding. Ball pitched on about off-stump and tailing back. He didn't get the prodigious movement like the previous over with the Yorker to Nicholas Gordon. Had he gotten that, Dennis Smith would be back in the pavilion and the Scorpions total would be all over.
He's
with
definitely
a good
get
delivery.
the ball to swing and come back.
Indeed.
Over the wicket now, and Smith is leaving alone outside the off-stump, no run. A little difficulty for Dowrich behind the stumps, ball dying before it gets to him. Doesn't pick up cleanly.
Yeah, and that has been a consistent side so far in this game. A lot of deliveries have fell short of either wicket keepers, Dowrich and Dennis Smith of the respective teams. So maybe that's telling us that the pitch isn't as quick or isn't going to last as long as we think. Maybe this game will be over in day 3 based on how the balls have been carried. Not much overhead height or shoulder height.
Harding it is now to bowl to Smith. Smith is hit on the pad. This could be tight. The umpire's finger goes up and he's gone. LBW playing across the line. He isn't too happy, but that, if he didn't get some bat onto that was dead straight. And Smith's vigil has come to an end. Out for 35. The Scorpions all out for 138. And your thoughts on not just the decision, but Smith's innings?
Indeed, it's a good innings. Good innings coming to an end. It's almost as if he was forced to be a little bit more aggressive. Hence, he played around a straight delivery. Could have easily played that ball back along the pitch, but the desire and the situation of the game required him to be a lot more positive. Good bowling from Kean Harding. Ball coming in sharply into the stumps and hits Dennis Smith flush into middle stump.
All right.
In front of middle stump.
So I don't know if you want to provide some kind of summary here for the Barbados versus Jamaica Scorpions. Call it the second innings of the match, but the first innings for the Scorpions.
So the Scorpions, having bowled out the Barbados Pride for 219 in their first innings on Thursday's first day, they have been dismissed for 138. John Campbell, he went for 26. Orion Williams, he went for 3. Brandon King made 3. Jermaine Blackwood went for 1. And Nkrumah Bonner only lasted 7 balls for his duck. Rovman Powell played a loose shot for 6. Dennis Smith, the last man out there, for 35. Derval Green, he made a cameo of 25. Marquina Minley, 9 from 23. Nicholson Gordon went to Jamel Warrican for 7 from 39 balls. Patrick Harty Jr., the not-out batsman, on naught. So the wickets fell at 26, 30, 32, 39. So the Scorpions at one stage, they were 39 for 5 when Nkrumah Bonner went. Then Rovman Powell went at the score for 53 for 6. And that's where the game resumed at this morning. So they added another 86 runs today. Derval Green falling at 102 for 7. Marquina Minley at 115 for 8. Nicholson Gordon and Dennis Smith falling with the score at 138. Kemar Roach, 2 for 37 from 13 overs. Shemar Holder, 5 for 45 from 16 overs. Kean Harding, 10.2 overs, 1 for 29. Jonathan Carter, 3 unnecessary overs in my books, 3 overs, no wickets, no maiden 3 runs. And Jamel Warrican, both 2 overs, 1 for 4. So the Barbados Pride, after making 219, after being 50 without loss, they have bowled out the Jamaica Scorpions for 138 for a lead of 81. And we will resume shortly with the second innings of the Barbados Pride.
150 plus 80 yard.
Yeah, and then 150 if them pass.
Barbados don't look at them blood to bottom either. This one with them got in the first innings.
Yeah, but them still have even 80 yard.
Well, look what them man have to get to
Still
them.
open again.
The 80 yard first innings lead come blood.
Yeah.
Worse.
And worse. 80 yard lead them no.
Roger, you used to play cricket.
I'm going to school book down 20 yard anyway.
And the total miss out.
Can't score at 80. No, 22. I'm a wicketkeeper batsman, sir. Wicketkeeper will carry a bat.
You're gonna keep. You must have been a brilliant keeper.
Very good, so when you post I write down, when I make 5 bucks in a row, what, we never look good. We don't say you'll get that from. 5 bucks I look good. I know I said you're going to so I'm going to tell a story all in life. I didn't have to say I pulled the police in the matter. I can't say you're going to do that.
But tell you have me after that.
Okay, I bet man with 5 bucks I look good with that. I said you're mad, man. And I'm what was the time police is that ever?
All right, so welcome back to the second innings of the Barbados Pride team. They have an overall lead of 81. And yours truly, Orville Higgins, here with Jerome Foster. Clearly, the plan, Jerome, is for the Pride to bat until the close of play, with the better part of 60 overs to come. If they score 3 and over, they should be leading by 180 plus 80. So they're looking somewhere to get between 250 to 270 lead
by the end of the day.
By the end of the day, with, I would say, maybe no more than 4 or 5 wickets down.
But you, in the real scheme of things, you'd expect them to, or want them to bat these 2 sessions, as well as 2 more sessions tomorrow, to be in total control of the game, to give themselves 4 sessions to bowl out the Jamaica Scorpions.
So, on the other hand, the game plan for the Jamaica Scorpions is simple. Knock over Barbados Pride for as little as possible. I don't think the Scorpions would want to be chasing too much beyond 250 in their final innings.
Definitely, and with the pitch behaving the way it has so far, a lot of balls not carrying through, indifferent bounce. You'd think that anything over 250 would be a little bit too much, but again, the Scorpions have shown the qualities in the second innings to bat long. They did it in Trinidad, they did it here to make 404 against the Volcanoes, after being dismissed for 179, I think. So they're still in the game if it goes down to their batting in the second innings.
First ball, Minley to Craig Brathwaite. That one swung into him, and off the inside edge out towards backward square. So that's the first run of the Barbados Pride second innings. A tentative push that by Craig Brathwaite that took the inside edge and went out towards backward square. So Barbados Pride in their second innings now 1 without loss. And first run to Brathwaite.
Indeed, and at least Captain Campbell still believes he's in this game. 2 slips, a gully, no man on the boundary except the fine leg. It's surprised you're not seeing your favorite deep point at the moment.
I am completely happy with that.
Yes, so he's still trying to get wickets. And it's understandable. Getting wickets early now can really set the cats among the pigeons here, because remember the Pride, they didn't look so good in their middle order. They fell cheaply. They lost about 4 wickets for 40 runs or so.
Minley to Mosley. Mosley's confidently in behind that, plays up towards Medan.
But these two did put on 52 runs in the first innings, so good partnership being built here could really take the game away from the Scorpions.
So the Pride definitely in the ascendancy at the moment. They are effectively 82 without loss in their second innings. And the Scorpions will have to be right on top of their game. They wouldn't want to be chasing, like I said, much beyond 250 on a pitch that is already showing signs of assisting the fast bowlers. That one was outside the off stump and left well alone by Mosley through to the keeper.
And what Captain Campbell would also want from his main bowler here in Marquina Minley, his main fast bowler, is that pick up wickets with the new ball. He hasn't done so.
Is Marquina Minley his main fast bowler?
I would think so.
Not Derval Green?
No, I don't. Well, Green has taken most of the wickets so far this season, but I think that Minley is the main bowler in the team, or is the first choice seamer in the team.
Minley runs in and bowls. That's driven. I take exception. I think if you look at the 2 records, and your generation is the Google generation, I think, and this is now just me on a hunch, I think if you look at both records, you may very well find that Derval Green, as a regional fast bowler, has a better 4-day record than Minley. Is it something that we could check though?
We can. I will. Right. During the course of.
And if you win the argument, this one is played back out towards Medan. Let's say if Minley has proved
you remember
to have the better
Minley
record.
Had a very good season last year.
He took 28 wickets.
Indeed.
But I understand from what I was told yesterday is that he only has 60-something wickets. Overall in
3 years of cricket, 3 years of
first-class cricket. So if we're talking about on form from last season to this season, then I agree with you. You win hands down. But if we're talking about overall career, it might be a little tighter. Minley it is to bowl to Mosley from over the wicket. And that's a good delivery. He played forward with Mosley. Edge nearly found. but didn't. That threw to the keeper. Good bouncing delivery. Most the fished at it. Didn't get the touch.
Yeah, good delivery there to end the over from Marquino Minley. That one touchdown on about off stump and continued with the angle. Defeated Shane Mosley outside the off stump. Was almost trying to poke at that delivery. Wasn't close enough towards it. Luckily for him, it didn't take the edge. Yeah. So the Pride, they are 1 without loss after the first over. Effectively 82 without loss. And we'll see Nicholson Gordon coming from the Michael Holding end. Surprising that he has the new ball.
Yeah, not Derval Green. I feel Derval is carrying a slight niggle. I got that feeling yesterday. But let's see.
This was also the method employed yesterday by the Scorpions.
Right.
Because Green was the first change yesterday.
So it's Gordon who will start from the Michael Holding or George Headley stand end. And Brathwaite is pushing that one out towards Medan and can't score. Shortish delivery. And he was on the back foot and punched it out towards Medan. There's already some indication of movement. We saw it definitely towards the back end of the Scorpion innings. And certainly that delivery from Nicholson Gordon came back fairly sharply. And well played though by Brathwaite. Here's Brathwaite again, as that one is worked out towards backward square. Ball on the pads. And that just tucked around to backward square.
And that's a very important position for Craig Brathwaite as well, the man behind square, because he gets majority of his runs in that vicinity. So having Patrick Harty almost 10 yards to the right off the square leg umpire is cutting off a source of income in terms of runs for Craig Brathwaite there.
I agree with you on that one completely. Here is Gordon now, and that one is tucked again up towards mid-on. Again, some inward movement from Gordon, who's looking to pitch the ball up and to, certainly the first part of this over, angling it in towards Brathwaite. Haven't seen anything leaving the bat just yet.
And he's just back off a length at the moment, not really getting enough movement off the air in the surface, off the surface, sorry.
Here is Nicholson Gordon. That's cut directly to the man at backward point. So it was short, and Brathwaite was cutting it nicely. And you're nodding your head for something there, Jerome.
So after 31 games, Marquino Minley, including this game, so this game would be his 32nd. He would have 67 wickets at the first class level because he took 4 wickets in the first.
At what rate?
At 27.7. Well, his average is 27.7.
Right, we're coming back to that. Minley now bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite drives in the air, and he's caught. Is he? Yes, caught at cover. A diving catch by Rovman Powell. He went fairly similar in the first innings, and the woes of Craig Brathwaite continues, driving straight to the man at cover, who took a nice catch, a little tumbling catch. I thought he made it look more difficult than it really was. But Craig Brathwaite out in similar fashion. I think he was out LBW in the first innings, but he was playing a similar type shot,
indeed,
trying to hit over the top. And the Barbados Pride has lost Brathwaite, and it is now 1-1.
And I dare not question the hunger of Craig Brathwaite, but I don't think he has shown the same amount of quality or the amount of comprehension of the situations of both innings so far, because in the first innings he had the Scorpions where he wanted them to be, trying to force the initiative and get him out. Now the team is in a very, very dominant position. There's no need for him to be playing forceful drives or forceful shots. That's not in his DNA anyways, and to play a shot like that is very disappointing. But you have to give credit to Nicholson Gordon. He stuck to his task. He was bowling on and about off stump, hitting the pitch hard, forcing the deliveries, forcing the batsman to play at every single delivery. That ball was short of a length, wasn't full enough for the drive, and Brathwaite, a disappointing shot, pushed the ball to the man at extra cover, well, wideish mid-off, and he took a tumbling catch. Good catch from Rovman Powell, and a good breakthrough here for the Scorpions at 1-for-1. and maybe opening up the doors here for a collapse for the Barbados spread, who struggled in the first innings to get partnerships together.
Shamar Brooks is the new batsman who plays a nice forward defensive shot to Nicholson Gordon. And that's played up towards mid-off. So the decision not to open the bowling with Derval Green certainly has paid off. Nicholson Gordon, who took 2 for 28, I think, in the first innings, got a wicket within his first over here. The important wicket of Craig Brathwaite, who's continued to struggle this season. He's been struggling generally for a while, to the point where one or two people are suggesting that his test game for the West Indies may be a little doubtful. You don't agree, Jerome Foster?
No, I don't think so. I think he has struggled for the last 18 months, though. That is fair. But
Right.
I don't think there are enough players in the region showing that appetite to really replace him at the level. He still has some qualities. I think he just needs to go back to what suits his game and what's best for him, which is negotiating the early overs and nudging and nerding around, rather than forceful drives and forceful shots.
Here is Mosley facing up to Minley with a delivery that has some pace on it, but it was well outside off stump, through to the keeper. And no run. 1 for 1, effectively 82 for 1, because the Barbados Pride started with an 81-run first innings lead.
Yeah, and mainly concentrating on and about off stump, getting nice angle and movement with the ball going towards the slips at the moment. And Mosley wasn't at his best in the first innings with balls going across him, even though he made 64.
Minley bowls, and that's steered out towards the backward point region by Mosley. Genuinely opened the face as the ball slanted across the left-hander from the right-hander bowling over, and steered it out towards backward point. He gets off the mark with that. It's now 2 runs for 1 wicket. Brings Shamar Brooks to face his first delivery from Minley.
And even if we go back to the Craig Brathwaite situation, remember, this is a man who has played 59 test matches. 800s, 1750s.
Yeah.
In the region now, I don't think we have a capable batsman to replace him with these type of figures.
But I'll come back to that. Minley bowls, and that's a good delivery. Shamar Brooks is well and truly beaten. That's one of the few deliveries that has left the right-hander. Played forward, played the line to a delivery outside of stump. It shaped away beautifully through to the keeper. And too good to hit the edge of Shamar Brooks' bat.
Yeah, beautiful delivery indeed from Marquino Minley. That one slanted in to the stumps, and then at the last minute, Brooks playing for the ball to come towards him, and then he just darted away past the outside edge. Luckily for him, didn't take it through to the wicket keeper.
Here is Minley again, and Brooks is forward. This time it's again well pitched up. Didn't quite have the late movement on that, and he played out on the offside. But there's no point in showing me Craig Brathwaite's overall career figures. You need to do what Janet Jackson's song says. What has he done for us lately?
But
And you yourself,
but
you have admitted that he struggled in the last 18 months.
yeah, but you still have to give him that amount of time to recover based on what he
18
has
months.
done before. Indeed, we'll get back to it.
Here is Minley bowls, and Brooks is leaving that. You give him credit for taking the bat inside the line, as it really just whizzed past the off stump, or maybe about where a 5th, 6th stump would have been. But Brooks played the line nicely, realizing that the ball was leaving him, and didn't follow it through to the keeper.
Yeah, I'm saying that his reputation and what he has done before gives him that amount of time in the team.
And
remember, we're not playing 18 consistent months of cricket
The
here.
question is, how much time?
Another 2 series.
Another 2 series. Can you find what he's done in the last 2-3 series? Minley bowls, and Brooks leaves alone, and that one threatened to come back, didn't come back big enough, and it's through to the keeper.
And remember, he's under new management now. He will be under new management, a new coaching staff now, and so on. So maybe.
The bigger question is, who would you replace him with?
And that is another.
I think that is the better argument, because while he's struggling, there aren't too many openers in the West Indies
maybe
that you could say.
Maybe Kyron Powell would come up for mention, and that is just going back to the old guard again.
Yes.
So
there aren't too many openers that you say are kicking the door down. But as a performer over the last few series, I think Brathwaite has
been
left
found
a lot
wanted.
to be desired.
Indeed, and that is a fair comment, to be quite honest. But I don't believe he's going to be dropped or should be replaced at this juncture. Give him time to work on his game. But if his modes of dismissals continue like this, then the questions need to be asked.
Mosley it is, drives towards Nicholson Gordon, who picks up in his follow through, trying to throw back at the striker's wicket, but the batsman was well and truly home, and Gordon in the end didn't throw or attempt to throw the stumps down. And we're looking at Brathwaite's figures not as a Barbados pride player but as a West Indies player, which is why we have an interest in what his scores are. Here is Gordon, and that's rearing from a length, hitting Mosley uncomfortably in the hip area. Gordon causing some problems here.
Indeed, sharp pace at the moment, getting the ball to bounce from an uncomfortable position, that, like almost an indecisive length. You don't know if to go forward or stay back. Good length, that is where you call a good length, and he's getting the balls to drag back. Also has a lot of pace on the ball. You want him to be a little bit more consistent here, not spray the ball down the leg side now, seeing that the batsmen are struggling to cope with him.
At his best, he does get the ball to do a bit at good pace. Here is he, Gordon bowls, and Mosley is again hit. This time he's looking at his elbow, the ball jumping from a length. This is going to be a difficult task for Barbados here. The pitch already showing signs of being a little tricky here, Jerome Foster.
Indeed, it looks a little bit too paced at the moment. Some of the balls are not coming through, some are rearing off a length, and then maybe because it's a brand new ball, hard into the surface, it gives that type of indifferent bounce. So just about getting the balls on the stumps at the moment and forcing Mosley, testing his defenses right through.
Mosley not comfortable as Gordon runs in and bowls to him again, and he's forward. This time, all good concentration, good technique, the ball hitting the middle of the bat up towards extra cover.
So last year,
yes,
Craig Brathwaite played 6 games, 12 innings, 1 not out. Highest score was 49 and 185 runs. That equates to an average of 16.8.
So Craig Brathwaite, the opener that can't be dropped, averaged 16 in Test cricket last year. And the year before that,
he averaged 24.
All right. And
So I did not say
here's
can't.
Minley. This one is Gordon, who is tucked around to backward square. So you're telling me
that he should not be dropped.
that you are not dropping a man who averaged 24
and 16 in the last 18 months.
and 16 in the last 18 months of cricket.
Because he has done.
I would like you to be
his
the
body of
selector
work-
when I'm playing.
No, his body of work suggests that he's good enough for this level. He's just going through a rough patch. You're not going
How
to
many
drop
Test
him.
matches did he play the year before last?
9.
9.
Yeah.
So in his last 15
So that's
Test
basically
matches,
3 series.
9 and
Technically
6
three series.
games. That's 15 Test matches. In 15 Test matches, he's averaging 20. This is almost bowling. Shamar Brooks stayed down. Oh, goodness me. Shamar Brooks played, I think he played outside it. The ball may have just come back through the gate, almost knocked the off stump out. May have gotten, well, the umpire is now signaling leg by, so there was some ball catching the foot. We'll just look at the replay here because it's interesting. Barbadian pride team here is struggling a little bit in this second innings. Let's just watch this delivery here, Jerome Foster. It was outside off stump. Shamar Brooks was trying to play defensively, just brushed the pad on its way through, nearly took the off stump out.
It's almost as if he was looking to leave and then he realized it was coming back. He was late on the ball, and then it's almost as if it kept low as well. Seemed as if it kept low as well. So luckily for Shamar Brooks, he survived. He should have been forward to that delivery in my view.
He was struck just outside off stump, which is why there wasn't a vociferous appeal for LBW, and he was playing.
He was playing a shot, so automatically
that saved him. But at 4 for 1, the Barbados Pride are looking a little iffy. That's 4 for 1 after 4 overs. Minley will start to Brooks, and Brooks getting a perler, pitching and leaving late. And the Barbadian Pride are having their fair share of issues. They have lost already the wicket of the West Indian opener, who can't be dropped, hitting to cover. And the 2 batsmen at the crease, Mosley and Shamar Brooks. really looking at 6s and 7s at the moment.
Nice testing spell here from both the Scorpions bowlers at the moment, Minley and Gordon.
Minley bowls, and that struck on the pad. I think there was some inside edge on that. And the batsman again in trouble. It was hit maybe a little high. He's rubbing that area of the thigh just above the pads. But almost with every delivery now, it seems as if a wicket could fall.
Indeed, and
or if another wicket could fall.
Indeed, and that one from Marquino Minley came back. The previous delivery went away, and it's almost as if it hit the inside edge of the bat onto the thigh, the inner thigh of Shamar Brooks, who is really struggling to cope with Minley at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Minley from over the wicket bowls to him, and he's hitting that back past the bowler. Was in the air for a little bit. He played on the up. Really no chance back to the bowler, but again, not the most convincing of shots. No run. And fielded by Ravon Powell at mid-on.
And Minley's asking questions of Shamar Brooks. Are you aware of where your off stump is at the moment, or are you good enough to have your bat well beside your front pad? Because he's targeting the stumps as well as shaping it away from the outside edge.
Minley again to Brooks. Brooks leaves. And ball didn't carry it to the keeper, Dennis Smith, who did very well. Getting congrats by, looks to be Blackwood at slip. Fell in front of him. Never the easiest thing for a keeper. That one was shaping away, but Brooks picked up the line well, left it outside off stump, no run.
Well done there to Dennis Smith. Looks very, very competent behind the stumps as well as in front of the stumps. That one difficult to take. A bowler bowling in the 80s, ball dying just before you is not the best of sides.
Here is Minley again to bowl to Brooks, and Brooks is playing forward. Good looking defensive shot. Ball angling away from him, took the outside half of the bat out towards gully, but he covered the line nicely. And the ball steered square in the offside, no run. Barbados Pride 4 for 1 after 4.5 overs.
And you can hear the few spectators that are here very, very loud cheering the fast bowlers on, because they are seeing the quality on display here with both Minley and Gordon. Both former centers were technical bowlers as well.
Minley, and that's another great delivery. Oh goodness, too good. Brooks played forward, the ball left him late. I don't think Minley would be very disappointed that there was no edge on that, but if there's anything as too good a delivery, then that was it. Pitched honorable off stump, forced Brooks to play the ball left late through to the keeper. And Renata Brown is here. Renata Brown is saying, what are you saying, Renata? You want me to do one more over? He says yes. And Renato is such a good guy that he'll buy a drink later as a token gesture for doing an over in the stint that he should have done. Of course, Jermaine Lanneman is also hovering in the wings to take over from Jerome Foster. It's going to be Mosley again with 2 slips and a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a man just behind the square leg umpire as well as long leg. Into bowl to Mosley from over the wicket. Mosley gets a short rising delivery, rode it well, certainly played that well, and dropped it down on the onside.
And the crowd is beckoning for a short leg at the moment, because Mosley's not dealing with the shortish deliveries too well at the moment.
I don't think it's a bad call from the crowd at all. They have been some balls jumping off a length.
You can maybe, but the problem is, where would he take the short leg from? Maybe the man at cover, but not a lot to see movement at the moment to have that area vacant.
Right. Here is Gordon, and that's hit him. They're gone for a run, and that, I tell you, is where a backward short leg would be. It would have gone directly to hand. Why weren't they listening to the spectator? I didn't think it was a bad idea. Neither did the spectator. And John Campbell, I thought, missed a trick there. We said it before the ball was bowled, so I'm not being wise after the fact. I'm usually wise before the fact, mind you. But I think that there was genuine case for a forward short leg. Mosley that time could have been in trouble.
But Campbell probably has the lead in his mind, but you have to take into consideration the current situation of the game as well.
Gordon bowls, and left alone by Shamar Brooks. Nicholson Gordon is certainly bowling well. He's getting the ball just off a length to move both ways. That one, if anything, just leaving the right-hander, but we have seen some coming in. And it's no surprise that he already has a wicket. He's bowled 2.2 overs, taken 1 for 2. So he's been bowling quite well.
And as his spell progressed, he has really gotten quicker as well and more consistent with his length. Hasn't really given away anything. He has only bowled one short ball, which was cut straight to point. Everything else has been accurate.
That one is dead straight. Shamar Brooks with a little nod of affirmation that it was a good ball. Played forward and out into the offside, no run. So it's a grand old contest here. Barbados Pride definitely in the ascendancy. They're leading by 81 plus 5, which is 86. And they'd be the happier of the two teams at the moment. But the Jamaican Scorpions coming back well here in the second innings. They've bowled brilliantly. They've already accounted for Brathwaite. And there have been some scary moments, some anxious moments for the Barbadian Pride batsmen so far. Gordon again to bowl, and that's pulled away out towards the man at long leg for a single. Just hooked away really. It was short rising, didn't seem to have the pace, almost ballooning to the batsman who swatted it around to long leg for an easy single.
Indeed. Surprise delivery there from Nicholas Gordon. The shortest delivery he has bowled all day. I was just trying to get Shamar Brooks to have second thoughts about coming on to the front foot, but he dealt with it nicely and got his first run off the match. Remember, he made a duck in the first innings. A very loose shot as well. Was caught in the gully by Brandon King, but now he's off the mark.
Mostly he's back, still no short leg. And this time he's playing nicely up towards cover, no run. End of the over from Gordon. 3 overs, 1 for 3. Barbados Pride 6 for 1. And few words from Jerome Foster, and then the erstwhile Renata Brown. I think there'll be a double change as well.
Yeah, good start to this, the second innings of the Pride. Third innings of the match. The Pride now 6 for 1, effectively 87 for 1, having dismissed the Jamaica Scorpions for 219 for 138 this morning in response to their first inning score of 219. Nicholas Gordon, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3. Marquina Mindley, who will start his 4th, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2.
Yeah, Marquina Mindley picking up things at the Courtney Walsh end. The full delivery. Shamar Brooks onto the front foot and eases it to the right of the man at mid-off, and they go through for the single. So Shamar Brooks now on 2, Shane Bosley on 3. The score is on 6 for 1. And of course, Shamar Brooks would have scored his first Test half century here at Sabina Park against a quality India attack. And Marquina Mindley looking to prize out the West Indies batsman. Has to bowl to Shane Mosley though. He's now around the wicket to bowl to the left hand, and maybe 3/4 ways into his run-up, Shane Mosley has pulled out, moved away because something behind the bowler was affecting him. So he'll have to reload. Does Nicholas Gordon, rather Marquina Mindley, 2 slip gully, backward point. There's the captain John Campbell in that extra cover region. There's mid-off, mid-on. There's a square leg, and there's a long leg in place as umpire Chris Taylor is trying to ensure that there's nothing unsettling the batsman behind the bowler. Looks to me that everything is okay now. Marquina Mindley at the top of his mark to bowl to the left-handed Shane Mosley around the wicket, deliver back of a length, gets the inside edge and gets it down there to the man at long leg. They go through for the single. Score now goes up to 7. Mosley's on 4, Shamar Brooks on 1.
Indeed, very hard task here for the Jamaicans to A, get back into the game, and B, to perhaps try to get a result in their favour. But nonetheless, it's cricket. The game, as we know, have glorious uncertainties. And at 6 for 1, effectively 87 for 1, we have seen teams catapult from those positions. So from a Jamaica point of view, they would think that they're still in.
Mindley again. This one on the line of the leg stump. It was on the hip of Shamar Brooks, who picked it off down to the man at fine leg and walks through for the single.
Conversely, however, it also means that for the Barbados Pride, they are thinking that, hey, this is a position that we can definitely enforce a winning result. They would want a target of what? 250, 300 runs to feel comfortable bowling on a wearing pitch and a Jamaica batting lineup that still seems suspect.
Yeah, here's Midley again. This one angled into the middle stump. That's flicked through mid-wicket by Mosley. They go through for one. Completes the second now. It's a long chase to the boundary for Nkrumah Bonner, or rather Patrick Harty Jr., and they will get 3 runs. So the thing about it, Jermaine, is that the Jamaica Scorpions so far has scored. They've had scores of 311 and 404 in their second innings. So they've proven to be a second innings team. So the Barbados Pride, they would really want to get anywhere in the region of maybe 350 plus. Set the Jamaica Scorpion team a good delivery, back of a length, seaming away from Shamar Brooks, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
I don't think 350. I think 300 should be enough on this wicket. Notwithstanding, you pointed out the Jamaicans having made 300 plus scores in their first 2 second innings fixtures. But this Barbados bowling lineup, Shamar Holder is in very good form. Kimar Roach is there, and their spinners are quite capable.
There's another delivery that's pitched and seaming away from Shamar Brooks, and again goes through to the wicketkeeper. They
both Warwickon and Ashley Nurse, so they do have the bowling armour, I believe, to defend 300 runs on this Jamaica turf.
Well, it's left to be seen. And see what will happen, even though we know the likes of Kimar Roach and Shamar Brooks, Kian Harding as well.
Shamar Holder.
Well, Shamar Holder, I'm not too convinced as this is pushed into the onside and there is no run about Ashley Nurse, although he's been proven at this level. But Jamel Warkan should surely play a big part in this game. Over comes to an end. The partnership 12. The score now is 13 for 1, with Shane Mosley on 7 and Shamar Brooks on 3. Shamar Brooks would have scored a second innings half century, what turned out to be a match-winning half century against the Jamaica Scorpions last season here at Sabina Park, against the likes of Nikita Miller. Akeem Fraser was also in that team, picked up a couple of late wickets, and they ended up winning by a wicket, the Barbados Pride, even though they had lost 8 wickets. The 9th wicket would have meant that they would have been bowled out because Jamel Warkan didn't play part in the game. Here's Nichols O'Gorner over the wicket to bowl to Mosley. That's a short delivery. Got some balloon bounce there, tennis ball bounce, and went through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
Yes, indeed. And of that previous over, Shamar Brooks starting to a little bit more comfortable. In the prior over, he was searching to the outswing of Minley. So gradually, you would want to say gaining in confidence. Mosley a little bit not smooth as he did in his first innings at the start.
Here's Nicholas Gordon again, another short delivery, and still there's no short leg, because I haven't seen Shane Mosley play the pull shot in this innings at least. So it could be worth something getting someone in close under the bat, maybe unsettle him a little bit, and you'll have to do that while Nicholas Gordon, who is now in his 4th over, still has the ability and the propensity to bowl sharp and short. Here he is to bowl again to Mosley, and deliver that full in length, wide outside the off stump, and goes through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run.
Yes, but as I said earlier, the same thing occurred in the first innings for Mosley. He didn't look particularly at ease during the early part of his innings, especially with that delivery going across him, as being bowled now by Nicholas Gordon. So here's an opportunity for him to perhaps, continued the fight because it was a fighting knock, and he ended up being the top scorer in the first innings.
Yeah, Nicholas Gordon again to bowl to Mosley. This one down the leg side. And it goes through to the wicketkeeper again. There is no run. Score remains at 13 for 1. Mosley on 7, Shamar Brooks on 3. The Jamaica Scorpions resuming at 53 for 6. Went on to make 138 all out.
Earlier there was a discussion between Jerome and Orville regarding Craig Brathwaite and his poor returns over the last 15 test matches for the West Indies, averaging just about 20. Your take?
Here's a straight drive, hits the stumps at the other end from Shane Mosley, and there is no run. That was very straight from him, but again the bat just coming from an angle. As far as the Craig Brathwaite situation is concerned,
he averaged 60 in the last year and 20, I believe, the year prior.
I'll answer it this way. If it is that there's an opening batsman in the region that's scoring runs consistently, and that you see with the ability to do well at the international level, play him. Here is another short delivery from Nicholas Gordon, and Shane Mosley ducking or swaying out of the way of that one. Over comes one, and a maiden over from Nicholas Gordon, and the Barbados Pride 13 for 1.
In light of that statement, though, are there any young openers or opening batsmen you see out there that perhaps should be given a run and ask Craig to come again?
There is none at this point from what I'm seeing, of course, and we're talking about not this season, but last season. I hadn't seen an opening batsman that was consistent. Once in Hodge got some scores, that was consistent, getting runs, looking capable, and getting runs with comfort.
From Leeward, you'd have Hodge and Powell. From Guyana, you'd have Chandrapal and Hemraj.
My thing is while Chandrapal Hemraj
Devon
is
Smith. And
I don't think Devon Smith should be added to the equation. He's been tried and tried again. There's a change in bowling now as Derval Green comes in. First delivery shaping away from Shamar Brooks, but it was too wide. The opening position, if you look at a lot of these teams, all 6 franchise, you see that they have a problem with their opening position. Probably not both, but one end, finding 2 consistent opening batsmen. While the Guyana Jaguars have found someone like Tejnara and Chandrapal, who continues. He has scored 3 half centuries so far, and another delivery from Derval Green shaping away from the right-hander. 3 half centuries so far in 3 games. Last season would have gotten some runs, but you question whether or not you want to pick someone who made 100 or 321 deliveries. So there's different factors. It's one, finding an opening batsman that's scoring runs in regional cricket. 2, must have or show the ability that they can succeed at the international level. As Derval Green comes in once more, and Shamar Brooks just had a push at that one, a delivery that pitched in line with off stump and then seamed away. Lucky enough for him, he didn't get the outside edge. Now, 1, consistent runs. 2, has the ability and shown the ability to achieve at international level. And 3, is someone that fits into the plan of the coach, whether it be an opening batsman that can probably score 60 runs per 100 ball or 50 runs per 100 ball as opposed to 16 per 100 balls. Here's another delivery from Derval Green, back of a length. Again, that shape from the right-handed seamer.
So how much more serious would you give Brathwaite?
Until you've identified someone who is scoring runs consistently at the regional level and shows the ability to succeed at the international level. You look what has happened over the past couple of seasons or a couple of years for the West Indies. You look at someone like Chandrika, who came into the West Indies side, and then just as quickly as he came in, he went out. Another back of a length delivery from Derval Green, and again beating the bat of Shamar Brooks. No run. Score remains 13 for 1. And you look also at someone like Kyle Hope, who was called into the West Indies side, played limited overs cricket for the West Indies, went to England and was just worked over in England opening the batting. Devon Smith came back into the West Indies setup again, just didn't look at ease at the international level. Derval Green again, this one is hit, was very full, wide of the off stump and hit through that cover region. And Shamar Brooks was able to come through for 2. He now goes to 5, score 15 for the loss of 1, with the over coming to an end. A decent over from Derval Green, 1 over so far, 2 runs coming off it, and the score is 15 for 1. The Barbados Pride in their second innings.
Kyron Powell, Chandapal Emerge.
Chandapal Hemorrhage, I knew, opened the batting in the limited overs series in India and also Bangladesh, I believe. Powell just kept getting dismissed the same way. And to spinners, as long as the spinner was on, he was running down the track, looking to have a heave, getting stumped. As we've tried Sunil Ambris, his international debut got dismissed the same way twice, stepping on his stumps. And then has looked out of sorts as Nicholas Gordon continues. Another delivery on the line of the middle and leg stump, worked into the onside by Shane Mosley, and there is no run. So it's not that the West Indies haven't tried opening batsmen. They have. It's just not happening for them. And you know, maybe you have to ask, try to convert Shea Hope into an opening batsman, but he's not scoring runs where he's already in Test cricket. As Nicholas Gordon comes in, this one outside the line of the off stump, it's pushed firmly down to mid-off, and there is no run.
The option of Shane Brooks moving up from number 3 to open.
Shamar Brooks to open. I'm not in agreement with that. I think
He used to be a solid opener during the early part of his career.
but he's just starting to settle now in that position. Got a half century against India, played against Afghanistan and scored a century away as well. So he's just starting to settle into that position. Here is Nicholas Gordon again. Mosley works this into the onside, into mid-wicket, and goes through for the single. 16 for 1 now, with Mosley on 8 and Shamar Brooks on 5.
So you're saying maybe in the interest of the team, putting Shamar Brooks to open would be a crime?
I am saying it would be a crime to Shamar Brooks, who is now settling into a role that he came into the team with. While you admit that Shamar Brooks was an opening batsman, it didn't take him to the West Indies setup. Here's a delivery that Shamar Brooks on cue punches back down the pitch, and it's picked up by Derval Green at mid-on, coming around to his left. So while he was opening the batting, he wasn't called in to the Test squad. It's when he started to bat in the middle order that he was called into the West Indies squad, simply because of his output. You don't now go and say, open in Test cricket, as he defends this one again into the offside, and there is no run. At the regional level, it's all fine, I'm with that, but at the international level, I would not sacrifice Shamar Brooks, who is now settling in. So that's my piece on it. It's Craig Brathwaite, who has scored runs internationally and hasn't been getting runs in the past couple of series. It happens. Here is Shamar Brooks going for the pull. He should be out here. Derval Green, a running catch. A short delivery. Shamar Brooks was looking to pull. from Derval Green. The drinks cart is on the park as well. But Jermaine Lanneman, you asked me the question, but you haven't answered the question yourself about Craig Brathwaite and your stance with him continuing to be included in the West Indies team.
Yeah, very much. I mean, he has earned his keep. He very much deserves another series or two at minimum to continue to prove that he still has what it takes, because we have seen it time and time again. Notwithstanding, certain players you do having stepped up and shown their ability, you do have time for them when they are going through a purple patch. It happened to Darren Bravo at times as well, and we have seen him come back. So Craig Brathwaite, still a class act at the regional level, and still has the ability to perform at the highest level. I will give him another series or two the most to prove. If his returns, however, were to be as poor as it was in the last two series, then we may have to chop and change and see what happens.
I don't necessarily call it chop and change. It's warranted if it is that he's not doing what is expected. But the thing about it is that what if he goes through this regional competition here and doesn't get runs? He finishes down the pack when it comes to getting runs, when it comes to opening batsmen getting runs, because I think they might weigh what he's doing against the other opening batsmen. What if it is that he scores less than 5 other opening batsmen in regional cricket? Do you still pick him for the next series, or do you now say, okay, Craig, rather than have you coming to international cricket with uncertainty around you, let's not pick you. You take the opportunity to go rediscover your form, and you give someone else the opportunity.
No, as I said, his international record speaks for itself in this case.
So even if
he underperforms here,
but what you're doing now is that you're taking some of the value off of regional cricket. If it is that at the end of the 4-day season, as Jonathan Carter is a new batsman, by the way, if at the end of the 4-day season he ranks 6th when it comes to opening batsmen, as this one beats Jonathan Carter outside the line of the off stump from Derval Green, if when they compare his output this season, at the end of this season, and he ranks 6th among opening batsmen in regional cricket, do you still pick him in the West Indies team for the next series? Indeed. Even though he's ranked 6th.
Indeed, his international stats, 59 matches. I mean, he averages currently 33 with 800s and 17 50s. He won't. I'm almost appointed to say that Craig will not be that abysmal of a player this season to not be able to continue the opportunity to regain his form at the international level.
No, I'm saying to you that it is possible.
Unlikely though.
That Craig Brathwaite could finish, let's say, 5th or 6th as the 5th or 6th best opening batsman.
He did score a half century in the last
at the end of the regional tournament. Mind you, it's still early. Anything can happen. My stance is a little bit different there. Here's Derval Green, a full delivery that Jonathan Carter pushes to the man at mid-on, and there is no run. My stance is a little bit different. If Craig Brathwaite finishes 5th or 6th best batsman in this season's regional tournament.
Opening batsman, you mean, right?
Opening batsman, not overall. Opening batsman, that is. Which could very much mean that in the grand scheme of things, he finishes outside the top 10 overall, because you have middle order batsmen getting runs. I am not going to pick Craig Brathwaite for the next series. Here is Derval Green, full delivery, and Jonathan Carter was trying to push it into the cover region, got the inside part of the bat and went behind square on the onside, goes through for the single, so he gets off the mark. And the score now 17 for 2.
Yes, Carter getting an opportunity here to perhaps do better. Not only perhaps, but do better than...
Likes playing against the Jamaica Scorpions as well.
Very much. I mean, I'm sure he may have 2 or 3 centuries here playing against the Jamaica team.
So that's where we differ as far as Craig Brathwaite is concerned, because I'm not going to gamble as Derval Green comes in, a delivery wide outside the off stump. Shane Mosley allows to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. No, I won't, and I call it a gamble quite loosely, with the fact that he hasn't been doing well internationally. Regionally, you come back, what you think or you know is lesser competition, still can't get runs, and you're going to pick him for another international series. What you're going to do is that you're setting him up, despite all his experience, you're setting him up to fail. It's Derval Green once more, because what if he goes on and fails? What you're going to do is that you're going to drop him for the series that follows that, and you don't know what that would do to his confidence. So it's better to say that you're on a poor run now, and we're going to allow you to get back to your form before we select you for the next international series. And we carry you back into an international series, and you fail again, and then we have to make a decision. At that point, the person that you're going to select from the pool of the top 5 other openers in regional cricket might very much not be in that form that they took from regional cricket.
If that question was posed to Craig Brathwaite, what would you prefer? Sit out the existing series or play the
No, I'm not going to pose that question.
But that's what I'm trying to say, that Brathwaite has earned the right for us to ask him that question.
I don't think so. Here is Nicholas Gordon. If I'm a selector, I'm not going to ask you if you're going through a tough spot.
Invariably, you know what I mean. You're not going to ask directly, but
no,
he deserves the opportunity.
I'm going to say to Craig Brathwaite, if he finishes 5th or 6th best opening batsman after this regional tournament, I'm going to say to Craig Brathwaite, Craig, you're going through a tough period. I'm going to allow you to rediscover your form. And so this one beats.
As a West Indies selector, and the fact that I want him to rediscover his form, because we don't want to perhaps take the gamble and you get that he may be, too far out in trying to catch back himself. I would have preferred, I really want you to come back, so I'll give him another chance. He earns it.
What happens now, Jermaine Lannerman, if you gives him another chance and he fails?
Invariably, he would know that after all is said and done, I just need another season, and he may come back domestically and then hit it. But what I'm trying to say is, he's down, and it's like you'd naturally be just like hitting him while he's down. No,
we're not.
Craig deserves an opportunity. No. Another series at least to show his worth.
We're not hitting Craig Brathwaite while he's down. Craig Brathwaite has been down for an extended period now. Now I'm saying before it gets worse at the international level, I'm going to say to Craig Brathwaite, do some introspection. If you don't make runs at the regional level, there's a chance that you might fail internationally, as this one beats Jonathan Carter outside the off stump again. So a good spell here, probably the best spell apart from when he picked up 7 wickets against the TNT Red Force in the last game last season that I've seen from Nicholas Gordon.
Yes, very steady indeed. In fact, the way he's bowling this innings, he very much resembles a Roach and Holder in the Barbados first innings. It's in the right length.
From the same end as well.
Almost the same lanky type of bowlers as well. So he is putting the ball in the right areas. Asking out a question, Nicholas Gordon.
Here is Gordon once again over the wicket, and this one too wide for Jonathan Carter to play, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. No, as it relates to this Jermaine Lannerman, I do understand. Craig Brathwaite is a player that I really admire, simply because when Craig Brathwaite came into international cricket, I remember he was on a horrible run, probably about 7 games or 7 innings, where he didn't get to double figures, was left out of the team. After that, dropped as this one back of a length goes through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run, over comes to an end. He was dropped from the West Indies team then, young Craig Brathwaite, and then went back home, did what he had to do, came back into the West Indies setup, and found a period of consistency. Now there's a dip in form now, and I'm going to say to Craig Brathwaite, what you did when you struggled when you started international cricket, whatever you did, I'm giving you the opportunity to do it again, because you're in a similar vein now, even though you've had some international games under your belt. But go back to basic, get back to where you were, because the more you fail internationally, is the worse it's going to affect you mentally, and it's the more it's going to empower your opponent at the international level. It's almost like a dog-eat-dog world at the international level. Rediscover your form, and you're easily back in the West Indies setup. Here is Derval Green, and again Shane Mosley. I just have an issue with Shane Mosley and where his bat comes from. Is that deliveries that pitch roundabout off stump and comes back into him, he might have a problem based on where his bat is coming from. But it's a technique that he has used, and so far he doesn't see the need to change it. So who am I to say?
As we had pointed out earlier, it was a cause for concern in the first innings in a similar vein. In fact, he played very little through the offside, through covers, because of either his stance or his bat grip.
Now here's another delivery that's a decent one, but wide outside the off stump, and Shane Mosley allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
But he seems to be that type of batsman who's willing to stick it out, and as the innings go along, he flourishes. So, I mean, over time, I guess that's an area that should be sorted out.
Yeah, I remember when I saw Kyle Hope first, and I said before he went to England, I said to someone that Kyle Hope will not succeed in England because of what I saw from Kyle Hope. And one of the things I saw was where his bat was coming from. Here's Derval Green. Again, this one, Mosley works it into the onside and goes through for a quick single. The score now 18 for 2 with Mosley on 8 and Jonathan Carter on 1. The Jamaica Scorpions, who started the day at 53 for 6, went on to score 138 all out. Derval Green made 25. You got 30 odd from Dennis Smith as well. He was last man out. It was a 49-run partnership between Derval Green and Dennis Smith this morning that took the Jamaica Scorpions past the 100 mark, as Mosley pushes this, or rather Jonathan Carter pushes this to the man at cover, with Asad Footed-in, who is on the park for Jermaine Blackwood. And the substitute fielder. Score remains at 18 for 2.
Yes. How do you describe the batting for the Jamaica Scorpions this morning? I mean, 53 for 6?
And from 53 for 6 to 138 all out, you look at it and you say it's a very good recovery. It's almost brilliant. It's Derval Green again. But you look who gets the runs. One, Derval Green, who you've now pretty much converted into an all-rounder, because you're looking at 2 half centuries in his opening 2 game and a valuable 25 runs in this one. 2, Dennis Smith gets 30 odd runs in his first 4-day game for the franchise, that is. So you look at the middle to lower order giving you runs in a very poor innings, and you look how the top order gets out, and you look and you say overall it was a disappointing performance. Over comes to an end, by the way. 13 completed, 18 for 2, Shane Mosley 9, Jonathan Carter 1.
I would put it as a decent wagging of the Jamaican tail per se to take the score to 138. All things being equal, even the fact that 219 was a score made by the Barbados Pride. 80-odd run lead second innings is fair game, in the sense that you can expect that in a competitive fixture. How they have fought back since 18 for 2 have kind of kept them in the hunt same way, I believe. And I believe if they are given anywhere close to 250 to chase, then it's gettable for the Jamaica team.
250. At this point, they're leading by what? About 99 runs or thereabout?
250, and as you pointed out earlier, the fact that they made 300 plus scores in their second innings in the first few fixtures, they may they may want to believe a 300 score is gettable as well.
Here's Nicholson Gordon to Shane Mosey, works this into the onside, and they were able to come through for the single, got it in front of square.
But that's maybe a lot of work to either dismiss this Barbados team between 250 and 300 runs in their lead per se. A lot of wickets, 8 more to get, and they do tend to bat all the way down.
Maybe you're looking at Kyle Mears, you're looking at Shane Dorwich to come as well. So a lot of work to be done by the Jamaica Scorpions bowler, but they've started well. This one goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Jonathan Carter will almost always get among the runs here at Savannah Park.
And as you speak of wicketkeeper, credit must be given to Dennis Smith for grabbing the opportunity that has been presented to him with Alden Thomas batting so poorly in the first 2 games, coming in and making a top score of 35 and looking assured throughout his innings, helping to motor along the partnership with Devil Green and the lower order, and has kept fairly well behind the stumps.
Yeah, he has done a good job behind the stumps as Nicholson Gordon bows, and this time Jonathan Carter just eases it down to mid-off, and there is no run. From what I saw from Dennis Smith, I knew the kind of pedigree that he had. Scored a half-century against the Jamaica Scorpions, actually last year when the Jamaica Scorpions played away to the Windwards. However, since he's been in Jamaica, he has gotten in the 30s, 40s, and has gotten out in the domestic competitions. So my only concern about Dennis Smith was whether or not he could get big scores. And again, he gets into the 30s now and gets dismissed. So that's really my concern. But if he's consistently in the 30s and 40s, I think it's a big improvement on Alden Thomas over the last 2 seasons, who hasn't been getting consistently in the 30s and 40s. Here's Nicholson Gordon again, a short delivery that could be called a wide, but 1 signal for the over by the umpire. By the way, you will hear a little bit from Chris Gale, not the Chris Gale, by the way. I know you're pretty excited, but Christopher A. Gale, Christopher Henry Gale, local analyst, commentator.
What does the A in his middle name stand for?
Albert, actually.
Albert. We need to always say Chris Albert Gale.
I'm just guessing it's Albert. Here's a short delivery from Nicholson Gordon that's dropped into the onside, and they were easily and go through for 1.
Okay. Chris Anthony Gale.
Christopher Anthony Gale.
Yeah, 2 different persons, for sure.
I can tell you that much. I don't even think Chris. I don't even think he bats left-handed.
Much less. Do you know if he bat period?
He does. He will tell you that he got some scores in the Social Development Commission T20 competition that seemed to be the biggest T20 league in Jamaica. I'm trying to remember if he got a century last year. Got 96 in a game last year against an under 14 team.
Must be.
I'm just lying. Is round the wicket, Devil Green to bowl to Jonathan Carter. 2 left-handers at the crease.
I guess when he come, he can tell us if they were bowling long ups and lollipops.
So Gordon Bryan, he said he played against. And if you don't know Gordon Bryan, is a man they call Gospel, would have played in the Super 50 tournament for the Jamaica Scorpions team. Played, I believe, 2 first-class games last year as well for the Jamaica Scorpions. He's not playing this year, so you can take from that what you may. Maybe the selector saw that Chris made 96 against him and decided not to pick him. Here is a full delivery, and that's just got back to ball Jonathan Carter. That's a shot that I've seen him play before. Just maybe flat batted it, guided it through backward point and the man at gully, and it goes into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, one of his favorite strokes. He has been playing that here up and here, just flat batting as you put, just helping the delivery and guiding it between gully and point there.
Jonathan Carter He now goes to 6. And I said this after Jonathan Carter would have played for the West Indies in the 2015 ICC 50 over World Cup. And I always thought that Jonathan Carter should be playing Test cricket. Here's a full delivery. He's onto the front foot and pushes it down to mid-off. He's very pleasing on the eye to watch. If anything, he doesn't get enough runs at the regional level. But I've always felt that he had the technique and the ability to play the longest format of the game. I don't think he will get that opportunity now, Jonathan Carter, because he's 30 odd, getting up in age. It's probably about 33. Jonathan Carter. Here is Derval Green as this one beats Jonathan Carter. That was a good delivery, was back of a length. And Jonathan Carter pulling his bat away at last minute for the ball to go through to the wicket keeper. There is no run.
A very good delivery there from Derval Green, demonstrating to Carter, who just flat batted him for 4, that hey, you're not going to have it easy. That one spun the batsman around.
And so there are a couple of players who I've have a lot of time for, who I really think had the capabilities to play internationally. Jonathan Carter is definitely one of them, as he defends this one and there is no run. There's a player that I have an eye on, who I think has the ability in the future to go on, would have been a part of the under-19 World Cup squad that won in 2016, Casey Carty. I think Casey Carty has tremendous ability. Came back, and if my memory serves me right, I think Casey Carty would have scored a first-class century before Shimron Hetmyer. Here's Derval Green once more round the wicket. Ball to Jonathan Carter allows this one to go through to the wicket keeper. Over comes to an end. It's 15 overs completed. It's Jonathan Carter on 6, Shane Mosley on 10, and the score, Barbados Pride 24 for the loss of 2. And you're looking at a lead of what, maybe 105 now.
With these two batsmen looking so comfortable to the pacers, as the case may be, Mosley and Carter, now is where Jamaica may very well need their spinner to come to the fore.
Well, I'll go further. I think here is where the Jamaica Scorpions will struggle.
Because Patrick Arty, who has been picked the finger spinner for the last couple of fixtures, he has not really stepped up to the plate. Just 4 wickets in the 2 matches and no wicket in the first innings, and didn't look threatening at all in the first innings against Barbados. Jamaica really struggling in that department at the moment, with Miller retiring and the injury to Bulai.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Markina Mindley will be brought back now, which means that Markina Mindley has been rested for 4 overs, because Derval Green has bowled 4 overs, which means that he replaced Derval Green from the Courtney Walsh end. He's now going to bowl from the Michael Holding end, and the reason for that is what you just said. They will struggle from now on. You have Rothman Powell to come. Rothman Powell can hold his own with the ball, but you guess if they're going to have Rothman Powell operating, they're going to rotate their 3 fast bowlers. Here's a decent delivery from Markina Mindley. Shane Mosley onto the front foot and defends it back to the ball. And even there, where the ball was outside the line of the off stump, when Shane Mosley defended the ball came on the onside back to the bowler. And again, I just think it's because of where his bat is coming from.
That may be something that the Barbados coaching staff may need to assess.
Here's again Markina Mindley. This one on the body of Shane Mosley, was looking to work it into the onside, missed it, the ball dropped in front of him. Brandon King comes onto the pitch, takes it up. There is no run. Score remains 24 for 2. So the Barbados Pride, they're basically 105 for 2. That's the lead that they have now.
A decent second innings lead, one must say. But Shane Mosley top scored with 64 in the first innings. The second top scorer was Kyle Myers with 53.
Here's Marquina Mindley again. And no, here's a question now that I would pose to John Campbell, who I still think is learning in the job of a captain. If it is that you're going to have Marquina Mindley bowl over the wicket, and so far in his 3 deliveries, at least 2 of those deliveries have been on the body, round about midland leg, why not have a forward short leg? Because Shane Mosley so far has not been comfortable against the short delivery. So to counter my argument, he has decided to push deep backward square and to take Patrick Harty Jr. and put him at mid-wicket. Now, he's been called by Marquina Mindley, that's John Campbell. I'm not sure what John Campbell might have said, and they're remaining with the field. So 2 slip, gully, there's a cover, there's a mid-off, mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, there's a deep backward square, and there's also a man at fine leg. So there's no backward point.
No point.
I'm not going to say there's no point. There's probably a point, but we can't see it. But there's no backward point. Here's Mindley again, this one down the leg side. So if it is that you are going to operate in this style, where are the more likely places, or the most likely places that he can get dismissed? You can strangle him down the leg side through to the wicket keeper. You can probably get him out fending something off the body, but whether or not it will carry to that man who is almost at, well, regulatory mid-wicket, Patrick Harty Jr. But you probably need a forward short leg. Here's Mindley again. This one back of a length is pushed to mid-on, and they go through for the single. So Mosley gets off strike. I'm probably wrong. I don't have I've never captained at this level.
Okay. What level have you captained, sir?
Well, I've actually captained at every single level domestically. Here is Marquina Mindley, the bowl to Jonathan Carter.
So you're a parish captain? Which parish? Oh, you did a little thing about Boys Town.
So I would have captained at the primary school level. I captain at the high school level. I've captained at the under 15 level. I've captained at the under 16, under 19 level. I've captained senior. I've captained in T20s. I've captained in the SDC competition as well. Didn't play against Chris though. Probably one of the reasons why he has 96 as his highest score, but I've captained at almost at every level. At this, the one level I've not captained is probably under 17, because when I was playing, I didn't play in an under 17 competition. But decent nonetheless. 2 slip, gully, backward point. There's a man at cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a square leg. There's Derval Green. This one to Shane Mosley, who gets it in front of point. I was looking for a single, but none was on offer. It was sent back. So, Derval Green now searching for a wicket. And if you can read the body language of these Jamaica Scorpions players, they've certainly slowed down, simply because it's been 28 minutes since the last wicket. There's a full delivery that's pushed back to Derval Green, and there is no run. So Derval Green, 2 deliveries in this over so far. After this over, you'll hear from Chris Gale, a man with 96 in a SDC T20 competition. Probably got called to the Tallowers setup but declined because he was too busy. I don't know how he do it, but Chris does commentary on the SDC T20 League here in Jamaica, and also plays in the SDC T20 League here in Jamaica. So I don't know how he does it, but he do. Here's Derval Green around the wicket. It's a full delivery, beats mostly outside the off stump. That was very close to the outside edge.
Mosley not having a clue to that delivery there, but that one, just kept his line?
Yeah. Now, Chris can tell you when he's on, by the way. I think Derval Green's team got to the semi-final. Or the final. They got to the final of the competition. Now, Orville Higgins says it's his team as well. So this now you talks of the pedigree about the competition, the T20 competition here. As this is pushed wide of mid-on, they go through for the single. So we're not talking about persons like me and Jermaine Lanneman playing in the T20 competition here in Jamaica. Is the national players, and they've tweaked the competition rules to ensure that the national players can represent their different communities. It's very entertaining, very competitive as well. Orville Higgins, he has never played in the competition, but his team has been to the final maybe 3 years straight. Here's Derval Green around the wicket to bowl to Jonathan Carter, and Carter working this one off his pads. Can't beat the man at square leg. There is no run. Score remains at 26 for 2.
Yes, indeed. And as we said earlier now, Patrick Arty should be warming up at this moment and should be looking to be the bowler that is going to assist the fast bowlers, because both Carter and Mosley are looking very comfortable as we go along, and they are quietly taking the Barbados team score to a place of comfort.
Derval Green, the final delivery of this is 5th over, beats Jonathan Carter outside the off stump. He was genuinely beaten as the over comes to an end. It's an eventful one. I don't know why Jermaine Lanneman is moving out of his chair, because Chris will replace me, Jermaine Lanneman. I'm pretty sure you were very happy to think that he was going to replace you. But if you hear from Jermaine Lanneman, and then after Jermaine Lanneman, it will be Christopher Anthony Gale to take you through the remaining overs, maybe up until tea at least.
Yeah, so very much Barbados is settling in a lead, close to 110. And looking to really back the Jamaicans out of this contest in their second innings. Carter has settled in, he's on 6, and Mosley, the first innings top scorer, with 64, he's on 12. Both Derval Green and Mark Ilamine had struggled, but they are yet to be able to penetrate.
Well, that delivery is pushed to mid-on, Jermaine. I saw you running out of the room. Did you have lunch? You was in a hurry to get out of here, as if you didn't have any lunch. What you had for lunch, Jermaine?
Yeah, man, very much boiled food, as they say in Jamaica. Yam, dumpling, potato, chicken, curry gravy. It was a good eat.
Well, I have a curry goat and roti that is waiting for me, but it is Mosley that is waiting for Mindley, and this delivery beats him outside the off stump. There's a loud shout. Not out, says the umpire, and the total remains on 26 for 2, and Jamaica Scorpions definitely up against it at this moment, and the problems continues. Jermaine, the bowling struggling to take, well, they did well in the first innings, but the batting again in the first innings letting the team down.
Excellent delivery there from Minley. Searching was Mosley. All beaten, all ends up. The keeper actually went on collecting, threw it up as well.
And Mosley settles and waits again for Mindley, and this time he gets contact onto it, pushes it to mid-off for a single. And with that, the total now moves to 27 for the loss of 2 wickets. Of course, a batsman dismissed, Shamar Brooks and Craig Brathwaite. And Craig Brathwaite, as I heard you guys talking, just seems to be struggling a bit in recent times. Is West Indies opening batsman Craig Brathwaite. He's a fine player, but he's going through a rough patch at the moment. Carter. And that one just takes the outside edge. Beautiful beautiful delivery from Mindley, plugging away outside the off stump, and he gets a big wicket of Jonathan Carter. 27 for the loss of 3. Barbados Pride, and that's a timely blow there for Jamaica Scorpions. Jermaine.
Marquino Minley, switched ends by the captain and has produced a wicket here to support Nicholson Gordon, who took the prior 2 wickets in this innings. 27 for 3. Jamaica slowly clawing their way back. Nobody would have seen this maybe 2 overs ago, because as much as how Carter and Mosley weren't necessarily scoring a lot, they were seemingly getting comfortable. But a strike back nonetheless. Carter goes back for 6 with the score on 27, and Jamaica slowly but surely, it seems, are clawing their way back.
You thought that something had to give. It has been good, probably a good 6 overs of real pressure from both Gordon, Mindley, and Green. They haven't really given anything away. I think that wicket just giving justice to the pressure that they have added to the Barbados Pride top order so far is the Jamaica Scorpions in those last 6 to 8 overs. And the new batsman walking out is Shane Dorridge, and another West Indian player, another player that will, of course, the moment the West Indian players step into regional cricket, Jermaine, you expect them to perform. Fans expect them to perform. The expectations are really high when they come out. Of course, they're coming from international level to the domestic level, and they really expect good things from them. Hello, Shane Dorridge. Let's see what he has to offer.
Jamaica would also be happy to see the back of Carter, because he's one of those players. He, along with Devon Smith from the Windwards, always seem to be getting big inning scores, centuries against the Jamaica team. So with Carter having made 11 in the first innings, going for 6 in the second, that means that augurs well for the confidence of the Jamaica team, with the belief that they can, definitely get more wickets and, get back into the contest.
And Shane Dorridge to face his first delivery, and he pushes it out to backward point, can't score. The total remains on 27 for 3. And good stuff here from Mindley. 5.5 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, and a wicket of Jonathan Carter.
Indeed, Shane Dorridge, he made 14 in the first innings. An opportunity here presents itself for him to put his team back in total control of this encounter. He'd want to better that 14 he made in the first innings, with Kyle Myers, Ashley Nurse, Kemar Roach, Warrican, and Harding to come.
This is a good delivery again from Marquino Minley. It has been a fine over, a testing one, a successful one also. 27 for 3 is Barbados Pride. Of course, Minley operating with, I think, Green, who is going to continue. And of course, he'll be looking to apply the pressure. Is Derval Green.
Yes, with an 81 runs lead, 27 for 3. That should have been 108 for 3 effectively, is the Barbados Pride. In a situation like that, at the first class level here, it's really now game time, to see whether or not the last 3 specialist batsmen in this Barbados team can get their team to a total close to 300 and relative comfort, or will Jamaica make another strike or 2 and dismiss them for 200.
Green, and the first delivery here of this over pushes back to Green. And Green just thinking that probably the ball was hit into the shoes, I guess, and back to him. He was interested in that one. It remains 27 for 3.
Well, we'll take a look at the replay and see. He actually had his hand on his head and stood up for a while with the ball in his hand. Derval Green has to see that, did it hit ground?
Well, he was definitely interested. He's in a good spell. Also is Derval Green, along with Marquino Minley. Mosley waits again for Green. And that one just pitching and leaving at the last moment. They were so getting some shape here is Derval Green. Of course, 2 slip, a gully, backward point, cover, a man up mid-off.
His type of cricket, Derval Green. The team's leading wicket taker with 9 matches so far after the 3 games. And the argument is with the ability of the ball here losing its shine and his ability to swing it both in and take it away from the batsman, he poses a lot of challenge.
I think Jermaine has improved a lot over the last 2 years since his introduction into first-class cricket. Nicely played there by Mosey, coming nicely forward, head right over the ball, and the total remains on 27 for the loss of 3 wickets. Of course, the batsman to be dismissed so far is Craig Brathwaite. He went for 1, and Shamar Brooks, he went for 5 of 29 deliveries, and of course the latest batsman to be dismissed is Jonathan Carter. He went for 6. Mosley, good delivery again from Green, and keeping on that pressure. I mean, we talk about the spinners, and the spinners have not been able, Jermaine, to create pressure, take wickets, and I think they've let the team down so far in these 3 rounds.
Yes, indeed. Patrick Harty, as we know, came in at the expense of Dennis Bulai, who injured his shoulder in the West Indies President's 11 warm-up game. Played in the Trinidad match, but was only able to bowl 6 because the shoulder was not healed. He was told by the doctors to rest for 2 weeks, which effectively put him out of these 3 games.
That one is chucked away to backward point. Of course, Barbados, they lead by 108 runs as it stands. So they're technically 108 for 3.
Right. So with that said, Harty has been given the opportunity, but in his 2 games, he has so far only been able to take 4 wickets. He has not been penetrative. He hasn't taken a wicket in this game here, and it acts a lot because the fast bowlers / Jamaica needs a spinner to help drive home advantages if and when they arrive.
And here is Green. And that's a good delivery left alone. I mean, we touch on the spinners, but I think Captain Campbell, I think there's been a lot of left-handers in the Barbados setup. Do you think he should have bowled a bit more, especially to these left-handers? He has done a pretty handy job in the past for Jamaica.
Tell you what, to be fair to the seamers in this game, Campbell has not really been needed, because in the first innings, Marquino Minley took 4, 2 to Nicholson Gordon, 2 to Rovman Powell. They did well up, as evidenced by the score of just 219 in the first innings for Barbados. So there wasn't any need. So far as well in this innings, both Gordon and Minley has done fairly well. So he has not been needed, I believe, as yet, but anytime now.
Minley. And that's nicely played there from Dodge. Off the back foot, pushing it, and he got through for a quick single. Full face of the bat and punching it hard. And Rovman Powell had to run around from mid-off, and he couldn't stop the single. The total now moves up to 28 for the loss of 3 wickets. Of course, they're leading now by 109. Is Barbados pride. You think 250, 300 will be a good total? Of course, to Jamaica Scorpions, I think their second innings of an offer as it relates to their batting effort so far has been pretty good in the competition. Minley is going to be bowling to Mosley again. That's a good delivery. Beats him outside edge again. 2 slip, a gully waiting, and of course Dennis Smith beautifully bowled there from Minley.
Yeah, I mean, Mosley, for what it is worth, has played about 4 or 5 times like that, whereby he has not read the swing on the delivery. He has drived at it, and the ball has just missed the edge. And for that moment, Minley came down and stared as to say, what's happening.
Well, Minley again He's definitely interested in that outside edge of Mosley. Here he comes again. Outside this time, the full face and the middle of the bat. He's met with this time. He's gone through for one, and they'll be coming back for the second run. So it's nicely played there from Mosley. He now moves up to 15, and the total now moves up to 30 for 3 is Barbados Pride.
Yeah, battling away is Mosley, as he did in the first innings. 15 for being at the wicket for 87 minutes at a hour and a half. He's 52 deliveries and have 15 runs, but most importantly has not been dismissed.
Here's Mindley again. That's nicely played. I think they'll come back for the second for sure. So just easing off the pressure that was created in the last 4 overs here. Some nice drives from Mosley. Full face of the bat. He looks a pretty good player, is Mosley. No doubt about that. Of course, he'll be disappointed with his efforts in the first innings. He got to a half century, then got out, flicking a delivery to a deep backward square leg. And he'll be looking to improve on that half century. Is Mosley 32 for the loss of 3. Barbados Pride will be looking to build on this lead and really set back Jamaica out of the game. Here is Mindley again. And that's a nice delivery there from Mindley.
Yes, indeed. Mosley seems to be up to the task. In the first innings, he played more shots early on up in his innings, but this time with the dismissal of his captain Brathwaite, number 3 Brooks, number 4 Carter, he seems as if he's just willing to play the time game and allow other players such as Shane Dorish, who are just coming, time to come in and help him build a partnership. He seems to definitely want to carry out the modus operandi of batting Jamaica out of this game, which I believe for them would be getting a lead in the region of 300.
For the moment, John Campbell has other ideas. He's coming into short cover right in front of. There's a loud shout for and probably pitching outside leg. There is Marquino Mindley, but that's the end of another Marquino Mindley over. He has 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13, I think, 1 for 16, and of course Barbados Pride at this moment 32 for 3, a lead of 113. So 113 for 3, Jermaine Lanneman.
113 for 3.
Barbados Pride definitely sitting pretty at the moment.
Would be in a more comfortable position, but as we know in cricket, 2 wickets can spin a game on its head in terms of how the context of the game look. Because if that becomes 113 for 5, Jamaica would feel that, hey, we can dismiss them for a lead of 250 thereabout, which they would perhaps be comfortable with chasing in a second innings. But if it doesn't happen and this pair was to go and say post another 50 and it becomes 160 for 3, you're looking at a total a lead of closer to 300, which Barbados would feel more comfortable with.
Yes, and to be fair, Jeremy, the pitch has been a pretty good one. There's really no devils in the pitch, even bounce, even pace. Ball not really spinning that sharply, not keeping low. So it's been a good pitch for batting, and that one shaping away nicely played by Dorridge. And Derval Green continuing his work. Of course, his work so far, Derval Green, 6.1 overs, 1 maiden. He's yet to take a wicket. Of course, as we said earlier, Derval Green, one of the more successful bowlers for Jamaica over the last 2 years. And here he comes again. He's going to be bowling to Dorridge. And that one is full and pushed straight to John Campbell, who does the fielding and does well.
Not just in 2 years. I mean, he came into this game with 8 wickets. That would have placed him, I believe, in the 6th or 5th in the competition after 2 rounds. Clearly Jamaica's best bowler after 2 rounds. He took 1 wicket in the first innings. He hasn't taken none yet in the second. But as per the first, he has been asking a lot of questions and continues to be a problem.
Here he comes again, is Green. Full delivery, nicely plays that from Dodge. That will does him well. That's going to run away pretty close to the boundary. It does, gets there, a teasing one, but the ball wins the race. And Shane Dorridge is off and running with that boundary. He moves to 5, and the total now moves up to 36 for 3. And a lovely shot there from the West Indies wicket-keeper batsman, Jermaine.
Exquisite cover drive, a candidate for a shot of the day from Shane Dorridge there. I mean, clearly, I would like to say a test player drive, test man drive per se. Leaning on that front leg and caressing it, diving John Campbell at cover, could not reach it, and it just took it merry way to the boundary.
And that one is full again and squeezed to Nkrumah Bono. No, Patrick Harty at backward point. And of course, Derval Green earlier in the year, he did a surgery. Well, 2019, that is. He did a surgery to a very bad knee. And I spoke to him. But he says he's up and running from that. He's recovered well. He's back. And it's really good to see. Even his batting, Jermaine, has improved so far this season. Of course, he started out as a number 4 batsman for St. Elizabeth Technical and the Jamaica under 19 teams. Green, number 4 on his back, into ball 2, and that's cracked away by Shane Dorridge. Will be disappointing that he didn't find the gap on that occasion. Is Dorridge?
Indeed, elegant looking as well. Had that backward point feeler for what it is worth been at point, and that had sail past him, the applause around the ground would have gone up, because he did wrap back somewhat and slashed down textbook style in terms of that cut shot, but it just went to backward of point.
Dorridge stops away again. He waits for Green. This one is full, struck straight to Medon, can't score. And that's the end of the 7th over there for Derval Green. The total is 36 for 3. Barbados Pride, they lead by 117 runs, and they're looking to build on this lead. And of course, probably to force an outright win for them is the Barbados Pride. And the struggles for the Jamaica Scorpions continues early in this season.
To tell you what, as it relates to perhaps the confidence the captain may have in Patrick Hart, the left-arm spinner, is that, I mean, we're 2:39 now. This could be the last over, arguably, before the tea interval. And you don't want to see in a situation to see if your spinner could ask a question or two going into the break. But he has opted to continue with his spacers.
See, well, that's Blackwood warming up. I don't think we're going to see Blackwood bowl for now. He does do some bowling, used to bowl off spin sometime. He bowls medium pace. Anyway, it's the medium pace of Markino Minley, and that's nicely short. That he finds a gap. No, a tumbling save there. And limiting the batsman to a single. Nice shot there from Mosley. He's getting in the mood now, Mosley. He gets a single. And the total now moves to 37 for 3. Brings Dorridge on strike.
A tumbling, a diving save there from Derval Green, showing his athleticism in the field to back up his ability with the ball and bat. Clearly a good all-rounder, as the case may be. Did get in, as we said earlier, the West Indies B team did well. Fairly well, and you'll no doubt be looking to get back into that setting, maybe the West Indies A.
Shane Dorridge. Oh, that's a nice delivery. Beats him outside the off stump. Just flirting with danger there is Shane Dorridge. Probably didn't have to play at that one, you think, Jermaine?
Yes, he could have picked up the length of that delivery earlier. In the end, bat hang and the outswing of Markino Minley as delivery showed him up in that instant, beating the all ends up, and there was a lot of oohs and ahs there between the keeper and the slip cordon.
Shane Dorridge, the West Indies wicket-keeper batsman, an average of 30 in Test cricket so far. 31 matches for him in Test cricket. You know, he's battling in the domestic. That's how they were. Cuts him in half. The hands of the wicket-keeper goes up. The 3 slips goes up. But more importantly, the finger of the umpire doesn't goes up, and it remains a 37 for 3. And that was a close call there, Jermaine Lenneman.
Indeed, not out it is very much. As the umpire signal, it may have brushed the thigh pad off Dorridge with that ball going between his bat and pad and through to the keeper. If you notice the slip cordon, they went up immediately. The keeper, almost a delayed reaction. That would have helped the umpire to suggest as well that they know that no bat was involved.
You have to say a fantastic decision there. Those one that goes in between bat and pad can be very tricky, Jermaine. That one is pulled away from Shane Dorridge. That one pulled away in a disdainful manner there outside the off stump. He rocked back and smacked it through mid wicket for 4 runs. Total now moves to 41 for 3, and Dorridge, he moves on to 9. That's a beautiful shot there. What a way to respond.
Another shot of class, not to be bothered. A little bit back short, closer to the short length from Minley, not getting up as much and rocking back with ultimate ease was Shane Dorridge, pulling textbook style through mid-wicket for 4.
Let's see how will Minley respond after that shot from Dorridge. That's a good delivery, beats him outside of that off stump again. That's where he wants to be, is Minley. He doesn't really have the pace, you think, to really rattle the batsman, but he gets that movement, that good line and length just on outside off stump. I think that is key for Minley.
Indeed, that ball again moving away from the right-hander Dorridge. Again, he played at it, picking up, maybe not sure of the exact line and length of that delivery, and beating all ends up. So it seems to be one for you, one for me, tit for tat.
It's been a over of punches between bat and ball, between Minley, exchanging punches. That's come to an end. Eventful over there, and the total remains after 22 overs. It is 41 for 3, and it's tea time here at Sabina Park between the Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados Pride, they're in with the advantage at the moment. They're leading by 122 runs. Of course, 122 runs, technically 122 for 3. The batsman going here into the tea break for the Barbados Pride are Shane Mosey. He's not out on 18, and of course Shane Dorridge, the West Indies wicket-keeper batsman, he's not out on 9. The batsman to be dismissed so far for the Barbados Pride is Craig Brathwaite. He was the first to go, is Craig Brathwaite. He went for 1, and Shamar Brooks, he went for 5, and Jonathan Carter for 1. So 3 batsmen dismissed for Barbados Pride. Of course, the wicket takers for the Jamaica Scorpions so far. Nicholas Gordon, definitely the pick of the bowlers. Fantastic spell for so far for him, Jermaine. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 wickets. Marquino Minley, of course, 4 overs, 9 runs. Derval Green, he bowled. Derval Green, some 1 over. Well, he's more than 1 over. We'll bring up the stats for Derval Green in a few, but as it stands, it's Barbados Pride. They're 41 for 3. They're leading by 122 runs going into the tea interval here on the second day. So that's it from here at Sabina Park for now. As we go into the tea break, I will definitely not be having tea. I'll be going for my curry goat and roti here, just straight from the Kingston Cricket Club restaurant. So that's it for now as we go into the tea break here at Sabina Park.
then go on.
All right, good afternoon again and welcome to the posting session, day 2 in this rather intriguing battle between the Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions. And the Barbados Pride will resume after tea on 41-3. And they're leading now by 122 runs. And I'll give you a little story, listeners and viewers. Jerome Foster, who will be my comments man in this posting session, said to me during lunch that Barbados will lose 6 wickets or more before the close of play. And I was a little hesitant to accept that. And I said, well, if you really believe that, Jerome Foster, let's bet a Jamaican $500 on it. He says no. I'm beginning to feel happy that he said no. Because with 3 wickets down, it could be that the Scorpions could claim 6 wickets this evening. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Jerome Foster.
Good afternoon, Orville, and good afternoon to the listeners and viewers of this coverage. Remember, I'm not a gambler, so I'm not going to take that risk. I may have strong views, but I'm not going to gamble against them or with them. But intriguing game of cricket here.
Rovman Powell gets his first over down the leg side. And Shane Mosley didn't get a touch through to the keeper. And effectively now 122 for 3.
Game still in the balance now, but I think the pitch has done so much more in this innings than the Scorpions' first innings, because see more movement as well as more extra bounce. Maybe because the Scorpions bowlers are hitting the pitch a lot harder, but it's not playing as true as you'd like.
Mosley is playing and missing, and Rovman Powell for some. He was 3 for 60 something in the first innings here, and he's already beaten the bat of Shane Mosley prodding forward. What is it that makes him, certainly up to this stage, such an effective red ball bowler in regional cricket?
It's his noggin line and his length as well. It's not too full. It's almost in the position where you think you can drive it, but it's not close enough for you to drive. So it's almost as if you have to be reaching for the deliveries.
All right, so Powell now bowls and Mosley is leaving outside off stump and through to the keeper. He's operating with 2 slips and a gully, and there's a point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, and maybe 10 yards to the left of the square-leg umpire and long leg.
And the thing about Rovman is he's really testing the patience of each batsman. In the first innings he did it against Craig Brathwaite, got the better of him. Did it against Mosley to some effect, even though he survived. But Jonathan Carter and Shamar Brooks didn't. And
I think he also does a little bit with the ball as well. Here's he over the wicket to Mosley. Mosley is working this one out towards long leg. An extravagant shot of the pads, but only for 1. And he goes up to 19. It's now 42 for 3. The lead now 123.
Yeah, he does move it around a bit, not prodigiously, but he gets it just enough to shape off the seam, and that's a good sign. If you can move the ball off a good length, very, very difficult to play, and he's exhibiting that right now. And it's good to have somebody like this in your bowling ranks, somebody who can plug some overs but still be very, very threatening.
Dorich is brought back on strike as Powell bowls, and he's punching off the back foot confidently. Out to the man at cover who didn't quite feel it footed in. Who is he on the field for?
Seems to be Derval Green. I'm not seeing Derval Green on the field.
Not seeing Green.
Yeah, because John Campbell is normally in the covers. He's now at mid-on. And he's going over to cover now. So there will be no mid-on. So the man from square leg is coming to a straightish mid-wicket position. Because of the movement Rovman is getting, is concentrating outside the off stump.
All right, so a 7-2 offside field as Powell bowls, and this is played by Dorich, strapping it out into the onside. You happy with this field? It was maybe just experimental, because that's the end of Powell's first over after tea. The score 41 for 3. Barbados Pride in their second innings, an overall lead of 122.
Yeah, not a bad ploy. Bowling one side of the wicket. The Scorpions have already bowled 23 overs so far in this innings, only conceding 42 runs. So they have been very, very tidy. A run rate of 1.83. So consistently they're trying to bowl one side of the wicket to keep frustrating the Pride batters. They have done so successfully. Jonathan Carter played a loose drive after being bogged down for quite some time. Shamar Brooks forced a pull shot which was not on. The ball wasn't short enough. Popped a catch to the man at mid-on, and Craig Brathwaite, as we know, a very disappointing shot early on, forcing a drive off the up and went to the man at mid-off. So the Scorpions are really playing a mental game here, psychological game, trying to dry up the runs, dry up the one side of the wicket, forcing the Pride batters to score in the areas where fielders are, and they have been very, very successful. Not the batsmen, that is.
All right, so it's a new over to be started by Minley.
No, Gordon.
Oh, it's Nicholson Gordon who's come back actually, and the batsman is forward. And that's Shane Mosley just pushing out to a delivery that was for fairly full length. Mosley is on 18.
And at 42 for 3, the Pride would be thinking about where's the best option now to get runs, as in what's the best target score to set the Scorpions batters.
Here is a delivery that is outside off stump. And there was no shot from Mosley.
And to me, based on how the pitch is playing, I think anything above 250, 260 will be very, very challenging. I think 300 plus is a sure win for me on this surface, especially with the way how Kemar Roach and Shamar Holder bowled in the first innings, as well as how Kean Harding backed them up for the small portions that he was asked to do.
Well, we're going to look at Mosley in a little while as Gordon bowls. He's driving up towards mid-on, maybe some pad in there as well. But we've seen Shane Mosley sticking around when more, you'd have to say, more accomplished batsmen are going. The Brathwaites and the Carters and the Brookses are all gone, but he's still there. What is it that is making him stick around when bigger bats, as the parlance is in West Indies cricket, are struggling?
I think he understands his limitations. He's not going to hammer the ball through the covers or play the extravagant drives down the ground.
Gordon bowls, and that's outside leg stump, brilliantly taken by Dennis Smith, the batsman. Just shouldered arms as it went down the leg side.
Yeah, and Mosley, he's not the best of drivers because I think he grips the bat a little bit too hard. He's more of a leg-sided, unsided play. He grips the bat a little bit too hard with the bottom hand. So most of his drives are going straighter than the normal batsman would hit it square through the offside. So it obviously tells you that he wants you to bowl straight at him so he can pick you off.
That's fairly straight, and again he's defending out towards mid-wicket.
He has scored a couple of runs through the offside so far, and you can see that John Campbell has asked his mid-off to be a lot wider than usual. He's now clapping beside the umpire because of motivational reasons. But he's going to go about 3 or 4 meters to his right now, which is telling you that that Moses struggles to hit the ball square off the wicket. He hits it a lot straighter.
All right, so Gordon bowls, that's a bouncer, and he's under it is Mosley. Good short ball. Once the batsman has to react defensively, it's usually a good delivery. Mosley ducked away, and it's through to the keeper. Still no Patrick Harty.
Not surprised.
Surprised.
I think the Pacers have bowled very, very well. Mainly, Gordon has been exceptional, to be quite honest. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6. He has really, really run in with heart, passion, hunger, and pride, and has really, really tried to dominate the opposition. He's been successful. 2 shots, you could say indifferent shots. One, especially from Brathwaite, and he really worked over Shamar Brooks because he was testing his patience, not giving him any freebies, nothing to score square off the wicket or to drive. and then a shortish delivery, felt he had to score. So that came from quality pressure being built from Gordon, who has been very, very consistent. You saw the potential in the previous game, and in this game he's getting rewards. So Harty Jr. may have to bowl a lot later today if he's required. I don't think Captain Campbell will be too inclined to give him the ball at this juncture though.
All right, so Ravman Powell will continue. And Dorich is punching that nicely through the offside, off the back foot. That could run pretty close to the boundary. It, in fact, gets there just about now. Nice shot. Ball was on the short side, and Dorich was on the back foot and punched it nicely through the offside. Good-looking shot that. Gets 4. Pride now goes up to 45 for 3, and the lead is extended to 126. Good shot.
Nice shot from Shane Dorich. Shortish in length there from Ravman Powell. Not as full as he has been all game. And Dorich, a short player, rocked back and just carved it past the man at extra cover, who was diving to his left, had no chance.
Powell comes again and bowls, and Dorich is forward. A pitched up delivery. He was very comfortable behind it. The thing with a 7, well, the thing with these
6-3 field.
Well, it's a 6-3 field now because they have a backward square as opposed to another field on the offside. I prefer this field, to be honest. And that one is played back down the ground. A 7-2 field almost always rules out LBW and bowl down, because the fieldsman, the bowlers are always conscious and tend to be a little bit too much outside off. Yeah. Can't be too straight.
You rule out, you only put yourself in a position to get the batsman out one way.
Right.
Because it's either nicked off. You only can be nicked off from there or inside edge onto the stumps. Generally, the LBW is out of the equation.
You want that kind of delivery. That one was on target. Dorich played forward, edge found, and just dropping in front of Brandon King in the gully. Really wasn't chance, but there was a genuine edge out to the third slip era. Maybe not third slip, but the fourth slip era, because there's a gap between the first and second slip. Not wide enough to be called a gully, but
almost like a fourth, fifth slip.
Almost like a fourth slip.
Yeah.
As Ravman Powell from over the wicket again bowls, and Dorich is trying to whip it. So glance it really out towards fine leg and making no touch down the leg side.
Yeah, and that delivery, no, he would probably not try it with a 7-2 field, because he would be worried that any bat on that ball would have gone for 4. But he has the protection on the leg side to try that magic delivery. But I think Powell may want to reconsider what he was doing before. The ball prior to that delivery that went down the leg side had Dorich edging to the gully or to the fourth slip man. So you want to concentrate on that area. And it was also straight. It was almost on middle and off stump. And Dorich's edge was found.
Here's Powell now. That's driven out towards the mid-wicket region. They've taken 1. They wanted a second, but some good work from the man at backward square, running hard to his left. And did the feeling. Looks like Orain Williams that time around. So single to Dorich. Goes up to 10. And he's on 14. Well, the scoreboard where we are have stopped. So the official board says 14. And the total now 47
for 3.
47 for 3.
So the lead is now 128 effectively for the Pride. Still not out of the woods. I think the Scorpions may think that another 2 wickets here could really put them in a strong position, because by then you would have Ashton Nurse and Kyle Mayers at the crease, and maybe, just maybe, opening the doors for an outright win for the Scorpions. But to be dismissed for 138 in their first innings, you're really putting pressure on yourself to come back into the game that has already had a low score.
Dorich it is to face up to Gordon, and he's punching that nicely through the offside. That's 4. Nobody needs to move short and outside the off stump, and Dorich, who is a great player, square off the offside. We saw him punching square on the offside in the previous over. He was doing that again out towards the Kingston Club stand. 4 lovely looking runs, and Dorich goes up on the 50 now achieved 3 wickets down.
Indeed, wonderful shot by Dorrit, shortish in length. Wasn't all that short, but he's always back, so that he created that room for himself.
He's punching that over the onside. Oh, he's liking what he's getting from Nicholson Gordon, just pulling it, and it wasn't that short either.
Similar delivery, just that he decided to hit this one through the mid-wicket region. It was short, didn't have enough pace, but Dorrit again, not coming fully forward in his crease, rocked back and eased that ball through the mid-wicket region for 4. Nice looking runs there from the diminutive wicket-keeper batsman. He's now raced up to 22 from 24 balls, and the score 55 for 3, the Barbados Pride. It's almost as if Dorrit is saying that we're going to counter-attack Nicholson Gordon because he was the one who caused most of the problems in the first session of our second innings reply.
How will Gordon respond from over the wicket bowls, and Dorrit gets one that he works around. More runs here for the Barbados Pride wicket keeper. This could run pretty close to the boundary run backward square as well. Just pulled back in time and by Patrick Carter, but they're back for the third. So he's taken a liking to Nicholson Gordon here. And those weren't expressly bad deliveries. Not the greatest of deliveries, but Dorrit is on the charge. He scored 11 from the last 3 balls, taking a liking to Nicholson Gordon.
Using his experience, in all honesty, because the first delivery outside off stump wasn't all that short, but he gave him enough time to carve it to the left of the man at point. He did so successfully. The second one, Gordon tried to get a little bit closer, but the length was still shortish. And quick on his feet was Dorrit. He raced it through the mid-wicket region.
Mosley it is who plays forward and back to the bowler and no run.
And the way Mosley's batting at the moment, it allows everybody else to bat around him, especially if you're an attacking player, because you can sense that he's not in any hurry. He's trying to put his team, consolidate the position his team is in, ensure that they're not going to wobble this evening or wobble to the close of play, worried about what tomorrow may bring, rather than saying this is what we have to offer for the rest of the game.
Gordon bowls and Mosley is driving nicely up towards cover. There's a little bit of the Robert Samuels in him when he played that shot. Similar mannerisms, maybe a lot taller than Robert Samuels would have been, but
definitely
that cover drive there does have the stamp of the former Jamaican opening batsman, former Jamaican West Indies opening batsman about it. Similar left-hander.
He has a perfect build for an opener as well. Not too short, not too tall. Easy to play on the back foot. He's easy on the front foot as well.
Here's this delivery. He's hooking that in the air, out towards him on that square leg, takes the catch, and we've been complimenting him on his ability to stay, and the others bat around him. Uncharacteristic, got a short ball, couldn't resist, went for the hook shot, and the man at backward square never moved an inch to his right or to his left, directly down his throat. And Shane Mosley will be saying, what on earth did I do? He goes, caught Williams, Bull Gordon for 18? 19. And the Barbados Pride has lost another wicket.
What an atrocious shot by Shane Mosley. There was no need for him to play such a shot. It was so comfortable. Shane Dorrit just scored 2 boundaries in the same over from Nicholson Gordon. No need to be hooking aerially. The man was placed on the deep backward square boundary, the only man out on the leg side in that vicinity, and he picked him up perfectly. He didn't have to move an inch. Similar to his dismissal in the first innings, the same man, Orane Williams, in the deep backward square position, takes the catch again. Disappointing shot from Shane Mosley. Was looking so good. 19 from not seeing the balls here. He faced 59 balls at that time. Disappointing shot. Very, very disappointing shot. And for the position the team was in, 58 for 3 at that stage, you don't want to be seen hooked out, especially with almost an hour and a half to go in the day's play.
Really, that was just a careless dismissal, and the Jamaicans celebrated as if they have won the game because they knew how important his wicket was. And Gordon, who was spanked for 11 in the over, got the short ball in. And forcing Mosley into the hook shot and down the throat of the backward square. Didn't have to move any at all. So Gordon now 3 for 17. And we're now seeing Blackwood.
Seems like Powell is coming off the field. well, he's hopping around, to be quite honest, because the delivery that was chased to the boundary by Patrick Harty Jr. that resulted in 3 runs could have easily been cut off by Powell that he was feeling that fine leg. Normally don't see that. So obviously he's nursing some type of injury or having some amount of niggle. Not so sure about the Jermaine Blackwood option, to be quite honest. We saw this in the previous game. I would have probably gone back for Derval Green, but maybe the captain is saving him for a bigger spell later on this afternoon.
So Blackwood to trundle his medium pacers, that's driven out to the cover region. I can understand the captain's reluctance not to continue with the Pacers. Pacers have now taken 4 wickets. Barbados on 58 for 4. All 4 wickets going to the Pacers. Patrick Harty hasn't been the greatest of bowlers this season either.
That's true.
But he's a specialist bowler in the team.
He is, and he's young to the game. 58 for 4, you don't want a better position to be bowling than that.
Blackwood bowls, and that's dropped into the onside for an easy single by Dorich. He goes up to 26. It's now 59 for 4, lead of 140 now.
Effectively 140 for 4.
It's Mayers, by the way, who's on strike.
Still, the game can go either way at the moment. Not really in the favor of anybody at the moment.
Still think Barbados has the edge.
Based on the fact that Jamaica scored 138, or because there's runs on the board?
Because the Jamaica batting has been iffy, because I think the pitch, as you said, is playing 1 or 2 tricks. Blackwood bowls to Mayers. He's glancing that. Won't get it to the boundary. It takes off for a single. Let's see what the signal will be. Umpire says leg by. I thought he may have gotten some bat to that, but it was all pad down to fine leg. It's now 59 for 4. And Dorich back on strike. He's on 26.
Yeah, I take your point. I take your point about the pitch and having the runs on the board and the Scorpions batting being iffy. But I don't think having less than 220 on this is a guarantee. But I think having 280 plus, surely you're going to win. So I think the Pride need to get closer to 260, 270 at the moment.
Blackwood's delivery to Dorich is outside off stump. Dorich doesn't play. And Blackwood, who started his life as a youngster bowling off breaks and batting, grew up in Westmoreland, not too far from where I grew up, remembering as a little youngster. He seemed to abandon that off-spin, that tendency to bowl a few off-spinners. He's a military medium at the moment that is driven back at him. That one was straight. And you would feel upset as a batsman if Jermaine Blackwood got you out in any kind of cricket.
You should.
He looks innocuous, but has the ability every now and again to get the ball just to leave the straight and narrow. But you really don't want Jermaine Blackwood to get you out as a batsman who fancies yourself as any good with a bat.
To be quite honest, this over has been quite threatening. He has been very, very straight.
He bowls, and that's some good swing. You can see the ball coming back into Dorich, who played well. It wasn't a bad over that by Blackwood. In fact, it was quite a good one, but it's the end of that over. And Mayers not yet off the mark. Dorich on 26. Barbados 60 for 4. An overall lead of 141.
And that over showed why the captain had so much confidence or faith to give him the ball. Didn't really give away anything. Was on and about middle and off, asking questions of the bats of Shane Dorich, especially because he had to be playing forward defensively quite often in the over. And the Pride at 60 for 4 would want to see a substantial partnership here between Kyle Mayers, who has had 3 scores over 50 so far this season.
Yeah. And I'm making a little bet with you, Jerome. We'll see the short ball within the first 2 deliveries if Mayers stays on strike. Gordon it is. And that's back of a length played out into the offside.
One thing with Mayers is that he looks a little bit lazy when he goes to play a defensive shot. But whenever he's playing an attacking shot, he gives it everything. It's almost as if everything is clicking when he's about to smash the ball to the boundary. But when he tries to play a defensive stroke, or, well, either off the back foot or the front foot, he seems a little bit tentative.
Gordon it is. Will continue to toil away, and Mayers is playing up to the offside. Wasn't that short ball? Well, not a bouncer, just back of a length. and Mayers look fairly comfortable. So you would have won the bet had you bet. The short ball asking him to hook hasn't come yet.
Not yet.
You've been a little reluctant to bet, have you? And maybe we don't know yet if you'd win the bet about 6 wickets falling by close, but I would say the odds-on favorite that may just happen.
Indeed.
It's Nichols to Gordon, and again just tapping it out into the offside. No flair, no, as they say, nothing pretty about the way Kale Myers operates his defensive shot. He stops the ball as if to say, okay, let's see what else you've got. No style about it.
Yeah, just a normal stop of the bat. It's as almost he killed everything, all the momentum whenever he plays a defensive stroke, even though it's done in a lazy fashion to me.
It is Gordon, and he's on the back foot again, almost carbon copy of 2 or 3 of their deliveries out into the offside. And Gordon, not yet coming all the way up to the bat, has stayed back of the length pretty much for every delivery in this over. And Mayers has, for the most part, played it with some degree of ease.
And what's surprising to me is that even though Nicholson has been quite successful, he hasn't tried going around the wicket to the left-handers, which shows that he's trusting what he's doing from over the wicket. It has been very, very successful so far.
Certainly worked for him. Here he is now. And Mayers is going for that hook shot. I know that it would have come, but he was outside the off stump. He was trying to pull it around towards mid-wicket. Made absolutely no contact.
But I don't understand that type of shot. It's your 5th delivery. Well, your 6th delivery, because he faced one from Blackwood. I know his natural instincts are based on being aggressive, but again, the situation requires a little bit more thought process. Just hanging around a bit and then get the pace of the wicket, then you can play your shots. It's going to be there if you bat more overs.
Gordon into Mayers, and Mayers gets another short one. This time he didn't even attempt anything. That was fast as well, but bouncing down the leg side, and Mayers got well inside the line, didn't play a shot, and Dennis Smith took it well over his head down the leg side.
And that was a maiden over from Nichols Gordon as well, his 5th, 3 for 17 from 10 overs, and he has really put some more problems into the Scorpion selection heading into another game where they play the Guyana Jaguars next. I don't think he would have played here had Paul Palmer Jr. been fit for this game. So more doubts coming into the selection's mind again for the next game, but he's doing what he has to do, which is to take wickets and put his team into a comfortable position.
Blackwood bowls, and that's hit back dead straight down the ground. Blackwood grabbed it in his follow through and had that past him. I don't think that Marquino Minley running away from Medaf would have been able to stop it. But all of a sudden, it appears Dowrich is prepared to play a few more shots here.
Indeed, he's 26 from 31, scoring at a good click.
Blackwood bowls, he's driving up towards cover, and can't beat the fielder, can't beat Ravman Powell.
Or maybe he feels as if his name is on one of these deliveries. So it's best if he plays positively and gets his team into a comfortable position, not recklessly. He's played the balls on merit, even though he's been very, very positive.
Blackwood bowls, he's off the back foot, punches square. We'll only get one. But he's played an attacking shot to all 3 deliveries so far. That's the first time he's scored though. And Dowrich just seems to have gone into 3rd gear. Gets a single out into the wide areas on the offside, wide and deep areas. Score now 61 for 4. The lead, we make it 142. And it's Mayers who will come back on strike.
And I think Mayers is planning to cash in from Jermaine Blackwood. Part-time bowler here. Best time to get off the mark, but you still have to be very, very careful.
Blackwood over the wicket bowls, and Mayers leaves alone outside off stump. And Blackwood got some reasonable bounce there through to the keeper. He's not by any means a frontline bowler, but he's not looking bad. He's bowling with relatively good pace for a man operating at medium pace. He's getting good carry through to the keeper.
Yeah, a lot of shoulder work into this action.
Yeah.
Not really coming from a long way, and putting in a lot of effort in the deliveries so far.
Let's talk about something more about Blackwood. Here it is. Now he's inducing the batsman to play another defensive shot. Blackwood is one enigma as far as his physique and what he can do with that physique is concerned. He's a very small man. I mean, when you get close to Jermaine Blackwood, you realize that he's not the tallest, he's not the most bulky, a very small youngster in stature, but he hits the ball a long way. He's lightning quick over the outfield, and he bowls a brisk medium pace from a relatively short run up. This is driven out into the offside, by the way. And he must be quite an athlete, because he does pack a punch in everything he does for somebody that's so diminutive in stature.
Indeed, and it's surprising because I mentioned it on the first day as well. Remembering an innings that he played a couple of seasons ago, a couple of years ago in Headley Cup cricket, that's the rural area schoolboy cricket, where he smashed 166 to win a semi-final game, and he was even smaller than how he is now.
Yeah.
And he hit the ball to all parts of the St. Elizabeth technical ground, and he cleared the boundaries by meters, miles. So from that stage, I realized how powerful he was, despite the look of him.
Yeah. They don't call him Dada for nothing. He's always been a youngster who behaves bigger than his age. As a youngster, here's this one now that's tucked up by Mosley. Wanted a single, didn't get it square enough. And can't beat the man at that mid-wicket position. Straightish mid-wicket, Derval Green. Nicholson Gordon must be feeling pretty pleased with life. Has taken 3 of the 4 wickets to fall.
3 for 17.
3 for 17. With 5 maidens thrown in there as well. Wasn't played in the first game, a little surprisingly, as he's over the wicket now and bowls, and Mears is steering that out towards gully. I said steering that, although maybe could have just caught the outside half, and he adjusted well. Some bounce there, Jerome Foster.
I don't think he was in any control of that shot. Ball pitched off a good length, reared up a bit, almost as if he was trying to force it through the offside ball to the outer half of the bat. Luckily for him, he played it gently.
Mears now going back into his stance to do battle with Gordon, and Gordon bowls, and that's a good delivery. Mears plays forward, out up to cover, wanted a single, but Shane Dorich was not interested in the least.
There was no single on there. Ball was almost straight to the man at cover. Didn't have to move to get towards the ball. It's almost as if there's nervous energy around for Kyle Mears.
Yeah. 62 for 4. And here comes Gordon again from over the wicket, and Mears is coming inside his wicket and pushing it up towards the onside, and again can't score.
And there's no room being given here from Nicholson Gordon. He has been right on the stumps, even though the length hasn't been extremely full in this spell compared to the previous spell. It's really asking questions of Kyle Mears to negotiate. No space to freeze arms. He loves to freeze arms as well.
Gordon bowls, and Mears gets a bouncer too high. Really useless in the end. Umpire now making that signal. That's 1 for the over. Some of us were a little bit curious as to why he didn't start the season. Ended up with 9 wickets in the last game that the Scorpions played last year. 7 for 60 odd and 2 for 50 odd or some such thing against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the last 4-day game last season. First game this season, Jamaica playing Red Force
at the same venue.
And Nicholson Gordon had to carry the drinks. That was strange. That's a cut shot by Mears, nicely played. And that could run all the way up towards the cover boundary. It gets there now. Lovely shot off the back foot. And that punched it for 4 more runs. A few more words from Jerome Foster, and Renata Brown will take over for the next half an hour or so.
That shot is a shot of a man in form. Beautifully played by Kyle Mears. Went back, shortish in length, and punched it square. Cover gave up the chase quite easily to how easily that was timed from Mears. Nice look, nice runs. Composed batting here from the strongly built left-hander. And the score moves up to 66 for 1 and the lead 147 for 4. As Renata Brown joins us, Jermaine Blackwood will be into his 3rd over. He has already bowled 2 overs, none for 3, no maidens. Hasn't looked bad. hasn't really looked very, very threatening.
And what this also tells you, Jerome, is that we probably won't see spin for now, as this one beats Shane Dowrich, who has looked good for his 27 runs outside the off stump, because I reckon that the next change will be either Marquina Mindley or Derval Green.
And I wouldn't be surprised, because based on the way the faster bowlers have operated, it would merit them continuing. I understand that Patrick Harty Jr. is a main spinner and he wants to
that can't work. Here's a short delivery wide outside the off stump, and it goes to Patrick Harty Jr. on the deep backward point boundary. They go through for one, so one added to the score. The Barbados Pride, it's 67 now for the loss of 4.
Yeah, other than that final delivery from Blackwood, it was a tidy over, on and about off stump. The final delivery dragged down, and Dowrich capitalizing. Luckily for Blackwood and the Scorpions, they had a deepish point who cut that one off and limited it to only a single. But the only scoring shots so far from Dowrich have been delivered short on either side of the wicket, which tells you need to be a lot fuller to the diminutive right-hander.
Yeah, I saw Nicholas Gordon, of course, use the short ball to good effect. Here he is again, another short ball, but Shane Dowrich was on top of the bounce of it, was looking to pull it, took it from outside the off stump and took it into the onside. But should be encouraged by that though, Nicholas Gordon, because I felt that was really wide outside the off stump, and Shane Dowrich didn't have to play. He did play at it, kept it down though, but it could have easily have gotten a top edge. Here he is once more, Nicholas Gordon, the ball to the right-handed Shane Dowrich, back and across. He's driving this on the up, but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. John Campbell, the coach, has no ball signal here by the umpire as well. The standing umpire suggests that he would have overstepped. He was trying to maybe put a little more zest there, Nicholas Gordon, culprit of stepping over. And there's two slip gully backward point. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on. There's also a man at mid-wicket, almost forward square leg, as Shane Dowrich onto the front foot and defends this one. There's a fine leg in place as well, as the score remains at 68 for 4. The partnership now worth 10. Carl Mears is there on 5. Shane Dowrich is on 28, and the Jamaica Scorpions looking for another wicket here. The lead is 148. So 149 it is now, with the score 68 for 4. They've decided that they're going to put that man at deep backward square. Patrick Harty Jr. is 3/4 ways to the boundary as Nicholas Gordon comes in once more. And this one, another short delivery. Kyle Mears was very slow off the mark. The throw is to the keeper's end. And acrobatic take there from wicketkeeper Dennis Smith. Hasn't really done a lot wrong in this game, Dennis Smith.
Seems to be enjoying himself. Rolled around there to collect that delivery from Derval Green, who threw it in, trying to get Kyle Mears run out. But Kyle Mears wasn't walking with the bat. He wasn't backing up. Hence, he stuttered at the start because he started from a standing position. Dorich was anxious enough to get off strike. Luckily for Mears, the throw was wayward. Maybe would have been close. Don't think he would have been out though.
Nicholas Gordon once more to bowl to Kyle Mears this time. The left-hander just allows the ball to go through to the wicket-keeper. And there is no run. Two-slip gully, deep backward point. The captain, John Campbell, clapping away there at cover. There is a mid-off in the form of Derval Green, who is turning over his right shoulder. Probably an indication that he will be back in the attack not too far from now. Derval Green. Markina Mindley is on the fine leg boundary. Rothman Powell is a wideish mid-on, shortish, wideish mid-on position as this one again back driven. And I'm not sure if John Campbell knew exactly where his field was as Patrick Harty Jr. gave chase. So it was a delivery back of a length. Kyle Mears punched it, was onto the tip of his toes, punched it through the cover region. And John Campbell didn't even turn to chase at cover, just turned, held up his hand. But Patrick Harty Jr. was at deep backward point, so he had to do a lot of work to cut it off.
Indeed. I think the captain thought he was in front of point. Luckily for him, it wasn't as sweet the time as we thought initially.
And here's Nicholas Gordon once more, another short delivery, ducks under it. Kyle Mears overcomes to an end, and Nicholas Gordon has bowled now 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 26. You probably will need a sledgehammer to get him out of this Jamaica Scorpions lineup.
He merits his spot at this moment. He has really given the Scorpions that bit of hope, or that bit of sting in the bowling attack, because at 72 for 4, the lead effectively 153 for 4 still gives the Scorpions some amount of self-belief that they might have a chance in this game. But I still believe the Pride now, with this partnership moving nicely, have the advantage.
Here's Jermaine Blackwood, a Yorker length delivery to Shane Dowrich. They're both on the same height, by the way. I know that because when Jermaine Blackwood came out to bat, Shane Dowrich went and stood beside him and they were having a discussion and they were round about the same height.
A little bit disappointed though with the way the earlier Pride batsmen went about their knock. Everyone was dismissed playing aggressive strokes.
Here's that one struck on the pad, and the appeal came from those behind the stumps, nothing from Jermaine Blackwood, Jermaine Blackwood, I'm pretty sure, unless he changes, will never ever be overweight.
It's almost impossible. It's virtually impossible.
You've never seen him walking at less than 30 kilometers an hour. Here he is once more over the wicket, and this one driven back to him on the bounce, and immediately turns and walks briskly back to the top of his mark.
And getting to his overs pretty quickly as well.
It's almost as a spinner, Jermaine Blackwood. Here he is, has to be held up by the batsman. Comes in now, passes the umpire. A delivery that was back of a length. Naughty. Shane Dowrich looking to cut and deliver. That wasn't that short. Went over the top of his bat. And he walks away towards square leg. Kicks the ground.
Yeah, could have easily been forward there to that delivery, Dowrich. But again, he's not that type of batsman. He doesn't really like to come forward. He loves to play from his crease. Plays very, very late. Hence, he's very, very good on the cut shot. Gets a lot of his runs behind point.
And here's a beamer bowled by Jermaine Blackwood. Now, all eyes on the umpire It was a full toss, and I said it's a beamer because Shane Dowich is so short. Had to duck under it, by the way, and I think if it is that you can duck under it, or if it is that the batsman ducked under it, it was very close to being a no ball.
I tell you what, I think it was very, very close to the stumps as well. It didn't pass the stumps by a long way. I don't see the umpires even having a dialogue with Jermaine Blackwood, but he immediately apologized for that delivery.
And here he is once more. Here's a delivery full, driven by Shane Dowich and fielded by Jermaine Blackwood. I've seen that before, actually. A batsman ducking and getting bowled. It was actually off a off spinner. It was a very high delivery. The delivery almost went chest high, and he ducked under it, and it got bowled because the delivery was looped. Didn't have much pace. The over comes to an end. 33 completed, 73 for 4. The Barbados Pride batting in this their second innings. We have another 26 overs left to complete the day's play.
And surprisingly, Rovman Powell is going back to the end, which brought him so much success. So maybe he wasn't injured after all. Maybe he's just not comfortable bowling from this to Courtney Walsh end. So Jermaine Blackwood was just filling in some overs for him or for the team from this to Courtney Walsh end. So Powell is going back to the Michael Holding end, which gave him so much success in the first innings, replacing Nicholas Gordon, who looked a little bit jaded in his previous over. Wasn't getting enough pace on the deliveries, even though he ran in with a lot of heart. But no, Campbell setting a 7-2 field now because he's going to have a cover, regulation cover, deepish extra cover, not a sweeper. Then he's going to have the man from deep point coming into the circle. Well, he's going 3/4. So it's going to be at a deepish point position to Rovman Powell.
No, I'm going to sift through my memory bank. I'm pretty sure that this won't work. And Rovman Powell comes in to bowl this one down the leg side. Now, Shamar Holder took 5 wickets from that end. We've had 24 wickets gone. So 5 wickets from that end. Rovman Powell picked up 2. Nicholas Gordon has so far picked up 3.
No, well, in this innings he picked up another one. He picked up 4 because he took the wicket of Carter from that end in the first.
So he picked up 4 from that end as well, and it's probably safe to say that more than 50% of the wickets have come from that end.
And Jamel Warrican's 2 as well.
Jamel Warrican's 2 wickets came from that Michael Holding end.
One of
Kemar Roach
got
took 2 wickets.
One came from that.
One came from that end as well. So a majority of the wickets in this game so far have come from that Michael Holding end.
And you saw Roach taking the initiative this morning and bowling from that end, even though Shamar Holder got all the success.
Saying, come on, son, you're young.
On Thursday.
You have several years to get more wickets. There's Rovman Powell to bowl to Shane Dowich now. And Dowich onto the front foot and defenses into the onside to the man at mid-on. And there is no run. Score remains at 74 for the loss of 4.
And immediately you see Rovman going back into his groove. He's not really lost anything. He's still bowling on a tidy line and a tidy length. Just not getting the same movement as he did in the first innings, but still on his penny, as they would say.
Here's Rovman Powell again to bowl to Shane Dowich, and this one is driven. Can't beat the man at mid-on.
Nicely played by Dowich. Proper shot to that delivery, which is angling into the stumps rather than trying to flick the ball or work it through the mid-wicket region. Played it with a very, very straight bat. Playing it in the V down to the man at mid-on.
Oh, the bright sunshine. I can't remember a time today that the sun wasn't out in all its glory. Here's another back of the length delivery from Rovman Powell that's eased into the offside behind point. There is no run. Rain Williams does the fielding. The pitch has certainly dried out much more. The ball isn't coming onto the bat as it hasn't been for the entire game, but it has certainly improved. Saw the short deliveries from Nicholas Gordon did come through with some pace. Here's Rovman Powell again, and this is dangerous. A delivery angling in to Shane Dowich, was looking to cut, got the under edge, bounced, and then went to the man at point. So the over comes to an end, and the Barbados Pride remain at 74 for the loss of 4.
And 48 minutes since the resumption, Shane Dowich has looked very, very good for his 29. Kyle Mayers is on 10. They have lost Shane Mosley since the tea interval. A very, very poor shot in my estimation, because there was only one man out on the deep backward square boundary. And Mosley had no reason to play a hook shot, especially to the man who has taken the most wickets so far in the second innings of the Pride. So the Pride 74 for 4, a lead of 155. Still in the driver's seat to me, but not out of the way. It's not a definite that they're going to win the game.
And this one punched off the back foot again by Kyle Mears down to that man at deep point and go through for the single. And he takes his score now up to 11. And it's now 75 for the loss of 4. Shane Dowich is 0 on 29. And I've completed 34.1 overs as Jermaine Lanneman rejoins us. There's 2 slip gully. There's a man at fine leg. There's a deep point. You also have extra cover mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket as well, as this one is clipped behind, half stopped by Dennis Smith, diving to his left. Leg by signal by umpire Chris Taylor. So the score goes up by 1.
So Jamaica fighting for what you'd refer dear life. I mean, having been so, if one would argue, humiliated in the first innings, being bowled out for 138 and at one stage 50 out for 5, fighting back, hoping to find some late sting.
Yeah, and it's something they can do, as Kyle Mears tries to pull this one. Ball didn't get up as much as he initially thought. And Jermaine Blackwood here just filling a void. He's not threatening Jermaine Blackwood, but with 4 overs, 4.3 overs, 1 made, none for 5. He's not leaking runs either. So it's a decent option to have if it is that you're giving your main bowlers a rest. But I'm not opposed to the introduction of spin. As Jermaine Blackwood continues, Mears onto the back foot, works this into the onside, and they go through for a single. 77 now for the loss of 4.
Indeed, and the work continues. For the Scorpions, though, they should feel as if this post-lunch session would be, this half of the day belongs to them, because they may very well find themselves chasing 200, 250 runs, which for them gives them a sniff.
Here's Jermaine Blackwood once again. Bowling to Dowich, and again Shane Dowich looking to cut, and they're appealing. And now this is interesting, but it was a half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps. And the reason why I said that it was interesting is because I saw umpire Chris Taylor just had a look to the umpire at square leg, and I was just wondering if it is that he was wondering if it had carried.
It's one of those things where both the keeper and this first slip, they heard something and the ball did not drop.
Here is a ball that's defended by Shane Dowich to the man at mid-on, and there is no run, so over comes to an end. 77 for the loss of 4. Shane Dowich is on 29 and Kyle Mears on 12.
Yes, indeed. Where's your money now?
In my pocket.
Come on, you need to call this one. Where do you see this one trending?
Well, I get paid to call ball by ball, not necessarily to call the game on a whole.
Wow, such a coward.
They say in Jamaica, they say coward men. I think it's a word. Keep sound bones.
Indeed, but it's an interesting game. A decent game for the neutrals, as the case would be, because both teams have put themselves in a position for the shouting, as the saying goes.
Rothman Powell continues. Calmeers allowed this one to go through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run, so no ball signaled as well.
But with an informed Calmeers, 100 in the last game, 50 in the first innings, Jamaica would know that his wicket and or Shane Darwish's are key here for them to really feel as if, they can definitely limit the Bajans to under 300 runs in total for them to chase.
Powell now, second ball of this, his fourth over again. Now the first ball, because the first one was a no ball. That one was defended and there is no run.
And so far, Miles have been there for 35 minutes. He has faced 26 deliveries. And apart from a shout here and there, he has looked the part. He's naturally instinctive in an attacking game, but he has adjusted. And he's supposedly playing a supporting role to Dorish, who has played some elegant strokes so far.
Yeah, knowing that it's the likes of Ashton Nurse to come. This one allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper again, no run. So in case you're just joining us, the Jamaica Scorpions started the day at 53 for 6. They went on to post 138. Dennis Smith, last man out, made 35. And he shared in a 49-run partnership for the 7th wicket with Derval Green, who made 25. As another delivery allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper by Calmeers. Now for the Barbados, Kemar Roach bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37. Shamar Holder 16 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 45, all 5 wickets coming on the opening day. Kian Harding 10.3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 29. Jonathan Carter 3 overs, no maidens, none for 3. Jamil Warrican 2 overs, no maidens, and he picked up 1 for 4. As Rothman Powell is operating now around the wicket. And this one is too wide.
Earlier, while coming on here, I hear you mentioned you wouldn't mind seeing a spinner. How do you feel 35 overs in, second innings display, and the skipper has yet to call on a spinner?
I would say that we've seen 24 wickets going. And how many have fallen to spinners? Jamil Warrican picking up 1 wicket. Here's Rothman Powell. And beats Calmeers outside the line of the off stump.
The conditions are favouring medium and pace bowling.
Based on what I've seen over the 2 days so far.
So it's not a lack of confidence in Harty, you believe the captain?
A lack of confidence, I think that plays a part in it as well. If it is that you're trying to give your seam bowlers a rest, Jermaine Blackwood wouldn't be my go-to bowler, as this one again allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper. But at the same time, you can't now go against your decision to bowl Jermaine Blackwood, who has bowled 5 overs for just 6 runs. So we won't see Patrick Harty Jr., we won't see Jermaine Blackwood continuing either, because I think from now on we would see the fast bowlers, the main fast bowlers operating from this end. It will be Derval Green who will get the ball now. So the Barbados Pride, 78 for the loss of 4. The wickets to go, Craig Brathwaite, he was caught. Derval Green off the bowling of Nicholas Gordon. Shane Mosley was caught. Rain Williams off the bowling of Gordon as well. Got caught on the deep backward square boundary. Craig Brathwaite got caught at mid-off. Here's Derval Green, his first ball in this new spell, punched off the back foot by Shane Dowrich. John Campbell coming to his left doing the fielding. Shamar Brooks was caught. Derval Green off the bowling of Gordon. It was a shortish delivery, didn't get up as much, was looking to pull, skied it, and Derval Green with a very good running catch at mid-on. And then Jonathan Carter was caught. Dennis Smith off the bowling of Markina Mindley. And
And so far, Shane Dulwich 29, Kyle Mears on 12. And they've put on 20 runs for the 5th wicket so far.
Indeed, and it's good to see Shane Dulwich getting in on the runs, at least in the second innings, because, say for instance, I mean, the boundaries, at least 3 of his boundaries so far, he has hit 5 fours, and at least 3 of them has been either an elegant cover drive or classic cut shots. It just shows to say that he has such batsmanship about him. You want to see players like they go on and get runs and, develop.
Here is Derval Green, and he guides this one past the man at gully. They should run to the boundary. Jermaine Blackwood gives chase and does very well. Jermaine Blackwood, he's very quick across the outfield and has saved his team 2 runs.
Well fielded there by Blackwood, running from slip all the way down to whereby his slide took him over the boundary ropes. But a good 2-run save, you may never know. It could be decisive, but that's the type of feeling, as he was applauded by his teammates, that John Campbell would be wanting from his players as they seek to assert themselves in the game, get back to a position whereby they can perhaps force their first win for the season, having drawn their first 2 matches.
Yeah. All in all, the Jamaica Scorpions, they wouldn't take this as a bad start. Here is Derval Green once more, delivered back of a length. Shane Dulwich behind it again and defends it into that backward point region, and they were able to come through for 2 because Patrick Harty Jr. had to leave from almost a deep cover to run all the way around to maybe a 3rd-man region to try and cut the ball off, and he wasn't going to prevent 2 there.
Right, so it was from an outstanding stop from the second slip in Jermaine Blackwood to a misfield from the gully of Brandon King, diving over that one. That wouldn't have been what the teammates would have wanted, but King generally a good fielder.
Derval Green again. Shane Dulwich again opens the face of the bat, gets it behind point and goes through for the single. He takes his score now to 34. The Barbados Pride now 83 for 4. They have a lead of 166 runs.
166 and counting, inching ever so close to a 200-run lead, which at a minimum they would want to feel acceptable for a second innings chase. But preferably, I would want to figure from their part, they would want 300. How close they can get to that is a different argument.
Yeah, here is another one, and it gets the outside edge, but in between second slip and gully, and goes to the boundary for 4 off the bat of Kyle Mears. So it was a false stroke, but in the end, managed to escape, perfectly dissected those 2 players, and he takes his total now to 16. And the Pride, they go up to 87 now for the loss of 4.
Very good bowling there on the part of Derval Green. In calling, forcing, as the case may be, Myers into a prodding, a push per se, and appealing the outside edge with that away movement of a delivery.
Just a tentative push there outside the line of the off stump from Kyle Mears, and came off the outside portion of the bat. And you can't really blame the captain for that, because the ball has gotten older. There was no indication that you needed 3 slips and a gully. And there are some of those that carry to hand, and then there's some of them that goes into gaps. Now they've taken out one of the slip fielders. They're going with they don't have a first slip, and Nkrumah Bonner is standing at second slip. Jermaine Blackwood is at gully, and they've padded the offside, which tells you that Rothman Paul is going to go full and wide outside the off stump. And that was that delivery. No shot offered by Shane Dulwich. So the score remains at 87 for the loss of 4. 168-run lead for the Barbados Pride. Now John Campbell has decided that he's going to push that man out on the deep cover boundary. And he's so square that it's almost a deep point. Here's a delivery that's pushed to the man at mid-on. And again, there is no run to Shane Dowich, who is there on 34. Cal Mears on 16, 87 for the loss of 4.
Your take on the development of Shane Dowich? I mean, on 34 now, looking at ease, what's your take?
On this game or his overall career?
Overall career.
This one beaten outside the off stump. Shane Dowich that time from Rothman Powell. I did make...
He has played 31 test matches so far. He averages 30 as a wicketkeeper batsman. Highest score of 125 not out. 300s in that knock from 31 matches, averaging 30.
I scored 100 against England in that series win.
Indeed.
Scored 100 against Sri Lanka as well.
I believe 100 here against India.
As this one is flicked, I believe some batters on that, goes down to the boundary of a 4, leg by signal by the umpire.
But
so 4 more to the total of the Barbados Pride, now goes to 91 for the loss of 4.
Yes, but as it relates to Dowich, I mean, you'd perhaps want your keeper to be there, averaging 30 nonetheless after 31 games, and constantly around the runs and constantly contributing. Is he your test keeper for sure?
Yeah, there's no indication that he shouldn't be the test wicket keeper. I'm trying to remember who the third century was against. I'm thinking it was probably...
He made a century here against India, not last time, but...
Zimbabwe. I'm thinking it's Zimbabwe. I'm thinking he probably made... I'll have to check that, and my memory is fading.
When Ruston Chase made 100?
When Ruston Chase made 100 here, I believe he made 70-odd or 80-odd runs. Ruston Chase was the lone centurion in that game here in 2016. I'm thinking he made a century against Zimbabwe.
In Zimbabwe.
Or in Zimbabwe or Bangladesh. He made a century that tour. I think that was also the tour where Jason Holder made a century as well.
And I think his game was being questioned at the time, Dowich, and he did make a...
It was. Then came back to the Caribbean and made a century against Sri Lanka. And then went on to make a century against England in that partnership with Jason Holder, who made 200.
But just for the records though, he has played 100 first-class games. This is 101st. He averages 33.7, 700s and 24 50s. 28 years old.
Decent return for a wicketkeeper at the first-class level, but his test cricket has certainly developed. I think he made 70-odd on his debut. Made his debut around about 2016 or 2015. I think it was 2015 when England toured the Caribbean. Jermaine Blackwood made a century in that, well, his only century in that series. I believe Jason Holder made his maiden century in that series as well. And Shane Dowich made 70-odd in the second innings of a game against England. As this one is short, it's pulled by Cal Mears, bounces a couple of times, won't get 4. They come through for the second though. And Shane Dowich in that game, I believe it was caught at short mid-on. It was an awkward position. They had put a fielder right adjacent to the pitch, and he played the ball on the up and got dismissed. Since then, he has certainly went through a rut where he wasn't getting runs, but has come out of it. Here's the one looking to pull that one, Cal Mears. So can maybe say a change of gear here for the left-hander, because pulled the first one. This one wasn't that short. Again, was trying to pull. We have 4:08 in his local time, which would suggest that it should be another hour. but that won't happen because as Derval Green pulls out, we reckon we again will go up to around about 5:30, as there are 21 overs left in the day's play. Well, 20 overs after this, another 5 over with the Seamers operating will probably take us to round about 4:40, 4:30, 4:40. Here is Derval Green, again pulls out of his run-up. So I'm not sure what's happening here with Derval Green. Doesn't seem to be anything physical with him because he's not holding on to anywhere, he's not limping. He's just adjusting now his run-up.
Sporting a broad smile on his face.
Here he is now. Who's in this one, back of a length. Mears drops it into the offside. They go through for a quick single, and the throw from John Campbell came to the bowler's end and almost caught Carl Mears.
Yes, well run there by Mears, pushing and seeing that the cover field of Campbell was a little bit away, immediately called and so responded as the case with Dorish, easily making the striker's end and the non-striker's end respectively.
So he's back at the top of his mark. Is Derval Green to bowl to Shane Dowich, the right arm medium pacer to the right-handed batsman. Works this one off his toes into the onside and walks through for the single. The score inching towards the 100 mark. They're now 97 for the loss of 4.
Another question I just wanted to ask. Do you ever see, notwithstanding that Dorish has had a very slow start to listed cricket or 50 overs cricket, the fact that he's such a stroke player, do you perhaps see over time he had in that dimension to his game whereby he could become an asset to the West Indies one-day team?
No. Derval Green, this is a short. This could be called a wide ball. No. One signaled for the over, by the way.
You think he's too much of a slow scorer?
I think based on his mechanics,
temperament,
based on also his temperament. I'm not big on, let's say, converting these players into one-day cricket, where West Indies cricket is now, especially Test cricket, even though I think we're improving in the longest format. As Camille punches this off the back foot, the cover point region, they go through for 1. Is that I still think that we need to identify our best Test bowlers. As it's drinks now at 4:11 local time. Have another 20 overs remaining in the day's play. So I think
the score being 98 for 4.
Now they scored 98 for 4, which means they lead by 179 runs, Barbados Pride. I'm not big on, I won't say chopping and changing, but building a Test team is not necessarily having your best Test players going on to play limited overs cricket. It sometimes affects those players. I think one of the things that affected Kieran Powell is when he started playing limited overs cricket. It started to affect his Test cricket. He became more attacking and started to make more mistakes. I don't want the same for Shane Dowich based on what I've seen so far. He's averaging 13 Test cricket with 3 centuries. He has looked good, has good tempo, and because of the way the West Indies top order bats and is situated, they're generally quick scorers, apart from Craig Brathwaite.
The reason why I was thinking of making the argument is that the stayers in our one-day team, I mean, yes, we are fortunate enough to have persons the like of Shea Hope, etc. But we no longer have a space for stayers, persons like what Ramdale perhaps arguably used to do when you have the hitters around.
I won't say there's no space, what I'll say is that when you're in a team with Shea Hope, who in limited overs cricket, 50 over cricket, isn't your quickest scorer, tends to bat through the innings. You're also seeing now where Roston Chase is being included in limited over squad. Again, not someone who is going to score at 90 or 100 run per 100 ball. So those two players are the players that you're looking to sit in and you can build an innings around. The likes of Shimron Hetmyer, Nicholas Puran, Kyron Pollard, those are your quick scorers. Evan Lewis will get runs very quickly. Whoever comes in and bats at maybe 3 or 4. But you're looking at Evan Lewis.
Maybe a Darren Bravo. So currently you're looking at who? Evan Lewis, Shea Hope opening the batting, Shimron Hetmyer at 3, Nicholas Puran at 4, maybe Karen Pollard at 5. But then you're also looking at someone like Sherfane Rutherford, who can probably come into a limited overs, a 50 over team as well in the future. There is a space for Jason Holder as an all-rounder in the team as well. I don't think trying to convert Andre Russell if he comes back and plays 50 over cricket. So I wouldn't be someone now to convert Shane Dawich into Test cricket.
We have enough stayers now.
I think we do have enough persons here who can bat. I think Nicholas Puran, while he gets his runs quickly, isn't necessarily all that careless. And in comparison to someone like Shimron Hetmyer, who's always looking to score. So I think the setup of the limited overs team, the 50 over team now, is a decent setup. And I think someone like Shane Dawich should concentrate on Test cricket.
Okay. I just ask this question. It'd be good to ask him what are his desires, what are his hopes, maybe.
I think every player will tell you that they would want to play all 3 formats of the game. Rothman Powell, for instance, says he would want to play Test cricket. Want to play Test cricket and working towards playing Test cricket is a totally different thing. I don't think he's working towards playing Test cricket, but I think if the opportunity comes, he will accept it.
I don't think I wouldn't say that he's not working. He's playing first class cricket. So
he's playing first class cricket because he needs to be playing cricket, not because he wants to play Test cricket. I don't think so.
I necessarily agree. I'm sure that he would want to know that if he scores 2-3 centuries this season, he could be considered for the longer form.
And I'm thinking that Rothman Powell, if he scores 2 or 3 centuries this season, it's not because of a want of playing Test cricket. Here is Powell, continues, gets the outside edge, bounces in front of Jermaine Blackwood and goes to the boundary for 4. So the outside edge found, the first delivery after the drink spray, but not carrying. And now there's a acquisitive look from Rothman Powell and Jermaine Blackwood whether or not they were standing back too far.
Yeah, that slip cordon didn't look as if it was set up properly. One, it doesn't appear as if there was a first slip. He was maybe in between first and second. And there was a third slip, I would argue. So it wasn't structured properly, and Rothman Powell just turned his back, perhaps not happy with how things went.
Yeah, here's Rothman Powell again. Around the wicket, he's operating to the left-handed Kyle Mears, who works this into the offside. And Shane Dawich was looking for a single, but there is none on offer. And let me see if I can qualify my statement. And I say this is just my interpretation and what I'm saying here, my opinion, because I've spoken to him and he said that he's taking 4-day cricket very serious because he wants to play Test cricket. He has said that. That's a fact. As Powell once more, delivery outside the off stump, and Kyle Mears allows it to go through to the wicket
I'm saying if he was to demonstrate the ability to can construct 3, if I may say 300s, you understand me, 3 solid, long innings, maybe one lasting over a day or 2, it would be saying to the question, you would be asking some questions of the selectors.
And I am saying that Rothman Powell at this stage is not operating as if he wants to take 2 days to make a century, as this is pushed into the cover region and there is no run.
while Rothman Powell, the likes of Rothman Powell and O'Shane Thomas will tell you that they would want to play Test cricket. That's the right thing to say. Are they working towards playing Test cricket? That's a different issue.
Working towards is relative.
I don't see Rothman Powell with 1 over to go in a day where the team is 53 for the loss of 5, defending a ball outside the off stump and saying, I want to come back the following day in bright sunshine and make 100. That is what I'm saying.
Are you using his first innings display against him?
No, I'm saying that is what I'm saying.
Okay. I'm just saying, anyhow, I mean, the fact that he said so, he's playing the games, we would want to see the application to justify his statements.
That's all I'm saying. So here's a delivery, no from Rothman Powell. Again, that got an inside edge. Came off the boot of Kyle Mears and goes into that point region. The fielding done by Brandon King, and there is no run. The score remains at 103 for the loss of 4, a lead of 184 runs. So Rothman Powell once again, top of his mark coming in. And Bose Cameras drive this one. It was aerial for a bit. Went in front of point, down towards the boundary. It's cut off by Derval Green, who is patrolling that boundary. And the throw comes in. They were able to go through for 2. Calmeers now takes his total up to 27. And the score now 105 for the loss of 4. So these two certainly.
But looking back at this play so far, how do you see the sessions going? Who you believe has more reason to smile?
I think it's still even, even though the lead is 184 runs. I think it's still pretty even. The fact that the Jamaica Scorpions would have done themselves some good, recovering from 53 for 6 to make 138 in response to the 219 that Barbados made. But they've done themselves some good, having the Barbados pride at 105 for the loss of 4.
Indeed, and
another wicket here, and you're thinking that you can get maybe the other 5 wickets for 50 runs or so, which leaves you chasing less than 250 runs.
So you believe it's as it relates to the day play, it's advantage Jamaica?
I think it's even. I think it's really even between these two.
Yeah, but it was interesting though to see the fight back this morning. It will be interesting because Dennis Smith did show his ability, the wicketkeeper, with 35 to get Jamaica to that total of 138 after starting 5 wickets down for 53. So kudos to them and their fight back. He was assisted ably by Derval Green, who made 25. Barkila Minley chipped in with 9. Nicholson Gordon chipped in with 7. And the total was 138.
So the first sighter spin in this innings from the Jamaica Scorpions, the second delivery from Patrick Harty Jr., a short one. Here's a chance for a run out maybe. The throw was a strong one from Derval Green, but it wasn't the best, wasn't along the stumps.
And we have seen Barbados coming out in their second innings with an 81 runs lead. Not necessarily doing anything to falter their position either. Craig Brathwaite was dismissed for 1, Mosley recently for 19.
As again, this one is caught, can't be Brandon King at backward point.
Shamar Brooks made 5, Jonathan Carter made 6, and Shane Dowish currently not out 38, as is Kyle Myers 27, 107 for 4, a lead of 187 runs. Pretty even Stevens.
And here's again a full delivery on the line of the leg stump that's worked into the mid-wicket region. They go through for 1, should get at least 2. They turn for the second now. So a good batting from Shane Dowrich, who now goes inching closer to a half century, takes his score now up to 40.
And in the
50-run partnership coming up for these two as well in 90 deliveries in 65 minutes.
And in the battle, I mean, Nicholson Gordon, with a second in display of 3 for 27, has been leading the Jamaican charge. 1 for 21 from Marquina Minley is a supporting bowler.
So, again, operating from around the wicket is Patrick Harty Jr. So there's a slip backward point. There's also a deep extra covers. Shane Dowrich is onto the front foot and defends this one into the onside. There is no run. There's a mid-off. There's a long on. There's also a deep backward square, a mid-wicket, and there's man at square leg. Here is Patrick Harty Jr. again. This one driven straight to the man at mid-off, and there is no run. His opening over comes to an end. There was 4 runs off that over. And the Barbados Pride, they're 109 for the loss of 4. They lead by 190 runs.
Rather belatedly, you'd say, Patrick Harty finally getting his break.
It's what he can do with it. We have another 18 overs left in the day's play, by the way.
But at least, as evidenced by that over, there's no oohs and no ahs. I mean, is it that he's been, as per the first innings, easy to read?
What I think from Patrick Harty Jr. is that he's not bowling with assurance. He's not bowling as if I'm going to use this ball to take a wicket. He's just almost going through the motions, and that's my criticism of him. When he picked up the wickets against the Volcanoes, I thought that would have probably pushed him even more. But it's just as if he's not bowling as if he wants to pick up wickets.
Yeah, he doesn't force the batsman into making mistakes enough. He's almost like waiting for the batsman to make an error. And while that may be the case at the domestic level, in which he generally does well, him stepping up here to the first class level is perhaps showing up his game. And he needs to perhaps do something extra to give confidence to the captain to give him the ball more often.
So here's another delivery that Kyle Mears is onto the front foot, defends it into the cover region, and there is no run. Score remains at 109 for the loss of 4. With Dowrich on 40 and at 27 to Kyle Mears.
Yes, because going to Jermaine Blackwood for 4 or 5 overs, albeit he went not for not a lot of runs, you'd have wanted to see a spinner coming in there.
Here is Rothman Powell again. This delivery allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So these two batsmen now 51 runs so far they've added for this 5th wicket, and 51 runs where for the most part they've looked comfortable against the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers. Haven't seen, apart from Nicholson Gordon bowling some bodyline stuff, short deliveries, they've looked comfortable to most of the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers. Here's Rothman Powell again. This one picked off, was a delivery on the line of the leg stump and down to that mid-wicket boundary, and the fielding done by Orain Williams. Kyle Mears was able to go through for the single, takes his score now up to 28.
Comfortable is a good word, because the partnership has really blossomed to 52, because 52 runs ago they were 140 and for 4. Jamaica would have feeling much more happier. Now the score is the lead is 192 and teetering close to 200. So very good repair work being done by Dowrich here and Mayers in really trying to reinforce the advantage of Barbados.
And this one defended by Shane Dowrich, or pushed by Shane Dowrich down to that man at mid-on, and there is no run. And remember, the Jamaica Scorpions again started on 53 for 6, went on to make 138. 81 run first innings lead the Barbados Pride they hold, and then lost a couple of quick wickets, and these two now in the rebuilding phase as they approach the end of action on day 2. That's flicked off the pass from Shane Dowich into the mid-wicket region, should run close to the boundary. Indeed, I think that may have gotten to the boundary despite the desperate dive from Marquina Minley to stop it. That was a well-timed, well-placed shot from Shane Dowich. Gets value for runs.
What a shot, another shot of class, another shot of definitely a test player, as the case may be. Wonderful on the eyes, straight in the pads was Rovman Powell there, and he just picked it up elegantly, slightly leaning over in front and posing after the shot was made, and the ball just, took its time to the boundary ropes. Very good to see.
So the over comes to an end. I reckon there's another 17 overs left in the day's play. And they'll have to try and get those 17 overs in the next 32 minutes. That won't happen. Another 32 minutes until the scheduled cutoff time, but they will extend it by 30 minutes. And the reason for this is because I haven't seen a lot of spin. This is only the second over for Patrick Harty Jr. in this innings, and the Jamaica Scorpions, they've bowled 42 overs. So here he is, and this one is back of a length and worked into the onside, and there is no run. That one was straight to John Campbell. And this one punched down to that mid-off region, and there is no run. You'll hear from Orville Higgins quite soon. As Patrick Harty Jr. comes in once more over the wicket, and this one is defended again into the onside by Kyle Mears, the left-hander. And there is no run. I would really like to see Patrick Harty Jr. bowl a little bit fuller. Kyle Mears is playing him off the back foot currently. Isn't threatening. Here he is once more. Again, this one, Kyle Mears onto the front foot and plays it back to Patrick Harty Jr. There is no run. Mears remains on 28. Shane Dowich 44, 56-run partnership. Patrick Harty Jr., another delivery that's flighted, that's worked down to long on, and they walk through for the single. There's only one delivery to come in this over. It's at 4:30 local time. Orville Higgins warms up to take over. And there's a slip backward point. There's a deep extra cover, mid-off, long on. It's a mid-wicket as well, as Shane Dowich works this one down to that wideish long on position, goes through for the single, takes his score to 45 at the end of that over, the end of the 43rd over. The Barbados Pride batting a second time are 116 for the loss of 4. They lead now by 197 runs. 196 runs actually they lead by. And you'll hear from Jermaine Lanneman as Orville Higgins gets set to take over from me.
Indeed, at 5 runs now away, Shane Dowich from what would be a deserved half century. He has played some wonderful shots in his innings so far of 45 runs, including 4 fours and, as a matter of fact, 5 fours. And quite the type of player, demonstrating to those who are on hand here at the venue of his capabilities in terms of stroke play, and in terms of the Barbados team bringing the lead closer to 200 runs and making the game a little bit more heading back towards the favor of Barbados.
All right, so we're witnessing Marquina Minley, who will be continuing from that far end as we wind down here on day 2, with the lead now stretching up towards the 200 mark. 116 for 4. The lead now 197. So at the moment, I heard you, Jermaine, and Renata discussing advantage whom. Clearly for me, the advantage is the Barbados Pride. That one was outside the off-stump. Dorich was attempting to play at it, but they have just held the bat in line.
I would want to say the advantage happened 50 runs, 8 runs. No, because 58 runs ago at 140 out for 4, it was even. So this partnership between Dorish and Mayers has really just tilted the balance a bit back in the Pride's favor.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Mayers has continued to present stout resistance on 29. As Minley bowls, he pulls that round through the straight mid-wicket region. That will go up to the boundary for 4. Short ball. And that's a good shot by Dorrit. Swiveled and pulled it well in front of mid-wicket. And that was the level of control. The lead now 201. Dorrit goes up to 49. Lovely shot, that, Jeremy.
Indeed, another wonderful stroke on his part. At least 5 we have seen this afternoon that is just admirable. This one here shows a batsman with a lot of confidence and form. A little bit on the short side, but he rocked back so easily and pulled so elegantly, if not technically correct, down, and none of the fielders moved.
Scorpion bowlers continues to find it difficult to separate these two. Lead 201. Some may say that this is good enough, but the truth is the Scorpions have looked better in all their second innings so far. Scoring well over 300 in their second innings against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and were 404 for 8 declared in their second innings in the next game. So they've scored 300 plus. There are 2 second innings in the contest in the tournament so far. Minley bowls, and that's another single to Dorich, who gets his 50.
Well played.
And knocking it down into the leg side. 50 for Dowrich. Excellently played. Came at a time when his team were losing wickets rapidly. And together with Kyle Mayers has wrestled the initiative back towards the Barbados Pride. Well played innings.
Indeed. Also on the part of his 50 runs actually coming off 80 balls in 113 minutes. Just shy of 2 hours. But such has been important his role that he has, as you pointed out, wrestled the initiative back in his team favor, along with Kyle Myers, the first inning top scorer. He's on 29. No doubt he too will want another half century in this game to back up his 100 in the last match to show his form.
So Myers it is as Minley bowls, and he leaves alone outside off stump. And no touch offered. Certainly St. Dorich has been known, as we have seen several times in Test cricket, really temperamentally as sound as they come. Doesn't get flustered, is not afraid of knuckling down when the pressure is on.
Indeed.
It's a very important innings here for the Barbados Pride.
And as demonstrated by his Test record, averages 30 with 3 centuries and a couple of half centuries. The argument is he's shown good ability. Yeah,
he is Kyle Mayers steering it to the left of the man at backward point. They take 1. They're coming back for the second. And 2 easy runs taken. Decent shot that from Myers, just steering it square on the offside. End of Minley's over. And Kyle Myers goes up to 29. And the lead now, you make it 204. That's the latest position here at Savannah Park.
Yes, Captain Campbell now, he'll have rung in the change of bringing in Harty belatedly after 41 overs, with the seamers apparently doing well, not apparently, but doing well in keeping the Barbados team to 140 odd for 4 at one stage. He didn't see the need to bring Harty, who, for what it is worth, didn't look threatening in the first innings, and as per the previous game, the Windwards didn't come on until very late in that game. But he has given Harty the opportunity. Harty is now in his 3rd over in this innings. He has conceded 6 runs, but he wants him to take some wickets.
Harty bowls, and Dorich is on driving out towards long on. Just pushing down the ground for an easy single. And with that, Dorich goes to 51. And the score now 123 for 4. The lead now by 204 as Mars on 31 comes back on strike.
Yes, Myers would have offered an opportunity already, but so far it's a chanceless innings from Dorich.
Harty bowls and Mars, easy as you like, works it out to mid-wicket as the ball spun into the left-handed batsman.
And credit must be given to Myers as well on 31. He seems to have adjusted his game. Not only he has adjusted his game and seems to have it within him, because naturally an attacking instinct player, but he's playing the role of anchor here.
Here's Myers now driving up towards mid-on and hit it directly to the fielder, doesn't score.
Which perhaps would say he would make a good one-day player.
So Patrick Harty is continuing. It's now in his third over. Certainly hasn't seen too much of the action, the left-arm spinner. And his 2.2 overs have cost him some 7 runs. Hasn't taken a wicket. Truth is, hasn't looked like taking a wicket. From over the wicket bowls, and Mars is easy as you like again, finding that man close in on the leg side, just turning the ball. And Patrick Harty really doesn't look threatening in the least here, Jermaine Lanneman. Here's he from over the wicket. And that's driven down towards long on for a single. Don't think they'll attempt a second, they won't. And Kyle Murray is going up by 1 to 32. It's now 125 for 5, and the lead now 205.
Yes, indeed. Artie has gotten an opportunity because Dennis Bolai would have been injured from the first fixture. Dennis, who came off a Super 50 as Jamaica's second leading wicket taker, got invited to the West Indies President's 11 team in form.
He's a single by Dorich down the ground again, out towards Langan.
Injury in his shoulder, being asked to rest the doctors for 2 weeks. He's expected to be back for Jamaica's next fixture. Harty would have wanted to take some wickets here to actually put some pressure on Bulai in terms of his coming back, as the case may be, but he has not done a lot. Didn't ask a lot of questions in the Windwards game. Took 1 in the first innings, 3 very late tail-end wickets per se in the second innings, and none in the first innings here, and looks very, ordinary.
Yeah, certainly not threatening, but when the nature of cricket is, you never know, he could find himself, getting a wicket and then his confidence goes on. But at the moment,
one of the challenges I'm having is variation. He seems to just bowl in the stock left arm finger spin. The arm ball, perhaps not there as much. I don't know if there's a quicker ball that's there. At this level, at least the regional level, you have to have those. And if you intend to go to another level, you definitely have to have those. So he needs to work on his game some more, Artie.
All right, so here's Minley will continue to Dorich, and Dorich is working that out towards backward square. And again, another easy single. Dorich now looks completely at ease. In fact, it's 4. I looked up and saw the umpire signaling 4. Thought the fielder would have gotten there on time. That's 4 good-looking runs. Play that so easily.
No, what it appears,
it's a wilting Jamaican attack at the moment.
Any fine leg, that it seems as if.
Right, I just assumed that there'd be a fine leg after I thought the batsmen assumed that as well.
Yes.
And then they realized that there was nobody at fine leg. And now we're seeing that John Campbell must have just gone to sleep. There were only 2 people on the leg side, a mid-on and a mid-wicket deep. No fine leg. Dorich angled the ball down, took 1, was almost convinced that there'd be a fine leg until he realized, hold on, that's 4.
Yes, indeed.
Tricked everybody, didn't it?
Captain has now made the adjustment and brought Harty from a cover, to fine leg.
And this is pushed out into the covers now.
Extra cover, that is.
And no run resulting. So Dorich is on 56. Mayers, the non-strike, on 32. The lead now, we make it about 211.
Indeed. Making it safe and safer, as the case may be, with 5 wickets to come. All beat bowlers in the sense that Nurse, Warrican, Roach, Holder, and Keon Harding. But nonetheless, wickets that Jamaica would have to get.
Here's Dorich plays up towards mid-on, takes off for a quick single. They'll get it easily enough. And Dorich continues to pile on some runs here. And with each passing moment, the Jamaican attack looks to be wilting in the afternoon sun here at Savannah Park. They no longer the G'ing up that we saw when Barbados were struggling at, what was it, 40-something for 3?
144.
Well, 140. Well, none of the wickets were falling even before that. You'll do another recap to tell us what it is. So, at one stage, the Bajans were losing wickets quite rapidly, as Jeremy Lanman will just keep us up to date with the Barbadian innings so far. But for now, they are 126 for 4 and continues to do well here. That's a pull shot out into the deep, audacious shot well in front of square, and it goes into the boundary for 4 by Kyle Mars. He says, thank you very much there, Mr. Marquino Minley, and he swiveled and pulled that rail nicely through the mid-wicket region down to the boundary now for 4.
Yes, and I like the word he used earlier, wilted, the Jamaican bowlers. Campbell tried Derval Green, Ravman Powell, and now has gone back to Minley, or maybe what's left now is for him to go back to Nicholson, searching for that 5th wicket, trying to break this partnership that has so far yielded 78 runs.
78 added by these two. Minley balls, and that's driven up towards mid-off. Mid-off is fairly deep, but the ball was hit so well that they couldn't score. Myers on the attack that time around.
Yes, so indeed, they were at a position at 58 for 4.
Yes.
Indeed, and the argument is that they've been a lead with the 81 of 145. But since then, this partnership has come in, matured, and has really almost, been batting the Jamaicans out of the game.
Yes, at 58 for 4, the Scorpions would have felt they had a chance, but that's another shot driven out into the deep where the man at cover will do the fielding. And one more run to Myers. He goes up to 37. We make it. Lead now 217. Dowrich on 57 will come back on strike.
Indeed, and Mayers, having made 53 in the first innings, clearly demonstrating that he's in some form, having made 100 against Guyana in their victory last week in Kensington Oval. Shane Dowrich, he made 14 in the first innings, so this 50 would have helped him come back, and where he looks, he may very well go on to make 100.
Here is he now. That's Dowrich plays forward to a one that just came back a little bit, but he was well in control. Squeezed it into the offside. The end of Minley's over. Now 10 overs, 1 for 38. And Patrick Harty will get a chance to try again.
Indeed. Nicholson Gordon, though, one would wonder if he'll come back anytime soon. He was the main destroyer for the Jamaicans earlier in limiting the Bajan team to 58 runs for 4 wickets. He took 3 for 27 of 12 overs. Marquina Minley is currently 1 for 39 of 10. Those are the wicket takers, the 4 wickets for Derval Green. He has not taken a wicket, 27 runs of 9 overs. The same for Ravman Powell, 22 runs of 7 overs. Jermaine Blackwood, who was used as a part-time medium pacer, he bowled 5 overs, 6 runs coming off it, no wicket, and Patrick Harty has gone 3 overs, 9 runs and no wicket. So really, Nicholson Garden is maybe the man.
Here is Harty bowling to Myers, and he works that one easily round towards backward square. Again, virtually walk the single. And Myers now go up to 38. It's 138 for 4, lead of 219. Brings the man who has batted so well for the Barbados Pride, Shane Dowrich, on 57. And he's to face the left-arm orthodox spinner from around the wicket. He's on the back foot, punches out to the man at cover. Easy single. And Dowrich goes up to 58. It's getting easier and easier is the batting at the moment, Jermaine Lanneman.
Yes, indeed. And what Dowrich looks so easy now, it almost looks like he's the person to give it away. At 58 runs, and he's just taking singles at will and hitting boundaries on with elegance. He looks good.
Yeah, looks as if they're going to have to find something really special to dislodge him. We're seeing a change in the field. The man from cover going out towards the man in the mid-wicket area. As Only a slip as catchers as Mayors plays out into the mid-on region and doesn't score. Straight to the captain, John Campbell.
I would want to see an arm ball. I've seen he attempted a few arm balls before. Why isn't he trying to deceive the batsman, Patrick Harty?
Mayors works it into the onside. There has been some turn for Patrick Harty, but it's been slow turn, and the batsmen have lots of time to get onto the back foot and work him around, as Mayors did that time. Did not get a single though. Here's that one again. That was a little quicker, and he was equal to the task. Well in behind, he plays it back to the ball.
A little bit straight on as well. Didn't turn as much. That one went with the arm.
Right.
These are the deliveries. If he's going to get wicket, he'll have to bowl.
Here is Harty again, and this is driven off the inside edge down towards fine leg. And when it's not happening for you, it's not happening for you. He was essaying a big drive through extra cover. And
that appears to be a bye being signaled there.
There was no bat on it.
No bat.
It's bye signal, so no shot, didn't get a touch, so it beat the bat. Thought there might have been an inside edge, but bye signal a little bit later by the umpire as it goes down to fine leg.
No, I mean, invariably it was a full toss missed by the batsman Myers, as it perhaps dipped just in line with the stump and spun away from the keeper.
Myers remains on 38. The total now 139 for 4. The lead 220.
Yes.
This is now getting out of the hands of the Scorpions. Is it now just one winner in this game, Jeremy? Or you're not prepared to call that just yet?
Not as yet. At 300 runs for me would suggest it's all Barbados to lose. Anything under that, the Jamaicans will feel they have a chance.
There you go. Dowrich on 58. He will want to stick around for the rest of today, and maybe if he can, but 2 more sessions tomorrow.
Yes, the lead of 224. They need another 80 runs to really consider themselves firm favourites for victory Barbados.
Here is Marquina milling out to bowl to Dowrich, and Dowrich is punching through the offside. They're taking off pretty quickly, so they'll be trying to come back for 2. No, good work that by what appears to be Ravman Powell in the deep. Kept them to 1, and Dowrich goes up to 59, 143, 144 now for 4, the lead of 225, and the Scorpions continue to really look like the stuffing has been knocked out of them by this partnership that keeps growing. How much is it worth now?
The partnership currently works 86.
86 between the two, as Mayers is off the back foot, punching up to the man at cover and unable to score.
And the truth is they look so unbothered. You wonder, the Jamaica team may be saying, what's going to happen now, in terms of the bowlers clearly looked a little bit tired, at least the medium pacers, and the spinner is not asking enough questions, so they really don't know if they can dislodge the spear anytime this evening.
Yeah, they're really struggling. The pitch seems to have settled down a little bit. The ball is 47 overs old, so the hardness and shyness would have gone out of it. Minley bowls, and Mayers is punching off the back foot, but that man at cover in Derval Green will get around, preventing them for 1. It was a slashing drive, and the man on the deep restricted them to 1. Mayers now will go up on to 39. The lead continues to stretch now to 226, and Dowrich on 59 comes back on strike.
Again, Mayers continues to impress. He's been so selective in his stroke play, just waiting for the bad ball, as the case that one was short and wide, and playing a flashing cut drive. But the argument is he has shown the adjustments.
Dowrich is getting a good delivery outside off stump. Sparred at it, didn't get the edge, through to the keeper. Good delivery that from Marquina Minley.
Indeed, one of the rare loss in concentration on the part of Dowrich there. Didn't pick up the length of that down quickly and just held his bat outside there, like as if he was, not sure if it's going to come in or it's going to hold his line as it did. So
Minley with 2 slips and a gully. A Wait as he runs in, and that is a good delivery again. And all of a sudden, Minley seems to be getting the ball just to shape away from Doric, who played at that. And the ball just beating the outside edge through to the keeper. No run.
Well, that one is points to the bowler there. I mean, Doric had to make an attempt to play that one because it was just outside the line of the off stump, pitched up well enough and asking the question. Fortunate enough, Doric played inside.
Minley from the far end again, and this one is worked out towards mid-wicket. Single for Dowrich. And he takes that easily enough. Man from mid-on had to run to his right in the mid-wicket region. Minley conceding a run, 60 to Dowrich. And Mayers will be back on strike. Well, no, the end of the over, so Dowrich will retain the strike. The lead now 226 as the Scorpions are unable to get the better of this partnership, which is now proving not to be just merely bothersome, but also could be almost a match-winning partnership here, Jermaine Lanham. Indeed,
well done between Mayers and Dowrich, as the case may be, coming in with 58 runs on the board and the team 4 wickets down and under some amount of pressure. They have really seen that off and has posted 145, allowed the score to go to 145 with the partnership being in the 90s.
And Patrick Hart will continue. To Dowrich. Dowrich down the track, hits out towards mid-off. Lovely shot, it goes for 4. The mid-off was up inside the circle, as it were. And Dowrich was down the track, punched it well high over Rovman Powell in that mid-off region. A few bounces into the long-off boundary. Lovely shot.
Another shot of class. Arguably, I would want to say he saw the mid-off being up and opted that once RT would have flighted it, he would have gone down the track and lifted it so elegantly with a straight match over mid-off.
Man at mid-off has dropped back a few. And at this time, Harty brings Dowrich forward. Dowrich on 64. That's the Barbados 150 coming up, by the way, for 4. And Dowrich is off the back foot, and they're appealing. No, says the umpire. He went for the cut shot. They were saying that it took the on the edge. To be honest, the appeal wasn't all that convincing. The umpire says, "What on earth are you appealing for?"
It was belated both from the keeper and the bowler itself, and the slip fielder didn't go up from what I'm seeing here.
Right. And here is Harty again round the wicket bowls, and Dowrich is driving. And because the mid-off is 3/4 way back, he decided not to go the aerial route, stroking it on the ground up to Rovman Powell.
Intelligent batting there, recognizing that the mid-off had eased back. He reached the pitch, not fully reaching the pitch, but enough to know that a single there would have been a better option than to attempt the lofted shot.
So the partnership now, we make it worth 92. Here is Mayers drives through the offside. Lovely shot that. But the man at long off will do the fielding. And that restricts the batsman to a single. Mayers goes up to 40.
Yes, 10 runs short of what would be a deserved second half century.
Certainly has batted very well.
Intelligently, I would want to say as well.
And Dowrich, who is batting as if he will not get out anytime soon. The bat as broad as a barn door, they say.
Clearly eyeing a century here.
He is at Harty bowls, and Dowrich is on the back foot, easily pushing out into the offside. And there is no run for him. Remains on 65. Mayers on 39. Mayers on 40, rather. As Jermaine Lanham slips out for the final time of the day, and Jerome Foster takes over the analyst chair. And Jerome Foster with the lead now, stretching well beyond 230. Does the Scorpions have a chance, or is this all the Barbados pride?
I think this 94-run partnership between Dowrich and Mayers has really taken the game away from the Scorpions at the moment. And at this point, it's almost a wait-and-see game as to where they get their next wicket from, because Dorich has been dominant. He has been very, very defiant as well, while Mayers has really curbed his natural instincts of being a bashing all-rounder to more of a grafting, hard-working innings here to really put his team in the driver's seat. 152 for 4. Remember, they have an 81. Yeah, they have an 81-run lead as well.
Here is Mayers steering that out into the offside for an easy single, and the runs are coming very easily at the moment. There don't seem to be any problems in accumulating singles, and they are certainly also putting the bad balls away. So excellent partnership here between Mayers and the wicketkeeper Dorich.
Yeah, both came together at 57 for 4, having lost Craig Brathwaite, Shamar Brooks, Jonathan Carter, and Shane Mosley. The Pride have now really stamped their authority on this game.
All right, so it's Dorich who is forward to another delivery from Minley, pushing it pleasantly enough up towards extra cover. Remains on 65. Mayers on 40. 152 for 152, or is the scoreboard a little?
153.
It's 153 now, and the lead 234.
And it's almost as if the pitch has flattened out. No, not seeing much misbehavior at the moment. The bowlers look a little bit tired as well.
Yes, Minley bowls, and that's a cut shot. Nice and controlled by Dorich. Takes one. We'll come back for the second. Could this be a tight second? The throw was bad. A good return. Could have made it interesting. But it was always going to be difficult once the throw wasn't 100% accurate. Dorich comes back for 2. Now moves to 67.
And you can see the intention of Dorich here. He's trying to get the fielders being ragged. He's forced the captain to come out of his comfort zone by moving around the field. And he's getting the bowlers to bowl to his strengths and scoring easily to options which are open to him.
Indeed, so Martina Minley will continue. Figures of 1 for 43 in his 12th over, driven up towards cover, but well knocked down by, looks to be Nkrumah Bonner, and no run for Dorich. Stays on 67.
From 99 balls as well, going at a nice rate. He's not going too slowly, and he's not dependent on only boundaries. He's rotating the strike pretty decently, but he's forcing the bowlers to come towards him, and then when they do, he dispatches the bad balls.
Minley bowls, and he's just dropping that down short on the offside. They take off for a quick single. The Jamaican fielders were all flat-footed, and could run that between the couple of Mayers and Dorich. That one was dropped close in on the offside. They took off for the single, and it finished fairly easily in the end.
And with the lead now 237, you can see that the shoulders of the Scorpions fielders have dropped. Not much intensity. Sharp singles being taken without any real problems for the batting unit as well, with Minley continuing to Mayers.
Mayers is forward. He just looks as if they haven't worked out how to bowl to him yet. The energy level has certainly dropped. And at the end of another Minley over, 1 for 45 from 12. And Dorich 67, or is that 68? 68. And Mayers on 41. It's 155 for 4, the lead 237.
And interestingly enough, outside of the delivery that went through the gate of Kyle Mayers, I don't think the Scorpions have really found an appeal. There was an appeal for under edge. Obviously that ball didn't touch the bat, so nothing special from the bowling unit there. But other than the ball that went through the gate of Mayers, no other real half chance being created.
And this one is a good delivery that from Harty, going on with the arm, but eludes everybody. It goes down into the fine leg boundary of a 4-leg bye. Was a good delivery, pitching just about middle and leg, and rather than spinning the other way, went on with the arm, defeated Shane Dorich, who was backing away to cut. Didn't get any bat on it, hit the pad. And when it's happening for you, it's happening for you. That's 4 more runs.
Definitely. And wicketkeeper Dennis Smith almost felt as if that ball was going to cannon into the stumps. And his hands were in the air, ready to appeal, ready to celebrate actually. Hit the top of the pad of Shane Dorich, who was back on his stumps. And luckily for him and for the Pride, they get 4 leg byes, and a 100-run partnership comes up between the two. 100 of 148 balls.
And that is very crucial in the scheme of things. I think that they have certainly knocked the stuffing out of the Jamaican team, or the Jamaica Scorpions team. And this 100-run partnership,
102 to be exact.
102 is saying to the Scorpions, you are not going to win here today. That's driven back to the bowler, and did well to grab it in his follow through.
That is why the shot of Shane Mosley was so disappointing, because he was almost resisting the Scorpions' attack here, and then right at the end he just threw it away.
And Dorich drives out towards long on. Nice, easy, pleasant shot. Takes 1 more run from this really tiring Jamaican attack now.
And remember, they didn't really get enough time to rest as well, because they bowled almost 40 overs in the final innings against the Volcanoes last week Sunday. Then they bowled first yesterday by time, and they even got to bowl just after lunch today, so not much rest in between for the bowling unit. And it's really taking a toll at the moment with Mayers and Dorich.
Hearty balls, and they're appealing now. No, says the umpire. Myers stays in the pose, maybe to suggest that that was hit outside off and I was playing. But Harty getting an appeal, but not the wicket.
The umpire was adamant. Seemed as if there was some bat involved, because it came down quite close with the pad. He suggested with Dorich as well that it may be sliding down, but looking at the replay here, seems as if that was pretty straight. No bat involved from what I'm seeing here.
You're saying that. And he's driving out towards the man at cover. And that is the end of the over. A few words from Jerome Foster, and then Renata Brown will take you home.
Thought there was bat involved with that LBW shout, but based on the replay, suggests to me that that ball might have been hitting leg stump. Umpire Chris Taylor did suggest to Shane Dorich that the ball was sliding down the leg side. Mayers had a good stride in as well. Have to give him credit for that. But remember, with DRS these days, strides really don't count.
Well, I was just saying to Orville Higgins that the fact that Cam Mears drove at the follow-up delivery probably is a suggestion that he thinks that he should have been out the previous delivery. But for the first time, in this is now 2.5 games, I'm seeing Patrick Harty Jr. actually bowl with some emotions. He was through appealing very loud. He was also almost after every delivery, every time he got a shout, every time he beat the bat, he would give some sort of reaction. I didn't see that before. This is probably his best spell that he's bowled for the Jamaica Scorpions so far, and I've seen a little more zest, a little more pace on the ball from Patrick Harty Jr., and that's given the problem. I heard 2 sounds in the appeal against Shane Dorich. It was not out. That was a previous over, and then a delivery that really went right through Shane Dorich. But the lead now significant for the Barbados Pride, a lead of 242 runs. And Nkrumah Bonner is a new bowler. These two, they've put on 103 runs so far. That's the value of this partnership, and it's still going strong. Shane Dorich 69 and 41 for Cam Mears, looking for back-to-back half centuries here. And here's the leg spin of Nkrumah Bonner. Early has found his length.
Good start.
Right away.
Good start for a part-timer. Pitching on, middle and off. natural angle, carrying the ball across the right-hander, forced him to play.
Here's Nkrumah Bonner again over the wicket. This one pushed back to Bonner. The score 161 for 4. Remember, Craig Brathwaite was the first wicket to go. He was caught Derval Green off the bowling of Gordon for 1. And this one is driven in the cover region by Shane Down, which goes now to 70.
70 easy runs as well, 70 pleasant runs. He hasn't really offered a chance. Maybe in the previous over when the ball went through the gate, when he was trying to force the ball off the back foot. That's the only real trouble that he has been through. Everything else has been very, very comfortable, very, very watchful, very, very patient. Quality innings here from the West Indies wicketkeeper.
So as Nkrumah Bonner tries to get his field right, tries to get deep backward square, it's a deep mid-wicket region. This one flighted, Kalmir's onto the front foot and defends it into the offside, and there is no run. 5:08 we have it in local time. So the first wicket to go was that of Craig Brathwaite. He went for 1. He was driving and was caught at mid-off. As Bonner comes in once more, this one back of a length. It's punched off the back foot from Kalmir's down to long on, and they go through for the single. At that time, it was the 5th delivery of the second over, and the score was 1 for 1. And the following wicket was that of Shamar Brooks. He got a shortish delivery, didn't rise as much, was trying to pull. As a flighted delivery here from Bonner that's driven down to long on by Shane Dowdge. Again, they get the single. He goes to 71. The score 164 for 4. So Shamar Brooks is looking to pull. The ball caught the top edge, and a nice running catch at mid-on by Derval Green. He was dismissed off Nicholas Gordon for 5. The score was then 16 for the loss of 2. And the next wicket to go was that of Jonathan Carter. He was caught Smith off the bowling of Markinle Minley and was caught behind and was going for a big booming drive. The score then was 27 for the loss of 3. And then Shane Mosley, who was defiant with his 69 ball 19. He was caught on the deep backward square boundary with a score of 58 for the loss of 4. So since then, these two, they've put on 106 runs for the 5th wicket. Here's Patrick Harty Jr. to continue. Around the wicket he goes, the left arm spinner, and Shane Dowdge onto the front foot. Bat and pad very close together, shows that he's very confident. And whenever Shane Dowdge is in this type of mood,
normally gets 3 figures.
And normally gets 3 figures. This one flighted and pushed onto the onside, and there is no run. We were trying to remember his 3 test century. I know that he scored 1 against England in Barbados. He scored 1 again against Sri Lanka. That was before the England tour when Sri Lanka was here. I think that was in Trinidad and Tobago.
Almost sure he has 1 against Pakistan as well, but I'll try.
I'm trying to remember if it was Pakistan or if it was Zimbabwe. I know it was
actually Zimbabwe in Zimbabwe.
It was Zimbabwe in Zimbabwe. I think Jason Holder got his 2nd test century against Zimbabwe as well in that series. I think it was probably a one-off test. As Patrick Harty Jr. round the wicket again to bowl to Shane Dowdge, who moves across his stumps and works it into the onside, and there is no run because there's a man at a square leg. I think by far the innings in Trinidad and Tobago, I think it was against Sri Lanka, was one of real determination. I think he took 40 odd balls. It was 40 odd balls he was to get, I believe, round about his 1st boundary.
It's very patient.
As this one wide outside the off stump, Shane Dowich onto the front foot again. It's a maiden over from Patrick Harty Jr. His first. He's bowled now 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. And I did say it's probably the best spell he's bowled so far for the Jamaica Scorpions. So the other bowlers for the Jamaica Scorpions, Marquina Milne has bowled 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 46. Nicholas Gordon 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 27. Derval Green 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. Rovman Powell 7 overs, no maidens, none for 22. Jermaine Blackwood bowled 5 overs, has cost 6 runs, 1 maiden in that as well. And Patrick Harty Jr. has just completed his 7 overs, 7th over, and so 1 maiden, none for 18. And then Kuma Bonner now in his 2nd over. This is worked into the onside in front of square by Kyle Mears. They go through for 1. So in the last couple of overs, not the Patrick Harty Jr. over, but the one just before that, they managed to get singles quite easily.
And you can sense that they're just trying to get through to the close of play here unscathed and ensure that the Pride can really stamp their class come Saturday morning.
As this one is pushed again down to long off and they go through for the single. So I'm looking at the manual scoreboard way over to our right, and it looks as if it's saying another 6 over remaining in the day's play. That could very much be 8. I'm not that, my eyes aren't that great, as this one is pushed again down to long off and they go through for a single. So they've taken single of the first 3 balls of this over.
Either ways, I don't think we'll complete all those overs, whether it is 6 or 8, because I think the cutoff time is at 5:30. 17 minutes of play to go. You expect another 3 or 4 overs maximum.
Unless these two can get through these overs very quickly. A short delivery, and it's chopped behind point by Shane Dowrich, and the fielding done on the boundary by Orain Williams. The throw comes into the wicket-keeper's end. So inching towards a century, Shane Dowrich. He's now 73. Kyle Mears on 44, searching for back-to-back half centuries against the Jamaica Scorpions here. And then Kuma Bonner again, this time onto the back foot, a ball turning in towards the left-handed Kyle Mears. Was back of a length though, allowed him time to get onto the back foot and play this one. There's a long on, long off. There's also a deep man sweeping on the cover boundary. There's also a deep mid-wicket as this one is flighted. It's pushed and Kuma Bonner can't stop the ball off his own bowling. Again, they get a single.
Yeah, and it's almost as if the Scorpions are trying to get through to the close as well. Fast bowlers being rested for tomorrow morning's early burst, I would think. Nkrumah Bonner, Patrick Harty Jr. having to do the bulk of the bowling for the rest of the day. About 15 minutes or so to go. So you're looking at 169 for 4 now. And the way Dowrich and Mears is approaching the last, they have approached the last 30-45 minutes, is to ensure that the Scorpions don't get a look in. Battle away, and take this team and this position to the close of play, and then we assess for day 3.
And Patrick Harty Jr. continues a delivery that's short in length. A chance for a run out. They go to the wicket-keeper's end. And Shane Dowrich was safe. I think they probably would be better served going to the bowler's end because Kyle Mears was slow off the mark. It's Nicholas Gordon who did the fielding there.
Rather strange to see him in the covers. But again, Mears will be playing that ball off his back foot as well. So he'll be coming at a disadvantage here because he'd have a slower start than Shane Dowrich, who was very, very inclined to go up the other end. I don't think he wants Mears to be facing Patrick Harty because he really called for that single very, very quickly. I don't think Mears had any plans of getting down the other end. But Dowrich showing his seniority at the moment.
Harty around the wicket now to bowl to Shane Dowrich, who's onto the front foot and again defends. Shane Dowrich a lot of persons might look over it, but I think he's a wonderful player of spin.
He is, and the teams that he has made the runs against as well suggest that he's very, very good.
He sweeps this one. It's aerial. Is it taken? Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
The moment we've given him credit that he bats well against the spin, he goes for an indigenous shot And it gets the top edge, and he's caught at the backward square. So Patrick Harty Jr. in easily his best spell for the Jamaica Scorpions gets the prize wicket of Shane Dowich. He goes for 73. He's 170 now for 5.
And that's the first sweep shot he has played all his innings. And it has resulted in him suffering a dismissal. Shane Dowich looks a dejected man. Actually, he's hardly trotting off at the moment. However, Patrick Harty must feel as if he deserves this wicket. He has been plugging away. 7.4 overs now, 1 for 19. Decent spell, but a disappointing way to end a very, very good knock from Shane Dowich. Excellent knock, if you ask me. 9 fours. 73 runs for him. The lead, though, 251 at the moment. A solid lead, a solid foundation for Ashley Nurse and company to really revel in.
Yeah, the knowledgeable crowd here at Sabina Park just gave an applaud to Shane Dowich for what has been a very good knock from the West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. And the man strutting his stuff now is Ashley Nurse. Has his kerchief in his back, has on his sweatband on his left arm, and walks with swagger towards the crease.
Almost a signature look for him now. It doesn't go anywhere without that rag in his back.
I was going to ask if it is walking to and from the pavilion that's a signature look for Ashley Nurse now, but
definitely not. He can hang around a bit. He can actually bat. He showed it in the CPL. Did it a couple of times for the West Indies. Even won a game against Pakistan. West Indies' highest run chase ever in limited overs cricket. That was at the Guyana National Stadium. So he can surely bat and certainly give problems.
Here's one that struck on the pad and a loud appeal, and the umpire says that this one was angling down the leg side. I'm not so sure about that.
And to be quite honest, the Scorpions fielders don't look too dejected. Based on their body language, they're suggesting that ball would have missed leg stump as well.
Here's Patrick Harty Jr. Again, he's onto the front foot. Is Ashley Nurse. And Jerome gives a nod of approval that it is sliding down the leg side of the previous delivery.
Based on what we saw in the replay there. Just going on with the angle from Harty Jr.
Here's Patrick Harty Jr. again. This one's hit in front again. Loud appeal, not out, says umpire Christopher Taylor.
Decent stuff here from Harty Jr. Creating problems.
He is.
Getting appeals as well. Testing times here for Ashley Nurse, who must feel as if he wants to see 530 very, very quickly. He's playing against his natural ability here, or his natural tendency, which is to be flamboyant and aggressive. Decent spell though from Patrick Harty Jr.
I reckon that one would have been
bat and pad.
Bat and pad. So Nkrumah Bonner will continue. We're 5:19 now. We have another 4 overs remaining, so could very much get through the overs. 3 overs left after this. Nkrumah Bonner taking his time, but if I were the Jamaica Scorpions, I would really want Nkrumah Bonner to get through this over very quickly, to get Patrick Harty Jr. back and trying to bowl to Ashley Nurse. But Nkrumah Bonner taking his sweet little time. So to the Jamaica Scorpions here. Here he is over the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Kyle Mears, who's on the back foot and hits this one. Can't beat Rothman Powell, who's there at cover. There's a long on, long off. There's a deep cover. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary as well. There's mid-wicket and there's backward square as Kyle Mears hits this one into that cover region. They go through for 1. So I can't understand the Jamaica Scorpions. The Barbados Pride 170 now for the loss of 5. 171 for 5.
And approaching the close, you'd expect more fielders to be inside the circle as well.
Yeah, but not just that. They're taking forever. I would want Nkrumah Bonner to get through this over very quickly. So Patrick Harty Jr., who's in a good spell, can get back bowling. Ashley Nurse was trying to punch that one off the back foot, beaten outside the off stump by Nkrumah Bonner. but there's no urgency from the Jamaica Scorpions team, as if they want this to be the final over. They've just taken a wicket. It's Bonner once more. Nurse going for the sweep. Can't beat the man at almost a short, fine leg. Score remains 175 for the loss of 5. 47 for Calmeres. Ashley Nurse yet to get off the mark. Here's the Bonner. Ashley Nurse pulling this one and gets it to that mid-wicket region. It goes through for a single. The Jamaica Scorpions really want this to be a dot ball, but they've sent back mid-on to long on. They have long off in place. They have a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket. I'm really not liking this from the Jamaica Scorpions. And Calmeres pushes this one down to long on, goes through for the single. So he will be on strike for the next over. I would really want the Jamaica Scorpions, with Patrick Harty Jr. getting 2 appeals from Ashley Nurse in his previous over, both deliveries hitting him on his front pad. I would really have liked to keep Ashley Nurse on strike for this over from Patrick Harty Jr. And I think no Jermaine Blackwood, hands aloft, just asking a question from Nkrumah Bonner. I don't think I like that from the Jamaica Scorpions just now.
Yeah, disappointing move and a lack of match awareness or game awareness there on the part of the Scorpions, because Harty Jr. was really tying Nurse down at the moment, or in that previous over, struggling to come to terms with the angles that he's creating. Not much spin or turn, but he's not reading the flight of the delivery so far.
So here is Patrick Harty Jr. once more. Calmeres pushes it into the deep cover region. They go through for 1. So the single being taken works out for the Jamaica Scorpions and Patrick Harty Jr. Can he prize out another wicket here with 7 minutes to 5:30 and another 2 overs left after this?
And you can also say that John Campbell is a little bit wary of what is the lead at the moment. The lead is 255, so he has to take that into consideration, but I don't think an extra 3 runs would make a difference.
Here's another one, hit on the pad again. So Ashley Nurse not picking Patrick Harty Jr. That's a 3rd time, and you hear them say 3rd time lucky. Not on this occasion for Patrick Harty Jr. Maybe for Ashley Nurse.
And that is a problem when they're using going wide of the crease and just angling it in.
Here he is once more. Nurse onto the back foot and defends this one, and there is no run.
He has to be able to turn the ball from middle and leg to really trouble Nurse, because he's going wide off the crease and the ball sliding down the leg side.
Call me old-fashioned, but I'm still this one. Ashley Nurse onto the front foot again, gets the outer portion of the bat. There is no run. I would be rushing through this over, trying to get in the final 2 over to give Patrick Harty Jr. the opportunity to bowl the final over of the day. But so far, the Jamaica Scorpions just meandering along. Here's Harty once more to bowl to Ashley Nurse. Picks this one off down to long on and goes through for the single. So the score now goes to 175 for the loss of 5.
Calmeres is eyeing another 50-plus score in this season. He has already scored 2 50s and 100. He's on 49 at the moment of 86 deliveries. Not his most adventurous innings, I may say, but quality knock from the Bajan all-rounder.
No glitz and glamour, but a real grafted innings. He cuts this one behind point. He gets 4, brings up his half century as well, and was well played from Calmeres. So back-to-back half centuries in this game. He goes to 53, and the score now goes to 179 for the loss of 5.
A lead of 260 runs. A disappointing 259, sorry. Disappointing delivery there from Patrick Harty Jr. Full, wide outside the off stump, given the room, and Calmeres leant into that delivery, smashed it past the man at deep backward point. He didn't have a far way to go, but he just couldn't get towards the ball. The ball raced into the boundary for 4 runs that the Scorpions could do without, but the opportunity presents itself now for Ashley Nurse to face Nkrumah Bonner, who is really a part-time leg spinner. I don't think Nurse will be too perturbed by what is to come here. And with
Jamaica
long on and long
Scorpions
off going out now.
Yeah, looks as if they want to ensure that this is the final over of the day. And this, they'll, scheduled to have 2 overs remaining, which would be this and another over. But they're taking so long to set this field, the Jamaica Scorpions, is that they're playing more for the end of the day than the Barbados Pride are. Here is Nkrumah Bonner, and Ashley Nurse defends this one, and there is no run. If you see international cricket, test cricket, when it gets to this point, teams want to bowl as many overs as possible because they know psychologically the batsmen aren't there. They're thinking about tomorrow. They're thinking about walking off. Here's Nkrumah Bonner once more to bowl to Ashton Nurse. He's on the front foot, defends this one back to him, and there is no run. There's a slip. There's a forward short leg. There's mid-wicket, long on, mid-off, cover, backward point, and the man sweeping on the cover boundary. And Nkrumah Bonner again to bowl to Ashton Nurse onto the front foot, defense into the onside. There is no run.
Yeah, I would even take the man out from deep square leg. I don't think Ashton Nurse is going to try a big sweep at this moment. Carry that man in front of the bat to have him second guessing. He's just coming forward and prodding along.
And this one trying to flick it into the onside against the spin, half-hearted appeal, and it was quickly turned down by the umpire, struck outside the line of the leg stump.
Surprised he's not done a lot of guarding here, Nurse. 2 minutes to go. Remember, if the over begins before 5:30.
And pushes this one into the cover region again. There is no run. And again, John Campbell takes the ball. He's starting to shine the ball, threw it in the air. He's ensuring that this is the final over of the day. It shows that the Barbados Pride are fully on top of the Jamaica Scorpions team at this moment. Here is Nkrumah Bonner once more, bowling to Ashton Nurse, who drives this one firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. So the umpires, well, Chris Taylor is walking briskly towards the stumps, and the Jamaica Scorpions team is walking ever so slowly.
I think they are disappointed that there's another over, to be quite honest. Based on their body language, no one looks really G'd up to really bowl this final or have this final over being bowled. But to be quite honest, 279 for 5. Now the lead is 260 runs for the Barbados Pride, and they're looking ever so menacing and dangerous that the game is almost out of the reach or out of the hands of the Scorpions at the moment, based on just the body language and how the match awareness and how they have really applied themselves in the last 20-25 minutes. It's almost a wait-and-see game rather than trying to get themselves in a position where they can actually put some pressure back onto the Pride.
Here is Patrick Harty Jr. to bowl the final over of the day and deliver that. Carl Mears is onto the front foot and defends behind point, gets no run. And now they can take their time, the Jamaica Scorpions, because
whatever
happens, this will be the final 5 deliveries of the second day. Here's Patrick Harty Jr. again, and this one a loud appeal. It's very close. He's given. Patrick Harty Jr. gets the wicket of Carl Mears, and that should bring the end to the day's play.
That was definitely out. That was plumb in front. It was a drifters there from Patrick Harty Jr. The ball started on middle stump. Kyle Mears went back to play, back along the pitch. It missed the outside edge because it drifted with the arm. And that is plumb in front. And then again, this raises the question about what we're talking about. Why would you be meandering around in the field, dropping your arms, dropping your shoulders, when there's still something to play for? When Patrick Harty Jr. was causing problems for the new man in Ashley Nurse, he was struggling to come to terms with the left-arm orthodox spinner. And now the Pride have lost a major scalp in Kyle Mears, who must be disappointed because you could see that he wanted to come back tomorrow to really press home the advantage of the Pride. But disappointing for him, he has to trot off. He's taking his sweet little time. He's almost struggling to hold his bat in his hand at the moment because of the disappointment. But reward for Patrick Harty Jr. He deserves it based on what he has done for the last half an hour or so in this spell. Really caused some trouble for Ashley Nurse as well as Kyle Mears. A couple of deliveries went through the gate. 179 for 6 now. The lead still 260, but 4 wickets in hand with bowlers to come. the Scorpions may think now that getting them out for 3:30 and having almost 2 days to bat, they could see themselves in with a shout, but I don't think the body language approaching the end of the day suggested that they had any hope. Maybe the last 2 wickets would give them something to hope for. But Renardo Brown will tell you or recap what happened this morning to now, which is a close of play with the Barbados Pride 179 for 6.
So having lost John Campbell for 26, Serene Williams for 3, Brandon King for 3, Jermaine Blackwood for 1, and Nkrumah Bonner without scoring, and Rothman Powell for 6. The Jamaica Scorpions resumed the second day at 53 for the loss of 6. And Dennis Smith went on to make a 35. It was the top score. He added 49 runs with Derval Green, who made 25. Markina Minley was dismissed for 9, and Nicholas Gordon was leg before wicket for 7. Patrick Harty Jr. was not out without scoring. So the Jamaica Scorpions, they started at 53 for 6 and got bowled out for 138. Kemar Roach bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37. Shamar Holder, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 45. All 5 wickets coming on the first day. Kian Harding bowled 10.3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 29. Jonathan Carter, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 3. And Jamel Warkan, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 4. So the Jamaica Scorpions got dismissed for 138 after the Barbados Pride had made 219 batting first. Now, batting a second time, the Barbados Pride, Craig Brathwaite was dismissed for 1, caught green of the bowling of Gordon. Shane Mosley made 19, Shamar Brooks 5, Jonathan Carter 6, and then Shane Dowich was dismissed in the last session. 73 he made, and Kyle Mears, the last man dismissed on the day, 53. Ashton Nurse will resume on 2, and Kemar Roach, the batsman, to come to the crease. Markina Minley, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 46. Nicholas Gordon, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 27. Derval Green, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. Rothman Powell, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 22. Jermaine Blackwood bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6. And Nkrumah Bonner, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 11. And then Patrick Harty Jr., 9.2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25, picking up the important wickets of Shane Dowich and also Cam Mears towards the end of the day. We hope you enjoyed our coverage on behalf of Jerome Foster. You did hear from Jermaine Lanneman as well, Orville Higgins and Chris Anthony Gale. I'm Renardo Brown. Join us again tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time for action from day 3 of this third round contest between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride.